Yeah. Hello, sir. No problem.
Good morning. I am Dr. Manu Tandon, and on behalf of the staff and the faculty of Asian Institute of Gastroenterology, Hyderabad, and on behalf of all the sponsoring societies, and you can see the name we've been sponsored, I welcome you all to this unique event. As you know, this probably is the first time that exclusively pioneers, women pioneers in the field of GI endoscopy are going to have an exclusive workshop devoted to teaching all of us. And it's a pleasure to welcome not only the foreign faculty, all of whom you will see in the course of today and probably 2/3 of tomorrow, as well as our Indian colleagues. We've got an excellent faculty, both international and Indian, and I'm sure you will look forward to this program, which is going to extend till tomorrow evening. And I welcome you once again, and with a few words, I'd request Robin to put on the video for today. We are running on time, and I'd request Nagi to say a few words and get the conference going. Nagi?
Thank you, Manu. I think, like Manu said, on behalf of the faculty of AIG Hospitals, I'd like to welcome you all to this very unique and different conference. To give you a background of this conference, of the 3,000 and odd trained gastroenterologists in our country, only about 120 are women. There are less than a dozen women doing active interventional endoscopy in our country. So this, I think, compared to figures in the rest of the world, is alarmingly low. We actually try to look at why this has happened. There's several reasons, social, cultural, and so on. But I think also one of the reasons is that we don't have enough women icon in endoscopy whom women can follow. We had, as we are growing up, and Ajay would tell you about this, that we had many men icons. We had Michelle Kramer, Peter Cotton, Nip Sohendra, Jung Dilavari, all of whom we looked up to, and we said we wanted to be like them. But unfortunately, we didn't have anybody from women who was something like that. In the last 35 years, not a single Indian women endoscopist has actually performed live on a national workshop. So all this prompted us to think that maybe one of the reasons is that women in India are not motivated enough, at least gastroenterologists are not motivated enough to take up therapeutic endoscopy as one of their primary things. There are, of course, a lot of them in IBD, a lot of them in hepatology and so on. But in therapeutic endoscopy, which is a little more demanding, but I think probably one of the reasons is the lack of this icon. So what we thought was that we should get together the best women endoscopists in the world, the best, and see if they can help us out with this. There was some misunderstanding that maybe this is leading to reservation for women, but this is not true. This is not a conference about reservation for women or reservation for any special category. This is a conference to induce inspiration, to induce confidence among our younger women gastroenterologists to take up therapeutic endoscopy as a goal. Because if you look at it, for 1.4 billion people, we just have less than 10 interventional women endoscopies. So I think this is the main reason why we decided to have this conference, and we're extremely glad that we have the 10 or maybe more than that best endoscopists, women endoscopists in the world. You'll see them perform later in the evening, but they're not only the best, but they're better than many men endoscopies that I've seen. So when they actually perform parallelly on the stage, I've been to many workshops where they're working with the male colleagues, you can see the difference. I think naturally women sometimes are better at doing things because of course they are using their hands more, but also at explaining things. So we are fortunate that we have had all of them agreeing to come here. We are also fortunate that we had several societies who have come together to support this spontaneously. In fact, they actually, 10 of them you can see here, actually wrote to us saying that we'd like to support this meeting. So we are extremely thankful to them. As we start this meeting as a combination of few talks and mostly live demonstrations, you'll notice that all live demonstrations are going to be done by the leading women endoscopists in the world, assisted by, again, very eminent national faculty. We also persuaded some of our national faculty women to do live. They are also extremely good, as you can see. And all anesthetists are also women, because we have, I think that's another important part of endoscopy. So all of them women. So this is in that sense a very unique conference, probably the first time in the world that we're getting. So I think for all of you, this is a very historical moment because you're seeing this for the first time. It's also my pleasure that we have this opportunity to invite one of India's greatest endoscopists, somebody who's inspired hundreds of us to go into endoscopy, to be the chief guest and to give the inaugural address. It's my privilege, particular privilege, to ask Dr. Jung Bahadur Dilawari to come and give us this inaugural address. Jung was actually Jung was trained in Germany. Come, Jung. Come. Jung was trained in Germany and then went to Middlesex in London to do his endoscopy. He was Peter Cotton's first registrar. At the peak, he was supposed to be better than every endoscopist in the world. He came back to PGI in a national cause and then trained many of us. And it's a real pleasure, Jung, to have you with us. Thank you.
This has been the best day in my life ever. I'm so happy. Thank you, Nagi. I'm indeed privileged to be here today to open the first in the world International Women GI Endoscopy Live Workshop. There have been thousands of endoscopy conferences in India, but I've never seen a woman performing endoscopy procedures. This is the first time in the world where only women are going to perform endoscopic procedures. Bravo, hooray. And credit goes to Dr. Nagi. He takes all the credit. Women in India have a proud history of achievements, such as freedom fighters like Jhansi Ki Rani, Aruna Asaf Ali, the heroine of Quit India movement in 1942 against the British. Shining example in sports like P.T. Usha winning 4 gold medals, Mary Kom winning Olympic gold medal, and Arunima Sinha, the first woman amputee who climbed the Mount Everest, and so on. Having mentioned our inspirational women who still have lot of hurdles in women progress. First of all, we live in patriarchal society where male dominance in almost every sphere of life. The tragedy starts with the woman itself when she prefers to have a male child in India. We all know female infanticide is still being practiced in some parts of India, although it is strictly against the law. Women getting married early is another hindrance in their educational progress. Being multitasking does not help either. She is a caretaker of the child, doing all the household chores, cooking, cleaning, and even looking after her so-called Lord and Master and her in-laws as well. In spite of all these sacrifices by our women, it makes me cry when I hear horrible instances of domestic violence against the women. Society talk about women emancipation, and some of you might agree with that. But I don't agree with that at all. I think it's not women who need to be emancipated, it's men who need to be emancipated to understand women that they are equally competent, if not more. I feel these are some of the reasons why women are grossly underrepresented despite equal number of women in medical schools. Since men hold most leadership position, there are fewer opportunities for women to advance. As Nagi said, role models and mentors are very vital in professional development. There are lack of female role models and mentorships in gastroenterology. Women doctors feel more comfortable to have women mentor to share other common problems. So we need lot more women mentors. I can only think handful of women in leadership roles in gastroenterology in our country. Some of them sitting here like Shobana Bhatia, Jayanti, Manisha Dwivedi, Usha Datta, Rupa Banerjee, and so on. The collective positive energy that is so unique to Shakti, the power of the feminine, is palpable here today. Next time, I hope Nagi will invite women endoscopists to perform along with the men. And also next time, I hope there will be standing women here as a chief guest, not a male. Once again, I express my happiness to be here with all of you today and wish you all success in your efforts to further empower the most vital element of our GI endoscopy. Thank you very much indeed for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a very inspirational address. I know it didn't come from a woman, but I think we'll correct that the next time around. We are ready to begin our scientific program. With me on the MC chair is Dr. Jayanti, a very efficient MC, and she is going to be a strict conductor of today's program. We'll begin with the first session. Jayanti, you can start with the first session.
Good morning to one and all. So we start with the very first session, that is Women in Gastroenterology, the Global and Asian Perspective. And to moderate the session, we call upon Dr. Alton Salah from Hilar Medical University, Iraq, Dr. Asma from Taiba Hospital, Kuwait, and Dr. Joyce, who's Vice President, Global Clinical Program, Boston Scientific. Over to the dais, and we request you to introduce the speakers. Dr. Alton, Dr. Asma, and Dr. Joyce.
Okay, good morning to all and welcome. I'm so happy to be here and to start the first session of this amazing conference and event. May I call Dr. Sharmila Sachi from Malaysia to come and present her talk. She is a consultant gastroenterologist from Malaysia. She is doing endoscopy, and she's interested in endoscopic ultrasound and we are happy to hear from her. Start your talk, please.
Thank you. This is also one of the best days of my life, and that was a beautiful address, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here today and to share the stage with these amazing women. Thank you, AIG. Thank you in particular, Dr. Nagi Reddy, Dr. G.B. Rao, Sundeep, Rupa, the rest of the organizing committee, everyone involved in making today happen. The AIG is a very, very special place. It's a great place where great things happen and great people are made. And all over the world, people are clamoring to come here. And that's because irrespective of gender, race, religion, you help every individual to fulfill their potential and to make their dreams come true. And today, you've made our dream come true. And I really thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. So GB, are you here, GB? I borrowed this slide from you, and you shared this a few years ago. So GB says, women can do anything men can do. And we'll skip the fine print quickly. And it can't go unsaid that there are a few good men who weather the storm and walk the talk and lead by example. And I'm very proud to say that we have more than a few good men. We have many men who have our back. And since we're in India, I would like to pay tribute to Dr. Mahesh Goenka, to Dr. Vinir Dare, and Dr. Amit Meadow, who have supported us over the years as well. So thank you very much. Nagi, you deserve a special mention because I don't know whether you have any idea, but you have been instrumental in our journey. And you gave us an opportunity 6 years ago here in Hyderabad at the Inaugural Endo 2017. And you connected us with WIE, and the rest is history. So much has happened in the last 6 years, and it's been incredible. We've achieved quite a lot with a common mission and vision, but more importantly, a beautiful friendship and sisterhood has evolved, and that's really something very, very special. We'll get down to business. In most parts of the world, there are more female medical undergraduates than males. But why is it women are grossly underrepresented amongst gastroenterologists world over? Is it because women are denied the opportunity due to an inbuilt bias or discrimination against the advancement in the field? Or is it socio-cultural realities that discourage women from making the decision to enter gastroenterology? I'm very excited this morning to share with you a little very quick world tour of some amazing trailblazers around the globe. What I did was I reached out to these incredible women who are at the peak of their careers in various parts of the world, and I asked them what their challenges were, how they overcame it, what their perspectives are, and I'd like to share that with you today, and you can make your own conclusions. So we'll start off with the land of dreams, the United States of America. And this is a very nice paper published in Gastroenterology last year that basically summarizes the situation of the female GI trainees in the US. So you can see that there are almost 50% equal representation at medical school. GI fellowship, 33% are female. But at the end of the day, 15% are practicing gastroenterologists. And this attrition is due to many factors. Long hours. Gastroenterology is presumed to be a difficult subspecialty with long hours, procedural demands, ergonomics, exposure to radiation, lack of flexible career paths, lack of female mentors, gender discrimination, biases, pay gap, differences, poor funding for research and sponsorship, and so on and so forth. More recently, Amrita, Janine, and Uzma shared with us that in the US, there are low rates of less than 20% of women in leadership roles as program director or chief, as advanced endoscopy faculty, and as fellows. And correlation between programs having female faculty to those as fellows is very strong. Lack of mentorship and successful visibility are key factors in explaining the underrepresentation of women in endoscopy. The importance of advocacy, women special interest groups and diversity committees. This is important because we need to speak for those who are unable to speak, to amplify female voices, to nurture leadership, and to ensure female representation at all levels. And of course, the most important is that it is a combined effort between males and females to move forward. And I'm very proud to say that WIE, WIGNAP, Mayo Clinic Women in Gastro and Hepatology, ASGE Women in Endoscopy, we've all collaborated quite a lot recently. And I think most organizations today have a women's forum, like the AGA, the ACG, the BSG, APDW. I'm still hoping. We've been trying so hard to do that. We've had to have sessions outside the scientific program, and we've needed industry support for that. But I'm hoping today might change that. And during the pandemic, while the world slowed down, we were very busy. We connected, we did a lot of Zoom webinars. We came up with 2 Women's Day videos in 2021 and 2022. And there were even a few publications that came out of this group. And this is a very interesting paper. Again, Amrita has been very busy between her scopes and publishing. I don't know how you do it. Addressing gender in gastroenterology. So there are often subtle, unintended forms of bias that perpetuate inequity across the gender spectrum. And this paper goes through the actionable ways to combat this and to create fair, productive, and a comfortable environment. And for example, we know that teaching and learning in the endoscopy suite is something where there's a lot of close contact, and sometimes people take it the wrong way. Both males and females can take it the wrong way. And so it's just to get the safe boundaries. And when we are biased, we tend to label people and we put them in different boxes, and we don't see people for who they truly are. So I've chosen to highlight these 4 incredible women. 2 of them you will see in action shortly. They all inspire me, and I'm energized by them. Amrita and Prableen are fantastic endoscopists, and they're also very passionate about supporting women in GI. Fergus Gleeson and Liz Rajan, we go back to our Irish roots and connections. And Liz Rajan was my mentor 30 years ago. And we've come a long way from the days of hepatitis and inflammatory bowel disease and endoscopy and EUS. She is now into innovation and technology, and she's just so inspiring. So moving quickly to the UK and Europe, this is Sharmila Subramaniam, my namesake, but she's from Malaysia and settled in the UK. And she shared with us that in the UK, women have outnumbered men in medical school for the last 25 years. 21% of gastroenterologists are female, and in 2014, the BSG recognized that women were underrepresented, and they formed Supporting Women in Gastroenterology, SWIG. And Sharmila shares with us that in the UK, flexible training is possible, but it does impact your pay and your length of training. And there's a very nice survey from the BSG trainees, and they showed that 30% of women are more likely to pick a flexible work pattern as opposed to only 2.6% of men. And the UK has a very diverse healthcare workforce, and there's call for equal prioritization, not just of gender, but of ethnicity, diversity, and inclusion. Throughout Europe, more females than males in medical school. And the UEG similarly realized that this was a problem, and in 2015, they set up the Women in GI Forum. And we have the Secretary General here with us, Janine, and I thought no better person than to get her perspective on Europe. And she shares with us that in the Netherlands, there are 17 million inhabitants, 68% of medical students are female, 500 gastroenterologists, 40% do interventional endoscopy, 15% of which are female. There's 30% female representation on boards and 25% females in academia. And the challenge, Janine says, to keep repeating that you can do it too. And to overcome, have a supportive network of females or males. If it doesn't exist, create one. Maternity and paternal leave is pretty decent. Again, flexible training is possible, but your training is extended if time is taken off. And if you look at the Nordic countries, they lead the world in closing the gender gap. And the reason for this is that policymakers explicitly support gender equality at work, at home, and in public. And they also support women joining or returning to the workplace. The pandemic has shown us that women physicians are more likely than male physicians to be responsible for childcare, schooling, and household tasks. So flexible training is something that we should think about, and I think it should be for both men and women, because today medicine is so difficult and it is so challenging. Everybody is running around. We don't have a life outside medicine. There's so much burnout and mental illness, and I think we really need to relook at this. Moving on to the Middle East and Africa. So Majida Bukhari is an American-trained gastroenterologist who returned to Saudi, and she's in Dubai now. And she shares with us that, again, a female preponderance in medical school, but very few females in gastroenterology and even fewer in the leadership positions. Apart from the usual challenges, she shares with us that they get less respect from colleagues and sometimes patients, and there's professional isolation. And Majida has a fantastic TikTok, Instagram thing where she has very nice videos, short videos on educating the public. And she says, despite all the obstacles and difficulties, it is worth every second. The world needs endoscopy. Endoscopy needs more women. Asma is here as well today, and Asma shares with us that endoscopy should be about skills and knowledge and not about man or woman. Let's abolish the gender bias in endoscopy. And I believe Asma is the only person doing third space endoscopy in Kuwait. Shaima is another up-and-coming rising star from Egypt. She and her team were the first to start third space endoscopy and ESD in Egypt after being trained in Shanghai, China. And she says access to medical school and gastroenterology is based on your score and not gender. And all her mentors were male. Special mention to Professor Mazen Naga. Challenges, usually ourselves. We need to overcome our own weaknesses, ignore unpleasant, jealous, negative comments, and patients are not convinced that a female doctor can do advanced endoscopy. How to overcome? So this is interesting. Her invitation to DDW as a trainer for ESD was highlighted in the media, and it made a significant difference. So this is where we need to increase the visibility. We need to create platforms for women to showcase their skills and expertise like today. Men need to nominate, women at the top need to push for it. And with social media, women do not need for an invitation. They can do this on their own. Moving on to the Asia Pacific. So are we any different? We are a huge continent with wide variation in socio-cultural views. And are women underrepresented in GI? I'd like to start off with my WICNAP co-founders, Nontali from Thailand and Payal from Australia. Nontali is the first female president of the Thai Association of GI Endoscopy, the first in 20 years. And she is now the current chair of WICNAP. And you can see that she is such an amazing inspiration that she has an almost 50% female fellow in her department. And having Grace Elta as her mentor, I'm sure played a big role in molding Nontili. Similarly, Payal is in Sydney, and she proudly sits here with her 100% female fellows this year. And again, Mimi Kanto was her mentor, and I think she also had a big role to play. Pakistan, this is Dr. Lubna Kamani, and she is the first female president of the Pakistan Society of GI and Liver Diseases. And she shares with us that 80 to 85% of medical schools in Pakistan are female, but unfortunately in the workforce, the number drops significantly. And she tells us about this interesting concept of doctor bride in Pakistan, where families want a doctor wife for their sons, but after marriage, they're not allowed to work. And this is obviously a problem. They call them the missing doctors. And they think that this is, an interplay of social, organizational, individual factors, which are all tied together by social norms. India, there are so many amazing icons here. Shobna, Jayanti, Usha. I couldn't have enough space to put more people. And I think there is a rising trend of women joining medical colleges. But again, in the workforce, I think there is a dropout rate. I've chosen to highlight my dear Rupa, who is here at AIG, and she stands very proud with her all-female team. And she considers herself very fortunate, but she acknowledges that women do have challenges, such as the longer learning curve and work-life balance and so on and so forth. This is Professor Hafiza Aftab. We call her Rosie. She's from Bangladesh. She is the first female professor and chair of gastroenterology. She is the first female interventional gastroenterologist, and she trained in Japan and in India. And she says that there is no female occupying the leadership positions in the Bangladesh Gastro Society. And she says it's going to take a long time to change the mindset. China, this is Ming Yan. And Ming Yan is a new mom. She just had a baby. China, again, female preponderance of medical students. The Department of Gastroenterology has a lot of females running around and doing the works, but the directors are usually male. And being a young mom, she says that the community expects mothers to devote more time to the family. As a result, young career women are fearing marriage and childbearing. Myanmar. The role of women in modern Burmese society remains restricted. Women in Myanmar remain economically disempowered, underpaid, and underrepresented in the workforce and at every level. But guess what? In the gastro department, there are more than 60% are women. And Tantan A from the University of Yangon, she shares with us that there are 3 generations of female heads of department, and it is this strong female presence over generations. These senior women gastroenterologists have been inspiring role models who've contributed to the increased number of female trainees. The Philippines is the only Asian country to have made it to the top 10 of the global gender gap. And the reason for this is the Magna Carta of Women, a landmark law signed nearly 13 years ago seeking to eliminate discrimination against women. So it takes legislation for change. And you can see again, 45% of gastroenterologists in the Philippines are female. What about Korea? This is Ann Kim. She is the first female chairperson of the research group of the Korean Society of Gastro, the first female member in the steering committee, and served for 6 years. And she's the deputy editor of clinical endoscopy. And she says there are many hurdles for women in GI in Korea, but a diversity committee has been established. So there is hope. She feels that women doctors should still try harder to let their voices be heard. What about Japan? Naomi Kakushima shares with us that it's not just a problem for women in GI, but for all women in medicine. Less than 21% of doctors in Japan are women, and they have to choose between family and career, and many are choosing work over children, and the fertility rates are very low. And you can see here, it's very interesting that she shows us that the activity ratio. So the dropout rate is highest between the ages of 25 to 35, and very few people, women, actually make it back into the workforce. The JGES recognized this, and in 2011 set up the Women's Doctor Support Committee, and in 2015 they expanded that to include the trainees as well. And I think all the changes they've taken has made a change. In 7 years, there has been a double in the number of female faculty as well. More solutions, the women took it upon themselves to help each other. They set up Women for Women workshops, and they found this fun. They made friends, they shared experiences, they set up home pages to help young mums. And we all know about the Tokyo Medical University scandal. At least they are able to have their voices heard as well. So other tales from Asia, due to time constraint, I'll just tell you a couple of interesting comments. Social pressure. Sometimes you have to drink alcohol to maintain good relation. And the other interesting one is very happy there's a women's group, but afraid to be seen as part of it, as it may upset male colleagues. So at the end of the day, whether it's Japan or whether it's the United States, I think all over the world we have the same issues. The attrition rate is at the same stage, at between 25 to 35. And it's the biological desire, it is the bias, it is the socio-cultural expectations, it's the unconducive workplace. And in 2023, I think you have to add burnout there. But you can't run away from the fact that this is also an expensive economic waste. And so we have to deal with the contentious question of, if a candidate has no future plans of practicing medicine, why offer him or her a seat? And I think the only way to address this is to create a way to help people return back into the workforce. So women are needed in gastroenterology. We know females prefer female endoscopists. We know the pandemic has shown us that more than 70% of healthcare workers were female, but less than 1 in 5 were at the table making decisions. And that's important because sufficient emphasis has to be made for certain women's issues. Recognizing the leadership potential of women to capitalize on half the human race, that's also very important. And diversity, of course, is healthy and adds richness to any field. So number one, I've got 3 challenges. The first one is, how do we encourage more women to enter gastroenterology? I think we all agree that we need role models. We have role models. Women get inspired. Men see that women can do it. We are honest. You can share your experiences. And male mentors are as important as female mentors. Fostering collaboration through networking. Women are sometimes their biggest obstacles. Sometimes we need to be courageous to just show up, to stand up, and to speak up. And marriage should not be a deterrent to career progression. I think it really starts with us as my age group, mothers, mother-in-laws, and I think we need to support and encourage our daughters and daughter-in-laws to return to work and achieve their full potential, maintain financial independence, and provide a dual income. Everyone will be quite happy with that. And we have to learn to break that bias of women take care, men take charge. I don't know if you've heard of the crab mentality, where women tend to pull each other down rather than uplift each other. And of course, the imposter syndrome, where you feel you're never good enough. The second challenge, how do we reduce the dropout rate and successfully reinstate the women? The most difficult choice between family and career, and really we should not need to choose. And if you need to choose, that choice should not be painful. And it happens at a time when you are starting your training, at the same time you want to start a family. There are very difficult decisions to make. You have to be courageous to take that decision and make that decision right. But you do not need to leave the path altogether. It may be a slower path, but you do not leave that path. You will get there eventually. And I think you need to choose your spouse wisely, because that's really the most important decision of your life. And that eternal question of, can we have it all? I think you can, but definitely not at the same time. System change, we need to revamp the workplace. We need to institute family-friendly policies. We need to have better paternity leave to let men enjoy their family. create returnships into GI, and I was thinking that we should create returnships through AIG. So women who take time out after pregnancy or anyone after illness or a long break come to Nagi for a refresher course. And as I said earlier, medicine has become harder, more complex, faster, more challenging. We have to change. Number 3, how do we promote leadership in women? We know there's power in connection, there is power in stories, there's power in helping each other succeed. The pandemic has shown us leaders at many levels, and also the glass cliff, where women are only asked to lead during periods of intense stress and times of crisis when the chances of failure is highest. But then, even when the odds are against you in a man's world, men and women have different leadership styles, and we can learn from both. But I think women have a slightly better insight, and they know when to leave the stage gracefully. And finally, positive discrimination policies, quotas, are they advisable? No woman wants to be there to fill a number. You want to be there because you deserve to be there. Unfortunately, there are still a lot of male-only panels, and the reason is that there are not enough women. After today, no more manuals. We need formal coaching and mentoring programs, and we as women, we need to learn to ask for opportunities as well, not just for leadership, but also industry support and so forth. So my last slide, in conclusion, I think the future is very bright. We know the issues, we have the data, we can't wait for social and political will. We need to learn from each other, and the change starts from us. As a fraternity, we need to create paths in gastroenterology to recruit, support, retain. And for all of you craving a life in advanced endoscopy, it's all about the passion and the numbers. Get yourself to a high volume center with fantastic mentors, and there's no better place than here in AIG. And with that, I thank you very much.
Dr. Sharmila, thank you so very much. This was an absolutely beautiful talk. And you showed us these beautiful stories of your colleagues, female experts in the field. I'm absolutely confident that this was not only inspiring for women in the room, but also for men, I'm sure. So thank you so very much. In the interest of time, I don't believe there will be really an opportunity for questions. I don't know if you'd like to make some comments.
Thank you, Sharmila, for this interesting topic, and to see that all the perspective against women have been changed, and we see that the women can do what men can do, and there is no difference. And interestingly, like even in Kuwait, like if I'll tell you that the medical school, they were accepting like 60% male and 40% female, but this has been changed over the last 3 years, and they get the admission based on their grades. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharmila, for that wonderful coverage on women in endoscopy across the universe. And thank you, moderators, for taking us through this session. We now move on to the next topic, and we have moderators for this session, Dr. Manisha Dwivedi, who is Professor of Gastroenterology at Motilal Nehru Medical College, Allahabad, and Dr. Shobna Bhatia, who is currently the Director of Neuromotility at the Department of Gastroenterology, Sir H.N. Reliance Hospital, Mumbai. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor to welcome all of you to this unique workshop. And Dr. Nagi deserves all the praise for getting all of us together. It was just 1 year back that he conceived this idea, and you see, just in a short span of 1 year, what he has put up, and he's got all of us together for this inspiring meeting. The next talk will be by Dr. Usha Datta. She is a professor and head of gastroenterology at the Postgraduate Institute, Chandigarh, and she'll be talking to you about challenges for women in India, the way forward in endoscopy. Dr. Usha Datta.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a wonderful day, and it's a grand thought in action. So it's an honor to be a part of this, really inspiring. So I'll focus on the Indian issues and the way forwards, especially in endoscopy. So what are the challenges for women in India? What are the challenges in gastroenterology? What are the challenges in endoscopy, and what's the way forward? A woman in gastroenterology in India is already a diamond. She has withstood all the pressures to reach here. She has survived female feticide. 10% of potential women are lost at that time. She has survived her neonatal period despite lack of celebration. 10% of the girl children are lost due to poor access to health care. She managed to go to school because 20% school dropout rate for girls. 40% potential doctors already lost here. And then she finds time to study despite household chores and helping her mother around. Yet she succeeded. In fact, she did better than boys at the 12th standard exam. She got into medical program and she aimed for a career just like anybody else. But what's the reality? 1/3 of the people only manage to do post-graduation because they get married at that time. And only 1/100th of people who join MBBS get to academic positions. So it's really narrow at the top. At MBBS at the age of 17 when I joined in, and then you join in your MD, most people take stereotypical roles, paraclinical branches. So many people advised me, don't do medicine, it's going to take away your family life. I withstood all that pressure. I said, no, I'm just going to do what I want to do. And instead of joining these paraclinical branches, I decided to do internal medicine and gastroenterology, and then DM. And again, at the time of end of MD, there was a thing, get married now. So I said, no, not till I get into my DM. So all these struggles you go through, and then fortunately I could go for an international fellowship, and then joined faculty. And then all this happens provided you do not have any gaps. But unfortunately, many people have gaps before getting into their MD, before getting into their DM programs. Now you enter the workspace. It's a huge uphill task. Job satisfaction is lower for most people according to surveys, not with me, but longer work hours, having to work harder, disparity in income, disruption of family life, lesser promotions, lesser recognitions. Fortunately, it has been very kind for me, but I don't think it is the same for most people, and that's why I brought it out. So many people feel the input is more than the output. So why are these challenges there in India as well as in the world? It's a patriarchal mindset. Then there is physiological needs for a woman. There are household chores and self-doubt, as Dr. Sharmila said about the imposter syndrome. Patriarchal mindset is there in men and women, and this is a big hindrance, especially when it is in women too. India in the gender equality rating is at 140 position out of 156 countries. So we are at the rock bottom. And we have miles to go before we sleep. And Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan are far better than the country. What can we do? Change your mindset first. Each lady and each man sitting here has to change their mindset before we can move forward. It was a man's mindset which became the society's mindset, which has now percolated to a lady's mindset. And unless we change, unless we are the change we want to see in the world, we cannot change anything. It has to be, change has to come first in our thoughts, in our minds. Educate women, empower them, encourage them, and emancipate them. And in the society, you have to bring in administrative changes like how Iceland has done. This has changed the way women are working in these countries. And there are mandatory unconscious gender bias elimination training which men and women have to undergo. We can ask Dr. Nagi to help us with leadership programs in this area so that this bias at a subconscious level goes away. And always remember, you're not a liability. You're adding financial stability to your husband, you're adding social status to your family, you're adding a feminine perspective to medicine, you're an asset. You're not an imposter. You're hardworking, you're genuine, you're skilled. You're not a fraud, you're an asset. It's a patriarchal society. It's 5,000 years. It won't go out in a day. But put that aspect into a blind spot of the eye. Stop thinking about it, because that is very demeaning and a negative thought. Just put it into the blind spot and move on from there. Women have gone to space, but we have to guard our physical space. Women, it is also the mental space you have to guard from bombardment from the society, bombardment from near and dears. So always remember, your mental space has to be guarded and has to be under your own control. Don't let anyone make you feel guilty. If your child is not well, his child is not doing well, there's some problem. First thing they point out is the lady is going to work. Your husband, your children, your relatives, your society, all of them can point a finger immediately at you. So don't take credit for your child doing well, because the child, as Khalil Gibran says, it is nature's longing for itself. It comes through you and not from you. So don't take credit and don't take discredit, but do your duty and do that well. Enlist cooperation of both the genders. It is important for men and women together to sit and think about how to take things forward, as gender equality is a human fight and not a female fight. Women do need time for special physiological needs. Young girls, they have so much of embarrassment in saying that they are having menstrual pain. Can they take a day off? It is so difficult for them. We don't have a space in our hospital where we have a place where they can go and rest for a short while. Rest of the and pregnancy definitely is something which they do need to take some time off, and most women actually end up working till term, and after that they would need about 3 months minimum to recuperate, and ideally a year if that is possible. And lactation is also another thing which it is a physiological need. It's important to bring the next generation healthy. The rest, all demands on women are social expectations and are not required for women to do. 25 to 35 years is a tightrope walking period. It's a physiological time to conceive. There is social pressure for having kids. It's a time to learn endoscopy, and it's a career peak growth. And this is a time I think it is very important for women to understand that they can postpone some learning process in endoscopy, especially fluoroscopy driven procedures. You can take it after some time. And we have such skilled mentors in India, such skilled mentors at AIG who can help us do that. And that is the time you can learn EUS, where there is no radiation issue. And EUS scopes have to be made lighter so that it is easier for women to handle. These changes have to come by liaising with industry. Career versus pregnancy is always a tussle for most women. Lady gastroenterologists tend to either remain spinsters, delay their marriages, more often are declared infertile, avoid pregnancy, delay their second pregnancy, and avoid a second child. So there is a biological clock. Let us accept that we are a human body. It needs its own time. So we have to learn to, play both the components. So this is where we can really help. This is something which really bothers women, how to manage pregnancy and a career. And this is where refresher courses, short, dedicated, immersive, skill-based endoscopies courses, post-DM advancement courses for skill-based, so that people are not feeling that they have to learn it from the place where they are doing their DM or DNB. So endoscopy has become a very vital part of gastroenterology. Unfortunately, gastroenterology is suffering because of endoscopy. People are so much into endoscopy those 3 years that they are not able to focus on gastroenterology. So we have to take out this endoscopy into small, structured, skill-based courses. And it is, I quite often tell my residents, if every day for 10 minutes you're going to learn driving, you will not learn in 1 year. If you're going to learn for 1 whole week, in 1 week you will be an expert driver. So these are required neurophysical skills. So every day doing that for a short time is a better thing than doing it on and off. Planning pregnancy is very important because it is a glorious part of your life. And it is very glorious to bring forth children and nurture children, but pregnancy occupies only 10% of your career time. I know it's at a vital time, so if you can phase shift it, you can manage in your 50 years working span having 1 or 2 pregnancies as you wish. Gastroenterology, as Dr. Shalmana said, there's a lot of dropouts. And here I have a suggestion, and this is something which leaders in India can take up, is to have an integrated MD-DM 5-year course just after MBBS. After MBBS, you don't go through this MD and then DM. It is not required. If somebody decides to be a gastroenterologist, start off from there, and in 5 years, by 30 years, you've finished your training and you're fine. Now from DINKS to a family. DINKS is double income, no kids. So from there you have to move to a family. This is a frame shift. You know, husband and wife working, having dinner outside, everything is fine. Watch a late night movie, it's fine. Then when you have to run a household, is there when comes the question. And that's when men take the point forward and you have to take back. And compared to career-oriented men, women do not have a wife at home. So you have to create the household which runs on an autopilot. If you can fly planes from here to New York on an autopilot, why can't a household be run autopilot? And believe me, can run my whole household without being there and without any intervention, because I've created 4-5 people who are buffering me all the time. And I don't know what is there, and all the 5 people are not literate, but they manage. So another distinction is between house and home. House is cooking, cleaning, washing, shopping. This can all be delegated. Housework can be delegated. Delegate all the housework, hire good help, train them well, take care of them, and empower them. There are also other women and men who are lower rank in the society. They have economic needs, they have social issues. Help them and have buffers. Not that today my maid hasn't come, so I can't come to work. Have 2-3 people so that some locum maids who will come in and work for you if you need to. And home. Home is a place for love, care, sharing, support, and this you have to do. Homework is yours, and this is where you have to share it with your spouse. Husband support is vital. Choose him wisely if you have not yet chosen one. Explain to him why your work is important. He alone can reset the social clock of patriarchy. Together you must fight social inequality. Enter workspace. Again, there is a taboo here because male and male bonding is very important for rapid career growth, but male-female bonding is a taboo. Difficulty for women to bond beyond work hours, have long work hours, to go out of station, get selected. I'm actually now out of my home for 4 days now. I'll reach home only on Sunday, but the house will go on and my daughter is having exams. My husband is teaching her, so it's fine. So I teach when he is not around. So can we help here? So this is where we need more women in gastroenterology, more female endoscopy staff. As Dr. Nagi said, we have female anesthetists. Have female anesthetists, have female endoscopy technician, so that the workspace is not dominated by men. Ensure workspace safety, segregate washrooms, retiring rooms, safety during duty hours, safety during night travel because you have to come in for emergency endoscopy, add daycare at workspace, design the workspace with women also in mind. Advocacy and mentorship is very important. Women have to be speaking up. I have been in committees where it would have gone the male-dominated way till I put my foot down and said any meritorious women should be taken. We should never compromise merit, but women should not be not given a position because they are a woman. So here we can help again. We need leadership program for women, recruit more women to senior positions. So what can a gastroenterology admin do? Add flexibility through the curriculum. Support women who are taking out time for family, do not perpetuate stereotypes, promote gender equality at selection, zero tolerance policy. Allow micro-offs, job sharing, flexi timing, childcare leave in private sector also. Childcare leave has come into government sector. It's a very useful thing for many women to take out time for family. It has to come into the private sector. Hybrid teaching sessions. Everything which is done live has to go hybrid so that anybody who can't come can still participate in the meeting. Long working hours, we can have job sharing, part-time jobs. What must we learn from Iceland? Iceland has 7 laws why it has become the top country for gender equality. Women's equality is literally protected by law. Equal pay for equal work is mandatory. Company board should include at least 40% women. Best parental leave policy. From preschool to college, kids learn about gender equality. We have to teach our children, boy or girl, you have to teach them about gender equality. Paying for sex is illegal, and there is a magical ministry of gender equality. Challenges with endoscopy. Male hand, female hand, there's a difference in size, but the dial is better suited for the male hand. It is important to liaise with industry and make smaller dials so that women and men who have smaller hands can work with it. One size apron. Different shoulder sizes, but we have one size apron quite often falling off from the shoulder. Now aprons are available of different sizes, different designs. So choose a nice apron for your colleagues, male or female. Heavy aprons create a problem, make lighter aprons. Table height, instead of having a fixed table height, for different people, you have to have adjustable table height. These have now become a norm in most endoscopy areas, but I still find many centers still have non-adjustable tables. Endoscopy training requires tactile instructions. So a male mentor has to take the permission of the female student that this will require tactile instructions. Are you okay with it? And the lady has to give a consent, and this has to happen across both the genders. I train male students, so you have to have that mutual respect for each other's space, and have women staff in the room, anesthetists, endoscopy technicians, nurses. So what can the GI societies do? Organize immersive short-term training workshops for specific skills. This can run all the time. Facilitate short-term trainee positions. Have a hybrid mode for all conferences mandatory. Promote lady representation in all forums. Ensure that GI develops as an inclusive field. Conduct leadership programs for women. Advocate for an MDDM integrated 5-year program in gastroenterology. We have it in neurosurgery. We have it in pediatric surgery. Why not gastroenterology? Make it a motto to support lady gastroenterologists. Gastroenterology as a subject needs more women. It has better adenoma detection, better patient care. So I will not go into all these components, but we do need to support them. But not at the cost of broken homes, broken ligaments, broken lineages. Many women colleagues I find are not taking up going through pregnancy or planning to expand their family just because they are afraid of losing out on their career. This should not happen. It's a difficult balancing act being an interventionist, super specialist, working woman, but you are also supposed to do it with a smile when you reach home. It has been an arduous journey for many of us. Now let us make a highway for others, so that this lady can manage gastroenterology and a home and not get bogged down by both of them. She is after all a diamond. Let us help her shine. Now that we are all thinking together, I'm sure we will have a solution. And we invite you to participate in an online survey which we are conducting on behalf of ISG. I'll put up the QR code outside. This is what I want you to leave with. We are all human spirits right now in the body of a man or a woman. There is no constraint to human spirit, no walls to human spirit, no barriers to our progress except those we erect ourselves. Thank you.
Comment.
Thank you, Usha. That was indeed a wonderful, inspiring talk. I'm sure many of the women in the audience, when they were born and they were studying, had thought that we wish we were born as boys. I'm sure many of you would have felt that. But after listening to Usha's talk, I think we're happy that we are the women and we're happy that we can lead in society. Thank you, Usha. Do we have time for questions? Okay, can we have a few questions from the audience? We can have questions from the men as well. Okay, you can give some comments.
We have about 5 minutes. You can take.
What Dr. Usha spoke was wonderful, and she touched upon the facts very well. As she rightly said, you can run your home from a remote control also if you have a buffer, and that way we in India are lucky because you have a support system with us. which maybe people outside are not so fortunate to have that. And of course, you have to have a supportive spouse before you can achieve anything. And your idea about having these short-term immersive courses is also a very brilliant idea and should be done. Because before I joined my gastroenterology training at the All India Institute, I went there for a short course of 3 months. It was a SIBA Gaigi fellowship in gastroenterology. And there I had an insight into gastroenterology, which prompted me to take up gastroenterology. So AIG certainly and other centers can offer these specialized courses, which would be very helpful to all of us. Thank you.
So, Radhika,
Yeah.
so please introduce yourself
Yeah.
and tell us what your question is.
I'm Dr. Radhika Chauhan, ex-fellow and consultant from AIG. But
Near
now
the
I am-
mic, please.
Okay, can
Talk
you
in
hear
the
me?
mic.
Okay. Now I am in Ahmedabad. So I have one comment. So this gender discrimination starts in a childhood. It's like a pink for girls and blue for boys. That has to be changed. Many of the times we are told that we can't do this or that. I think that should be changed. So it starts in a childhood so we can grow better and like our male colleague. So what is your opinion about
Yeah,
this?
I have brought up my son and daughter just like children, good human beings, and not like boy and girl.
Yes.
The last comment.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Ramila Shrestha from Nepal. And then this is not a question. I want to add something because this is, first of all, thank you AIG for gathering this gathering for the females. And as a female gastroenterologist, I want to add some points. Because I was the only one female gastroenterologist in Nepal for a long time, for 20 years. And only this, within this 2-3 years, we have only 2-3 gastroenterologists. And this, as everyone said, we face a lot of problems, but we have to change ourselves. We can't change. If we change ourselves, we can change our community, society, and political scenario. And the other one is this. As now I'm a professor in gastroenterology in NAMS, National Academy of Medical Sciences, and during my selection of my professorship, also my forms were discarded. And there is also the gender bias or what, that is a discrimination. Even though I passed the examination, I fulfill all my criterias, but even though that it was a discarded. And also the last, 6 months ago, there was an election for the presidentship for Gastroenterology Society. I elected as a president in the Nepalese Society of Gastroenterologists. After my election, they denied this leadership, female leadership, and they wanted to cancel this election. And the cyber crime came, and they declared this results. They declared the results of as I'm a president. Now I'm leading this presidentship of gastromedicine and this gastrophysician and gastrosurgeons.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think we'll have to discuss
appreciate
that on
yeah.
tea because there is a
Yeah.
limitation on time. But maybe we can all start by thinking
Yeah, okay,
that
thank you.
should we not send our girls to co-ed schools instead of pure girls schools?
Yeah, thank
Let
you.
us not teach them stitching and cooking. Let the boys also learn it. Why
Why
not?
also learn
And then we will have equal gender
There is no gender in
opportunities.
gastroenterology.
Yes.
We are only the doctors. We are the doctors.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, Usha, for a wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Usha, for that wonderful talk, and thank you, moderators. We now move on to the next session, and that is on endoscopy in pancreatic malignancies from diagnostic to therapeutic. And to moderate this session, we have Dr. Shrestha from Department of Gastroenterology, Tata Memorial Hospital, Mumbai. Dr. Monica Jain, Chief Gastroenterologist and Hepatologist from Asian Institute of Liver and Digestive Diseases, Delhi, and Dr. Isa from Sultan Qaboos Comprehensive Cancer Care Hospital, Oman. Over to the moderators to introduce the speaker and take over the proceedings. Dr. Monica,
Good morning. First of all, thank you, Dr. Nagi Reddy, for this great initiative for organizing this conference. The topic for next session is endoscopy in pancreatic malignancies, from diagnostic to therapeutic. To deliver this talk, we have Professor Jening E. Van Hoof, who is a professor of gastroenterology and hepatology and head of department at the Leiden University Medical Center. She is the secretary of United European Gastroenterology and is a member of the Scientific Council of Dutch Pancreatic Cancer Group and also a board member of Pancreatitis Working Group, Netherlands. She is a co-founder and member of International Organization on Women in Endoscopy and a member of Equality and Diversity Task Force of UEG. She has her research in the field of intervention endoscopy, diseases of pancreas, bile duct, and GI oncology. She has over 200 scientific publications and various book chapters. Over to Dr. Jening E. Van Hoof.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having this nice introduction, and a special thanks for being here. First of all, having to take the position after this very inspiring lectures. Big thanks to the speakers before. I go back to the big business. I mean, really a talk about pancreas. But there's another things I have to say. I'm here today, and my game changer in my life was doing my part of internship here at this institute. It's now 10 years ago, and I have to say, till today, it's really what changed my life, being here surrounded by these very inspiring people, and they made me who I am today. So a big gratitude for the institute here. Now going to the topic, as said, it's one of my research topics. I'm going to talk about endoscopy and pancreatic malignancies from diagnostics to therapeutics. I do have some disclosures, as you can find over here. They're basically about lecturing. What will I talk with you about today? First, a brief introduction, and then what kind of imaging do we need for pancreatic diseases, how to get tissue, what to do about draining of the biliary tract, then fine needle injections, then gastro outlet obstruction, and of course a summary. So first I dived a bit into the data. I mean, in Europe, pancreatic carcinoma is really on our top list. It's happening quite often, but it appears that you are relatively lucky over here. Let's see, yes, I have a pointer. You are in the bottom line, but don't sit back and relax, because things are going to change. First of all, and that counts for everybody, if you get pancreatic cancer, as you can see here, it's not in the circle of the incidence, but in the circle of mortality. So if you get pancreatic cancer, the chance that you're going to die from it, it's very high. And I think there is where our challenge is. You can diagnose it, but then how do we cure those people? And at the moment, it's the 7th most lethal disease of cancer we have in the world. Then I went a bit deeper into the cause of pancreatic cancer. These are data from the World Cancer Research. What they state is risk factors for pancreatic cancer are smoking and family history. But then another challenge, and I think that's appearing everywhere, and also here in India, being overrated, being obese, and I think that's increasing really rapidly in the world. And then bad luck for the Dutch. Being tall is really a risk of getting pancreatic cancer. But also there, the Indian population is also getting taller and taller. And I think if you look at the image, they even outbeat the Dutch. What else is there to be known about the risk of pancreatic cancer? If you eat red meat, luckily you don't do too much, meat that has been processed and also drinking alcohol are risk factors for getting pancreatic cancer. So I think right at the moment you're still quite low, but I'm quite sure the numbers will rise quite rapidly the coming years. And then what? If you go to your patients, and I think that's where we all here for, how do we diagnose it in our patients? And I have to say that often the symptoms are very subtle and not very specific. Your patient can present with jaundice, abdominal pain, anorexia, weight loss, acute pancreatitis, diabetes, steatoria, but they can have all kind of different things behind. They don't necessarily need to have pancreatic carcinoma, so it's really difficult to get there. And then after your anamnesis, you go to your physical examination and you think, okay, that's going to help me. But if you look at this list, there's nothing really specific for pancreatic cancer. I mean, jaundice can also just be an obstructing stone. So you might have a suspicion in your patient with your anamnesis and physical examination, you won't get there. You will need imaging. And then I think it comes to what kind of imaging do you need? And I think this is a nice flow chart. First of all, of course, you need to have a suspicion. And then what you should do is either a CT or an MRI. I come back to that while that's the best as next step. And later in the flow chart, you see the ultrasound, the EUS, and then with taking the tissue. What are the differences if you look at the imaging technique? I think a CT scan is really available nowadays more or less everywhere. It's very sensitive for identifying large tumors. And it is also helping you with seeing where the tumor is all going. Is there tumor extension? Are there liver mets? And what about the vascular involvement? I think MRI is really reliable to detect smaller lesions and lesions that are less well, have less well contour, but it's not available everywhere. I have to say, in my unit, we use it a lot, especially for the small liver mets to find them. And then you have the EUS, and the EUS, yes, it's operating dependent, but it's the most sensitive for the small lesions. Though I have to say, if you have a multidisciplinary meeting, it's far easier to look with everybody to a CT scan. You're more on the same page than you look with others to a video of an ultrasound of an EUS. So how does it look? This is one of the videos. If you start it, you think, okay, this might be just a lobular pancreas, but here you can clearly appreciate the lesion. So it's really very, very sensitive. So regarding imaging, start with a CT, eventually an MRI, and then you continue with an EUS. But then it's about getting the tissue. Especially if you want to go for a treatment, you really need to have a confirmation of what's the lesion all about. Some of you might know that I a bit involved in guidelines. I think we have quite some good ones out as well from the American, but also from the Asian Society and the European societies. Luckily, with regard to this topic, they're pretty much on the same page, so they come with the same conclusion. As you can appreciate over here, this is an ESG guideline published in 2017, and that's actually stating that if you want to get a tissue confirmation, go for EUS-FNA or FNB. And here you can appreciate the sensitivity and also the specificity, and they are really high. As I thought I should not only focus on the European market, I also checked other guidelines that were around. And as you can see here, this is a guideline from Korea. I was amazed. They have lots of guidelines, very nicely made, very good quality. So I was wondering, what do they say about FNA versus FNB? And they recommend that equally. And that's actually also what the European guideline is stating. Then there are more things if you try to get tissue. There's always a debate, which needle should you use? Should you do fanning or not? Should you do suction or not? Those topics are addressed in both of the guidelines. With regard to the needle size for FNA, it's recommended to use a 25 gauge needle. For FNB, it's the 22 gauge needle. Fanning, yes, in both of the guidelines they advise to fan. I think the most important is that you try to get tissue from different direction. That's improving your yield. And suction, I think it depends how bloody the first sample is. I think blood is the biggest threat to get good tissue. So if the first specimen is really bloody, I would refrain from doing suction. If it's very few and it's not bloody, you could do suction, and that's actually also what is stated in the guidelines. Then we have more things. What about, for example, ESCP brushing? I'm always impressed by the low sensitivity you have if you do a brush. If you compare it over here, you see the sensitivity from the EUS and taking samples. Then you see here the brushing, and then you see here the biopsy. So they're really low. So if you have the possibility, of course, it doesn't matter if you already have taken from the ESCP, but in addition to do an EUS, you have a far higher chance to get a definite diagnosis. Then about the contrast harmonic, I think it can help you direct where you have to go. In the end, it's still tissue is the issue. And I have been at quite many international conferences where really hotshots were debating if it was green or blue and what kind of interpretation to give to it. I think there is really a huge inter-observer variance. So I really would go for the tissue. Then you can also see the elastography. We do it especially if we have the suspicion of a neuroendocrine tumor, and then it might help you to differentiate. Also, in the end, there often you just take tissue. Inconclusive, sometimes you get a result that's saying, okay, we don't know yet, and then I would just go back. Do it another time. It's really worthwhile. And what we also often do that if I failed, I ask my colleague, so he or she is doing the next procedure. And I think in the end, it's about getting a result for our patient. And it really helps to go for next time. And then it's always amazing to me. I mean, I'm pretty happy with this kind of sample. And then it goes to the pathology and they say, oh, it's so small. So I think there also you really have to work together with your pathologists so they know what they are getting. They get a good question from you, and then they for sure, and especially here, will get you a diagnosis. Then about drainage. If your patient has pancreatic carcinoma and is jaundiced, what should you do? And I really go back a bit in time. I would consider this a landmark paper that was published in 2010. If your patient is going for surgery, should or should you not drain preoperatively? And what did they do? They did a randomized controlled trial, 202 patients divided by preoperative drainage or surgery alone. And then they checked for serious complications. So these were the results, and I would say it was quite shocking. At least for us, we really thought, okay, we seem to be really doing not so good for the patient. This is what you get if you do preoperative drainage. So the total complication rate was 74%. And if you go straight away for surgery, then it's far lower. So should we really operate on beforehand? And if we do that, what kind of drainage should we do? This was really the comment on the study. It said, okay, it's well designed, but should you not have used a metal stent? And the ESCP failure rates are really high. So, okay, we thought we should take one of the suggestions into consideration. And what we did is we did add an additional arm to the study that was published in 2015. So we included another 49 patients, and they got a fully covered metal stent. And then we compared it to the other arms. So that's what you can appreciate over here. You still had the early surgery as the low line. Then you had the fully covered metal stent, and then you had the plastic stent. So if you go for, if the patient is jaundiced, Whether to go for the surgery direct, if possible, yes. And if you consider to drain, and I think that comes especially nowadays if you want to do pre-treatment with chemotherapeutics, I come back to that. But if you consider to drain up front of surgery, you should place a fully covered metal stent. So this is what it's highlighted here. Early surgery is the preferred. If you're going to drain, you should do a fully covered and preferably not a plastic stent. Of course, you can still debate, do you have to drain at all? And I think there's a randomized controlled trial being conducted at the moment, being under review. So maybe that's going to be the big game changer and we should not drain at all. I'm looking forward to the data. So then it's about the cost effectiveness. There's always a lot of debate. Of course, plastic stents are far cheaper than metal stents. But in the end, you can wonder with all the additional admissions if it's really cheaper. So this is one of the trials looking into it. If you're going to give neoadjuvant treatment, what should you do? I was a bit amazed about the low number of patients in this randomized controlled trial, but they still came with a clear conclusion. What they did is they compared fully covered with uncovered with plastic, and then to see the time to stent occlusion and costs. And also I have to say time to stent inclusion is important because that matters for the patient. The costs do not really matter so much for the patient, but it's especially, how is the whole phase before surgery going? So that's what you can appreciate over here. If you look at the costs in the end, there's no difference. If you look at the stent occlusion, so the day till stent occlusion, then you see that a fully covered metal stent is really doing better than the other options. And then I think also, especially in the mind of the patient, really of importance is the delay till chemotherapeutics they're going to get. So as you can see over here, it's the shortest if you use a fully covered metal stent. I know they're costly, but as outlined over here, in the end, it might not really make a difference. And then if you go to the palliation, what should you do there? Should you go for plastic? Should you go for metal? This is a meta-analysis, 20 randomized controlled trials. I have to say quite a number of patients included. And then also they compared the metal stent with the plastic stent and checked for stent patency and survival and 30 days mortality. And this is what the results are. The metal stent had a longer patency. In the end, there was no difference in overall survival. For the secondary endpoint, there was less complications with the metal stents and less re-interventions. And I know it's also there about cost. It depends on your system and also where the costs are. You might reason that, okay, if you don't have money, you put in a plastic and okay, that might be reasonable. But if you have a bit more to spend, then really consider to place a metal stent. This is also for cost-effective and metal stents for palliation in extrahepatic, a randomized controlled trial conducted in the Netherlands. There they also compared the different types of stents. And here I think what is nicely shown, that's the cost differences, but also if you look at the other line, it's what's adding up. I mean, it's especially also the hospital admissions that you have to take into consideration. So it's not only the cost of the stent, of the material, but also the readmissions afterwards, which in the end makes that it's equal with regard to cost. So that's also what's stated over here. It's preferred to place a metal stent. And then I know that there are differences per country. So if you cannot afford a metal stent, that can be the case, then place a plastic, and that's better than doing nothing. So consider your own financial situation. And then other endoscopy for drainage. I think there are lots of new techniques coming, EUS-guided biliary drainage. This is one of the nice graphs, which is giving what kind of different types of drainage are there. And I think we particularly focus on this side. You have the antegrade stenting and you have the transmural stenting. And we are lucky to have guidelines about it. And this is that's the first one that came out is from this area. And we have a European guideline as well. And I was very happy to find out that they have the same recommendation, that the EUS guided drainage comes after a failed ERCP. And I think that's also important to realize. It should not, I mean, you should be really still skilled in ERCP. It should not be just a replacement. It comes next in line if you have a failed ERCP. Then we come to fine needle injection, and I divided that in two parts. The first one is about the EUS guided marker placement. As you can see over here, these are gold markers. I tend to backload them, which is quite cumbersome, but still, in my opinion, it's more convenient than this type of needle. Why do you use it? We actually use it if patients are going to get radiotherapeutic treatment of their pancreatic carcinoma. And I think radiotherapy is really a good treatment source. It decreases the tumor, it reduces the number of affected lymph nodes, but often you really have to beam the whole surroundings, and that's where the problem is. And I try to show that over here. This is a conventional CT scan, and then it's in general quite easy to see where the tumor is. You see first of all the backbone. That's how they start with delineating the tumor, and then here you can quite clearly see where the tumor is. But then you go to the coin beam machine, the coin beam CT, which they use if they're going to give radiation. And yes, of course, you can see here quite well where the bone structure is. And then we get the problem. Is the tumor over here? Is it a bit more over there? Or might it be over there? So that's shown on this slide. First of all, how you place them, that's quite easy. You have a clear tumor, you get in with your needle, and you push out your marker. If you get then your CT scan, you can clearly see where the markers are. And that makes that radiation therapist can make from the red line go down to the blue line for giving the radiation. And that really makes a huge difference from the surrounding tissue, as you can see what's all around. So this is a supportive option we can also provide with our endoscopes. Then another one, and we've talked about this before. This is about celiac plexus neurolysis. I think especially if you have a proven unresectable pancreatic carcinoma and patients are in incredible pain and things are failing, you can do this plexus neurolysis. We will see that today as well. So you have a combination of 98% alcohol with pain medication. Then you have a special needle, and then you can go for different options. You can go for the ganglia, but also you can just go for the surroundings of the blood vessel to try to really get a reduction of the pain. And that's, I think, also what are the results. It's safe and effective, especially for short-term pain control. And it's especially reducing the use of opioids. You should not think they can stop, but it helps. You know, it all adds on to get the pain under control. And yeah, not surprisingly, it's not giving a longer survival, but it's giving a better quality of life. Then another option, I think by now the scope is really in use for pancreatic carcinoma. It's the gastric outlet obstruction. There also you have some options. Till some years ago you had the surgery or you had the stent, and I think quite recently we have also the EUS guided bypass which we can make. So what's doing better? I think there is still data to come. If you look at the official data at the moment, surgery is preferred, though I have to say that the complications with stenting are relatively mild. If they get blocked, you just place a new stent. So depending on the condition of your patient, I think stenting is also really a good alternative. Now the question is, where do the new techniques come in? I can already tell you that we might have some cases today or tomorrow where you choose to do this EUS guided bypass. It's recommended. It's preferred above surgery. That's where we think we are heading to, but I have to say that the data should still be presented. Large randomized controlled trials are missing. So time for the summary. I talked about a lot, I would say. So pancreatic carcinoma is the 7th world leading cause of death. If you have a suspicion, you should do either a CT or an MRI, and the EUS comes next. Biliary drainage is key. Metal over plastic, ERCP is still over the EUS. Fine needle injections, markers can decrease radiation fields, and plexus neuralysis can also really add to control the pain. And gastric outlet obstruction can be managed nowadays endoscopically, either by stent or by EUS-guided bypass. Time for questions. I come back to that. I based this on quite some literature, so if people want to know what I have read, this is behind it. I did not put it below on the slides. Time for questions.
I think we'll get comments from the chairpersons and questions after that.
Hello, Jan. That was a very nice talk. I have one question which still remains unanswered or which is perplexing all of us. Where does EUS stand in the algorithm for staging and resectability for pancreatic carcinoma?
Yeah, I think it's a very nice tool, and if you have a good operator, there's a lot to get from it, but it's the difficulties with standardization and using it in a multidisciplinary team. So I mean, if you have somebody who's really dedicated, he can do very good staging with an EUS, but I think the differences between the operators is so huge that it's often only the second step. The CT scan you can repeat in your multidisciplinary meeting. So just looking at the facts, I think EUS should deserve a better place, but then everybody who's doing that should be really dedicated and really write it down step by step.
One question is, what is your experience with contrast-enhanced endoscopic ultrasound?
Yeah, the contrast-enhanced ultrasound I particularly use if there is a doubt between a neuroendocrine tumor and a pancreatic malignancy. But still, also there, it can be quite surprising. So often we still take a biopsy. And so I would not just judge on the imaging that it's for sure a neuroendocrine tumor. And also there, they want to have the grading of the neuroendocrine tumor if they can stay conservative or that you need additional treatment.
The last two questions.
Dr. Madhura, please.
I'm Dr. Madhura from Coimbatore. So first of all, I would like to thank, I'm sure you're tired of hearing it's Dr. Nageswar Reddy. Thank you very much for this inspiring session, and we as interventional endoscopists are really inspired, meeting all of these people. My question is on EUS for molecular diagnosis of palliative pancreatic malignancies. Is there any role for molecular markers, and are there any tailor-made targeted chemotherapeutic agents?
Yeah, I think that's one of the ways forward, that we are going to learn from the tissue which kind of treatment might be useful. So I think there is a lot going on that field at the moment, where that's going to determine which patient is going to get with chemotherapeutics with a chance for response.
Dr. Mohan.
Janin, it was very nice lecture, and my question regarding preoperative biliary drainage to you is, we have seen the 5-year survival rate, even resectable pancreatic cancer, still less than 10% in single digits in over the years. So do you in Netherlands offering neoadjuvant chemotherapy to all, even fully resectable cancers, and offering preoperative biliary drainage, or still you are going with a surgical candidate direct for surgery?
Yeah, as you know, the Netherlands, there are tons of trials at the moment running. So I have to say about 90% of our patients will enter in trials. And the trials at this moment are to give them all pre-operative chemotherapeutics. And I think it's a systemic disease. That's also what, is lethal to the patients in the end. It's not the local tumor, it's the spread of the tumor. So we really look if they can get a chemotherapeutic upfront. The exceptions are if it's a very small tumor, sometimes you have this 1 or 1.5 centimeter tumor just obstructing the CBD, then we might straight away go for surgery. But more or less in all other cases, they will first get chemotherapeutics and be operated after 4 or more cycles of chemotherapeutics.
Okay, and most of them you are offering fully covered metal stent if they need drainage.
Yeah, if they need drainage, they get a fully covered metal stent, though we struggle there still a bit with the high number of post-ESCP pancreatitis. So we did a randomized control trial to see if you first have to do a sphincterotomy before you place the stent. This is a secret, but there's no difference. Data still have to be published. So then some people now saying, why do you not place multiple plastics? I don't know. Maybe we need another randomized control trial.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jeenan, for this excellent deliberation. So I think we don't have time now. For thanks a lot.
Thank you, the moderators, and thank you, Jenin. We break for tea, and at 11:45 sharp, we start with Amrita's lecture on Kolangiopancreatoscopy. Please, 15 minutes, and we are back for the next session. Bell ring. Jenny is my mentor, but the bell ring. अरे वाह निहारिका वंडरफुल तुम सिचुएशन में हो कैसा चल रहा है बैंगलोर बीच में तुमने पूछा था तब तक यहाँ जॉब पूरे खत्म हो गए थे request everyone in the foyer to please join us now. I think one more bell ringing please. Niharika has just come. Mona, bell maro. Yeah. Both the Bangalore people are. I'll take the Asha is here, Prachi is here, Niharika is here.
We now move on to the next session, post-tea break.
Yeah.
We call upon our chair moderators for the session, Dr. Asha, Head of Interventional Gastroenterology and Liver Disease, Continental Hospital, Dr. Prachi,
Come,
and
Asha.
Dr. Prachi, who is at the Tata Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Niharika Chandra, who is from the M. Fine Healthcare. Over to the moderators to introduce the speaker.
Just give me a minute, I'll ring the bell outside. Prachi.
Hello everyone, and we start this session with an update on Kolangiopancreatoscopy, and for this I would like to invite Dr. Amrita Sethi, who's Director of Pancreatico-Biliary Endoscopy Services, Columbia University Medical Center, USA. She's an Associate Professor of Medicine at Columbia University and a member of the GI Interventional Endoscopy Service. She's Director of Pancreatico-Biliary Endoscopy Services and also Director of Experimental Endoscopy. She's co-directed multiple live endoscopy courses, trained many interventional fellows, and she has a special interest in the endoscopic treatment of pancreatico-biliary diseases. Dr. Sethi.
Okay. Again, Nagy and all have heard it so many times, but I've spoken around the world at many, many conferences, and I can easily say this is the most inspiring that I've ever been to, and I sort of want to put pause after those first talks because I really am myself even inspired. So I will talk to you today on getting back to science on cholangiopancreatoscopy. So this is an update talk, but it's important to remember what cholangioscopy was really created for, and has its main traditional indications have been in helping with indeterminate strictures as well as in stone therapy. But some emerging indications have been in preoperative mapping, pancreatoscopy, thank you, and liver transplant strictures, as well as some techniques for cannulation, such as selective cannulation, foreign body removal, some therapeutics that we are getting into, and particularly pertaining to women is also now being able to perform fluoroless ERCP. So it's always important to look back at our history of cholangioscopy so we have perspective. This started as a specialized technique that required very special scopes, such as the mother-daughter scopes. These were fragile. They required 2 physicians in order to perform this. And the imaging was poor. We then moved on to video cholangioscopy, which was quite revealing in terms of the bile duct mucosa and the findings within it. It allowed us to really move from being to be radiologists in a way to return to our passion for endoscopy. And then we moved on to the ability to perform this as a single operator with single operator cholangioscopy using a fiber optic scope. And we had channels that would allow us to perform more procedures such as biopsies, and then finally move to our current iteration, which is digital single operator cholangioscopy, in which we have a digital chip at the end of the scope. It provides us with very high quality imaging and an ability to perform a number of different procedures, including biopsies and others that we'll discuss. So as I mentioned, single operator cholangioscopy basically can be performed by one physician. This is the scope that fits through the ERCP or duodenoscope. It allows for independent irrigation as well as another channel for single-use accessories, and it really allows us to perform quite a number of diagnostic and therapeutic procedures. So indeterminate biliary strictures will really remain the mainstay of the indication for cholangioscopy. As we'll see in some cases, indeterminate biliary strictures are those in which standard sampling with ERCP brushing and imaging does not demonstrate a mass, and brushings remain negative. And this occurs in about 20% of cases due to the very poor sensitivities of traditional sampling methods such as biliary brushing. So what does cholangioscopy allow for in this particular setting? Well, first and foremost is actual visualization, being able to get into the duct, see what the mucosa looks like, see if there's a presence of mass, what is the distribution, what is the relationship to the rest of the ducts, what is the normal mucosa. We can also then take targeted biopsies instead of randomly brushing and taking samples that way or using fluoroscopy. And we can really target those areas that our visualization suggests might be the most productive in terms of being able to get tissue. And then having that channel available to us and having innovation in our imaging also allows us to provide other imaging modalities that may help us give us better predictive values of whether lesions are malignant or non-malignant. So just some examples. So male who presented with painless jaundice, elevated LFTs, but no mass on MRCP, was sent for ERCP with sampling. And here you can see the cholangioscope up into the duct. There's some white fluffy tissue. This might be what we think of as inflammation. However, and then we get past that here, we reach some normal tissue. And so using this, we can really see there is some stone disease. Maybe this is a benign disease. However, coming into areas where there's a little bit more ulceration and increase in vascular patterns, we can direct our biopsies there in order to help us with our yield of tissue. And based on those biopsies, this patient was actually both found to have high-grade dysplasia as well as inflammation. But the high-grade dysplasia, which was from targeted areas of biopsying, allowed the patient to go for a Whipple, which actually demonstrated that he did have cholangiocarcinoma, but it was a curative resection. Similarly, this is an 81-year-old woman who had acute onset painless jaundice. Her CT scan showed severe biliary obstruction, but no evidence of a mass. And she went on to have a cholangioscopy here. And here you can see again, we're not quite sure what this tissue is, white pale tissue. But when we look further, we see very clearly a mass within the duct, these very dilated, irregular, tortuous vessels. And we can target those and areas of ulceration that we can target for biopsying very specifically that reveal adenocarcinoma. And then this patient, because of her age and mental status, went on to palliative care. So very helpful in helping us come to rapid diagnoses and then management. This is a very recent consensus guidelines. There's a lot of discussion about where cholangioscopy fits in the evaluation of indeterminate strictures. Do we need to first perform one ERCP and only after we fail to have a diagnosis perform cholangioscopy? This is from Asia, including AIG physicians. And this suggests actually that if a stricture is in the proximal ducts, meaning not in the distal duct, in which case perhaps EUS with FNA or imaging might be enough for management, then ERCP with cholangioscopy, including visual assessment and target biopsies, could be indicated in the first round. If the visual assessment is positive, but we have a negative tissue diagnosis, that patients should be surveyed quickly, should be surveyed in short intervals and undergo cholangioscopy again. If both are negative, then one can give longer periods between interval imaging. And if that continues to be negative, it can be considered a benign diagnosis. So let's just look a little bit about those two areas, visual impression and biopsies. This is really an area where we had to develop what the findings were. Previously, we were completely reliable on X-ray or fluoroscopic images. Once we were able to get our camera up there, it was for us to decide what these images meant that we were seeing. And a lot of work has gone into really characterizing the different findings in the biliary mucosa that you can see here, as well as really understanding what are the indications or what does this mean towards this being a benign finding versus a malignant finding, and really bringing together experts and providing consensus studies and classification systems, such as the Monaco classification system, to suggest that certain findings may be associated with malignancy versus benign. Other classification systems include the Carlos Robles Miranda classification system and others, but all of these are basically looking at what are the surface patterns, what are the projections, are there ulcerations, and what are the vascular patterns. And quite frankly, although our classification systems are performing more or less the same with sensitivities and specificities of above 90%, the question still remains, can we base a diagnosis on visualization alone, or do we need tissue? And I think all of this work that's been done has really helped us, but one thing we'll see is that perhaps an area like AI may make all of this work, really expedite all of this work and help us to make it more accurate. Back to those consensus guidelines, based on all of these studies, the 3 or 4 visual findings that are felt to be most sensitive towards diagnosis of malignancy include the tumor vessels, such as those that I showed you in that video, papillary projections, presence of a nodule or mass, and then suggestions of infiltrative disease, such as ulcerations. In a meta-analysis, systematic review and meta-analysis, the sensitivity of visual interpretation is as high as 94% and specificity of 95% with an accuracy of 94%. But again, the question is, what is the value of the biopsy? And don't we really need this more so than the visual impression? A lot of work has been actually done out of Orlando. Dr. Ji Bang, who's here, and her team in Orlando, looking at taking biopsies and having them evaluated to understand the significance of targeted biopsies. So the rose tick method, which is rapid on-site evaluation of the spy bite biopsy, demonstrated 100% sensitivity with mean number of 3 biopsies. A follow-up trial called the Socrates trial, in which on-site was not necessarily performed, showed similar results even in the absence of rows, really suggesting that it is the value of being able to visualize the target for your biopsy that makes a difference, not necessarily being able to have someone tell you in that moment if you're in the right space. Other studies did not necessarily show similar results in terms of the number of biopsies required. And then there's always the question, is more tissue better? Our tools now allow for bigger bites, but there has not necessarily been increase in accuracy due to that. Anecdotally, I can tell you that my own pathologists have told me that they are more impressed with the current biopsy samples that we can give them, and have been able to give us detailed diagnoses. So putting that together, visualization and biopsy, this is a study, again, AIG was involved, looking at the value of visualization, showing that direct cholangioscopy had a higher sensitivity and specificity than traditional ERCP. And when you added in biopsy samples, this sensitivity and specificity held true as well and was high as 95%. So again, going back to the consensus guidelines recently published, visual impression 83 to 90% sensitivity, specificity 89 to 96%, and targeted biopsies, again, 100% specificity, 80 to 85% sensitivity. The conclusion of this consensus was that performing digital cholangioscopy and establishing a visual impression as well as targeted biopsies could be or should be performed in some cases as your first time of index ERCP, and may in fact decrease the need for further studies. I mentioned that we have an accessory channel and we have innovation in our imaging technologies that may also help us with the diagnosis, such as confocal endomicroscopy. It's not that widely performed anymore because it does require a lot of components and training, but it is helpful in helping us distinguish between inflammation, perhaps, and malignancy. Again, this is a subjective area where we have to create the criteria and the meaning of the findings that we see, which perhaps may affect some of the use and results. But overall, in consensus studies did show an increase in specificity when applying some of these criteria. The other issue is, what do we do with the tissue that we obtain, for example, with our biopsies? And there are ways that we can enhance our diagnosis of malignancy, such as using fluorescence in situ hybridization or FISH, and combining that with our cytology results. Specifically when we're talking about proximal versus distal strictures. And in a few studies, they have demonstrated and suggested that perhaps FISH and cholangioscopy should be performed together for proximal strictures versus FISH and EUS-FNA for distal strictures. We can perform DNA methylation on these samples that we obtain with our biopsy forceps, as well as brushings, and next-gen sequencing, which I just learned yesterday is being performed quite a lot here in AIG. So one question is, for example, if the size of the biopsy forceps doesn't matter, maybe it's how we're actually obtaining that biopsy and the actual character of the disease. If cholangiocarcinoma tends to be an infiltrative disease, which means that capturing it with a biopsy forceps may not be the best way to obtain tissue. So perhaps we need to innovate on the way that we're getting that tissue, such as this innovation research tool in which cryo was used to help obtain the biopsy. And in gastric biopsies, for example, it was demonstrated to had a higher yield compared to forceps biopsies. And if we can translate this into tools that we can use in cholangioscopy, maybe this can help us with infiltrative disease like a cholangiocarcinoma. So we'll shift now to pancreatoscopy. It's oftentimes was not intended for this purpose, but has really grown in this field. And I would think particularly here in India with your high rate of chronic pancreatitis and dilated ducts. So early on, it was demonstrated that it had a high technical success rate to perform pancreatoscopy in dilated ducts or patients with strictures. And in this study of 79 patients, 33 patients had neoplasia confirmed on targeted biopsies. And just like in cholangioscopy, we see that our sensitivity is increased when we combine both our visual impression as well as our visually directed biopsies. What about patients who have dilated ducts for unclear reasons, such as idiopathic chronic pancreatitis, or pancreatic duct strictures with unclear evidence of malignancy? Should we perform pancreatoscopy in these patients? Well, in this study, patients who had prior EUS that demonstrated a stricture but no evidence of malignancy, or had undergone prior ERCP for stones, were actually found to have underlying IPMN, and changed the management of some of these patients, where 4 of them actually went to surgery and 2 patients were found to have cancer. The recommendations from this group were that if you have a patient with idiopathic chronic pancreatitis and a dilated duct, is to perform pancreatoscopy not only to clear the duct of potential stones, but to look for underlying evidence of IPMN, for example, or underlying malignancy. This is an example of pancreatoscopy in the setting of a patient with suspected IPMN. However, the surgeon was prepared to initially do distal pancreas because the dilated portion of the duct was the distal portion. And we decided to perform pancreatoscopy to really understand where the involved duct was, and in fact found that it was all within the proximal duct that this patient had this finger-like papillary tissue, which is very typical of IPMN. And this actually changed the patient's management because the patient ended up going for a Whipple instead of a distal pancreatectomy. So in this way, pancreatoscopy has definitely been used for preoperative assessment, both in the bile ducts and the pancreatic ducts. In this study, a multi-center study, patients who had a diagnosis of cholangio or IPMN underwent cholangiopancreatoscopy, and 34% of patients had a surgical change in their surgical plan. 10% requiring more extensive surgery, 65% having less extensive surgery, and 25% actually avoiding surgery. The adverse events were acceptable compared to ERCP without pancreatoscopy, and the accuracy was considered quite good. So the other indication for cholangiopancreatoscopy that's always had a strong role is stone therapy. As we know, 20% of cases, stone cases fail clearance with ERCP alone in mechanical lithotripsy. And we also have cases of difficult stones that we'll see later today and tomorrow. Stones greater than 2 centimeters, those that are proximal to a narrow distal duct that doesn't allow for mechanical mechanical removal, and impacted stones. We have two systems that allow us to perform lithotripsy, electrohydraulic lithotripsy, EHL, and laser lithotripsy. But visualization is needed for both of these techniques in order to prevent bile duct damage and to make sure that we're maximizing our treatment of these stones. There have been a number of studies over the years that have looked at the ability to clear stones, and we see that overall it can be as high as 97% in clearing stones using lithotripsy. One study looked at a comparison between EHL versus laser lithotripsy and found similar efficacy and safety, but a shorter procedure time with laser lithotripsy. There's also the question, should every large dilated duct that's being cleared of stones be looked at to make sure it has actually had stone clearance? And there have been some studies that have shown that in up to 34% of cases, residual stones can be seen despite a negative occlusion cholangiogram. And this is particularly so if you have a very dilated duct, you're just using ERCP. Contrast, places that aren't as skilled with cholangiography may miss small stones, and these stones can then go on to be treated, for example, with localized EHL and be cleared. And similarly, in a study by the Italians, stone fragments were removed in 1/4 of patients who were previously thought to have stone clearance on cholangiography. We can similarly perform EHL in the pancreatic duct, and this is sometimes required for these difficult stones. We don't have ES-wall everywhere. I know that's practiced quite frequently here. But here you can see, again, a small space, but direct an ability to target these stones quite well and actually help with removal. And in this study, looking at EHL versus laser lithotripsy for pancreatic duct stones, again, the pancreatic, the time was shorter with the laser lithotripsy, and adverse events were felt to be greater when there were multiple stones, and which also resulted in increased need for more than one session. So moving on to some less traditional indications, cholangioscopy can be used for selective guide wire cannulation, particularly in cases of either hilar strictures or liver transplant, and can result, or tend to be higher in cases of benign strictures, but also for cystic duct cannulation, such as in transpapillary cystic duct stenting. So this is a case of a transplant patient. You can see this was the MRCP. It's really unclear what's happening here. Which duct leads to the donor duct? And on cholangiography, we find similar findings. This is the video here. You see the cystic duct looks equally as a potential candidate as the cystic duct does. And once we get to the end of the duct, we see that there is no orifice, at which point you can start to really probe with the wire. Get here. And start here, I was able to just start to get a little bit of bile to really be able to find the opening to the duct, then kind of use spy-bite forceps to take away the tissue a little bit more, and we were finally able to actually get the wire to go through and follow that with balloon dilation and stenting. So this was the cholangiogram that after wire-guided cannulation, and you can see that it is quite a tortuous path. We probably never would have gotten there without having a direct visualization. And once we could stent and resolve that patient's stricture. As I mentioned, you can use the spy-bite forceps themselves to perform stricturoplasty. This is particularly useful in cases of duct-to-duct mismatch that you can see in transplant patients, specifically living donor transplants, sometimes where you have these very small targets that are difficult to navigate using fluoroscopy alone. And again, cystic duct cannulation and hilar strictures are another place. If you are doing hilar strictures or have two ducts that you don't want to lose your cannulation for, you can actually place 2 guide wires through the spy scope, and that way have double wire placement and then exchange out the cholangioscope and manage to stent these patients. As I mentioned, it's been shown to be particularly useful in liver transplant patients. In 22 patients who underwent cholangiopancreatoscopy, the ERCP was negative, but the cholangioscopy demonstrated findings in 46% of these patients. 4 of them had required guide wire cannulation in order to salvage their stricture. 3 patients had stones that were not seen on ERCP. 3 patients had cast, which was not seen on ERCP or imaging. And 1 patient actually was diagnosed with a fungal ulcer that was not previously detected. This is an example of cast that you can see once you get up into the intrahepatics. This is very difficult to diagnose. It's not visible on MRCP often, and patients may have elevated LFTs with an unclear cause and no evidence of stricture. So this is helpful information. We can also remove foreign bodies, such as clips or dilated pancreatic duct stents. There's new tools available to help with removal of these accessories, and then novel areas such as steroid injection. Tumor ablation can be performed, for example, PDT, where you target the area that you want to treat and put the diffuser fiber through the cholangioscope, as well as look at areas that need to be ablated with RFA. The future, as I mentioned, could perhaps be AI in helping us to understand these findings. And in work that's being done around the world, we are seeing some sensitivities with AI that equal or are superior to our cholangioscopic visual impression. And as I mentioned, AIG has been involved in that work as well. This is an example of that. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in developing these systems. So in conclusion, cholangioscopy has an established role for indeterminate strictures and stone management, but is playing an increasing role in pancreatic duct disease, in mapping biopsies, and then in some therapeutic maneuvers. And we're looking forward to new tools that will allow us to provide even increasing therapeutic and diagnostic roles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita Sethi, for that very illuminating and impressive talk. Speaks volumes about your experience. And you're as beautiful as your talk. Very proud to see that there's a woman leader among us. I have one comment to make and a question. The first time I ever saw cholangioscopy was when Dr. Nageshwari sir demonstrated in a workshop in the late 90s, the mother-baby scope. And that kind of inspired most of us to looking to the bile duct as a favorite holiday destination. And many years later, the spyglass came in, and I've been fortunate to get my hands on it for the last 2 years. My experience is more with benign disease than with malignancies. As far as the stones are concerned, the difficult CBD stones, of course, the diameter matters. But what I also found was that the stone to the CBD diameter, if it's more than one, makes life more difficult and makes us suspect a difficult stone. And as far as electrohydraulic lithotripsy is concerned, I initially found it difficult to target the stones because of the continuous irrigation and the fact that we couldn't actually touch the stone with the probe. And I found the holmium laser easier to use. But of course, we just got it as a loan. We don't have it in our hospital. Looking forward,
any question to the speaker that we can?
Yeah, and the question to the speaker is, for the students in the audience, could you tell us the size of the sphincterotomy? Or do you make one or not before putting the cholangioscope in?
Yes, so it's advised to always perform sphincterotomy prior to cholangioscopy for two reasons. One is to help guide the diameter of the scope in. The scope is about 9 French. And the other is to allow for proper drainage once you're irrigating so you don't result in cholangitis. Studies that I've been involved in do demonstrate increased risk of infection with cholangioscopy, so you should give antibiotics, but make sure there's adequate drainage. So anytime you're going to perform a sphincterotomy, you want to perform a complete sphincterotomy to prevent restricturing. So the size really depends on the landmarks. That's something involved in ERCP and cannulation that hopefully we'll show today during our cases.
Thank you.
Dr. Amrita, patients. I think time is running out. I think they have a demonstration in the live workshop. We can take up the questions then. Okay. We conclude the session. Thank you, moderators, for the session.
Before Jayanti calls the next group, thank you all of you. Thank you, Amrita. Wonderful talk. I have a couple of announcements, and this is for tomorrow. We have 3 breakfast sessions. One is for the technicians and 2 are for the doctors. Now, they are very illuminating. The speakers are wonderful. The topics are very nice. For all those of you who are interested, it's between 8 and 9. At 9, we start the regular session. I'd request you to go out during the lunch break to the reception and please register your names for the breakfast session. 1 for technicians exclusively and 2 for the gastroenterologists. Thank you.
We now move on to the next session, and that's on Hilar strictures, the endoscopic management strategy. We call upon our moderators, Dr. Anupama from AIG Hospital, Bangalore, Dr. Kavita from Guntur Medical College, Guntur, and Dr. Madhumita from PGIM Chandigarh. Request the moderators to introduce the speaker.
we have a very eminent top-class interventional endoscopist among us from USA, none other than Dr. Prableen Chahal, who's from Cleveland Journal. And she's one of the very active Twitter commentators and guiding. So without much ado, please begin your talk, Dr. Prab.
Thank you so much. I think I would like to echo the sentiments from all my previous speakers and colleagues. I would like to thank AIG, Dr. Reddy, and colleagues for giving this opportunity. It's fantastic. And good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to talk about Hilar strictures endoscopic management strategy. These are my disclosures. So the brief outline of the talk, we'll talk about what are the causes of hilar stricture, what is actually a hilum. When we say hilar stricture, what does actually hilum mean? And finally talk about management. What is the role of ERCP? And then if we do embark on ERCP, do we stent unilateral, bilateral? Do we choose metal stent, plastic stent? What are the role of local ablative therapies like RFA, PDT? And then finally, the indication and emerging role of endoscopic ultrasound. What are the different techniques we use for scenarios, and final conclusion. So we all know the most common cause for hilar stricture that we encounter is cholangiocarcinoma. 70% of the cholangiocarcinoma, they are hilar. 1/3 of these cholangiocarcinoma, they occur in the setting of PSC. Now, when we talk about cholangiocarcinoma, it's a very difficult entity to diagnose. And we heard from Amrita early on and from our previous speaker, Janine, the cytology sensitivity, specificity is extremely low. Why? Because 70% of the cholangiocarcinoma, they are sclerosing type. 20%, they are nodular, and only 10% are papillary, which are easier to diagnose. And rest, we see, you have a huge list that can cause hilar stricture: HCC, gallbladder cancers, metastases, hepatic or biliary metastases for multiple other cancers, and finally lymphoma. Now, I think this is a very important slide and one of my favorite slides. When we talk about hilum, most of us, we imagine this, but this is only seen in 57% of the patients that we perform ERCP on and imaging on. So you have a left main, right main, and then you see right anterior and posterior. But notice rest of about 43% would be any one of this. You can either have a triple confluence, or you can have an aberrant insertion of right posterior into the left hepatic duct. You have a total lack of confluence. You can have right posterior aberrantly inserting into the cystic duct. So what kind of hilum you're dealing with, I think it's very important to know from imaging before we do ERCP, so that you're able to accurately interpret when we are stenting the patient. Another important classification that we need to know is the bismuth correlate classification. It is important for surgical planning, but also for endoscopic stent management. Type 1 is a stricture that is just in the common hepatic region. The confluence is not involved. And later on, we'll talk about how this classification is important in us deciding whether we do unilateral or bilateral stenting. Type 2 is where the confluence, the uptake of right and left are both involved. Type 3A, where you have stricture extending into the right duct more than the left. And then 3B, where you have stricture extending more into the left duct compared to right. And then 4 is where you have a multifocal involvement extending into the secondary biliary radicals. Another important sine qua non that we need to know about biliary stenting or management of cholangiocarcinoma or hilar stricture is how much liver we need to drain in order to provide adequate palliation. We need to drain at least 50% of a normal functioning liver in order to palliate the jaundice properly. So if you look at how much does the left liver provide, just 30%. Right, 55 to 60%, and then caudate lobe gives you another 10%. So if you have a patient with a type 3B stricture, with the right involved and left more than right, and you leave stent just in the left, you're only draining 30% of the liver and you're not doing justice to that patient. So moving on to management, we heard from Janine how preoperative stenting, biliary drainage is frowned upon for distal biliary stricture. It holds true for a lot of studies for the hilar stricture as well. All these cases are managed at our institution and I'm sure at AIG and all the other institutions in a multidisciplinary setting where you decide whether this patient needs an ERCP or percutaneous biliary drainage preoperatively. When do you want to do the biliary drainage? If the patient is symptomatic with jaundice, if they are pruritus, if they are cholangitic, or if the patient is undergoing neoadjuvant chemotherapy, and of course, if the patient is unresectable for variety of reason and you want to palliate their jaundice. I think this is another, I would say, one of the important slides and take-home point from this talk. Whenever we are dealing with a patient with hilar stricture, you have to have a checklist before we embark on ERCP in this patient. First and foremost, you need to have a good quality MRCP in these patients if there is no contraindication. Why? Because on MRCP, you're able to get a roadmap for the patient. You know which segments are involved. You know what the anatomy is. You know if any liver lobe is atrophied, you would want to avoid that. So it's critical that you have a good quality MRCP. Very often in our endoscopy unit, we'll have an open access hilar stricture coming to us and it just shows up on our schedule. That's when it's important for you to say no. This is not the right time, unless patient is cholangitic. If the patient is just merely jaundice, you would want to defer that case, get proper imaging before you go on to do ERCP. And again, this imaging provides you what kind of hilar anatomy you are dealing with. Have a plan in mind. How are you going to drain 50% of the patient's liver? If you notice that some segment of the liver or lobe of the liver is atrophied, you would want to avoid contaminating that. So you would want to go with the selective Y-guided cannulation. So if left is atrophied, you want to try to get the wire into the right, do minimal contrast injection to avoid contamination on the left side. That being said, there's always a microcontamination. So you would want to give antibiotics periprocedurally for this patient, especially if you think that you were not able to drain the liver segments that you contaminated properly. This is also the guidelines for various societies that are listed here. Another thing you want to have is what are you going to do during the procedure? Is this the index procedure? You're obviously going to do sphincterotomy. Is this the procedure where you're just going to do brushing alone, where cytology doesn't have a high sensitivity specificity? Are you going to add a fluoroscopy guided biopsy with this? Are you going to set the sample for FISH or NGS? Are you also going to do cholangioscopy in the same setting? Do you have adequate time set aside for that? So you need to have this plan in place to make sure you have proper tools and accessories available to you before you start the procedure. Apart from deciding based on the imaging, is this somebody who would need unilateral stenting, bilateral stenting? Am I going to do plastics or metal? So you have appropriate length and choices of stents available to you. Now, moving on, once you have decided does patient need ERCP based on imaging, now should the patient undergo unilateral or bilateral stenting? What do the guidelines or societies tell us? Basically nothing. It's an eternal conundrum. I'm on the panel of NCCN and we published the guidelines on hepatobiliary cancers in 2021. We are currently finalizing the 2023 and I can tell you that there is still no consensus on whether the patient should undergo unilateral or bilateral stenting. And this is true for all the other societies across the world as well. Now, however, that being said, I'll show you this 4 fluoroscopy images and they'd help you realize why in some scenarios unilateral is okay and most others bilateral is a better choice for these patients. So this is the type 1 stricture as I showed you with the Bismuth-Corlett classification. So right and left is open. The stricture is just in the common hepatic. If you were to leave stent in the left side or right side, doesn't matter, the patient will get palliated. However, this is the type 2 stricture where the bifurcation is involved. If I just were to leave a stent on the left side, I'm only draining 30%. If I leave a stent on the right, unilateral, I think I'll be okay. But these two, you notice there is extensive involvement. This is type 3A and this is type 4. There's no way I'm going to do a justice to this patient by leaving a stent either on one side. Not only I'm not helping the patient, I'm probably going to give cholangitis to this patient as well. So this is where bilateral stenting would be helpful in these patients. So what does the data show? They tell us the data largely is weighted more towards bilateral stenting. It shows that bilateral stenting is associated with longer survival, and especially if you were to drain about more than 50% of the liver, patients are going to live longer. It also provides a more efficient drainage. It also reduces the risk of cholangitis. And not only you're able to achieve all that, the technical success is reportedly comparable, and there's a low rate of reintervention with higher stent patency with bilateral drainage. So busy slide, what does additional data show? These are the 3 RCTs I've listed from Lee, Mukai, and Dipama. Both Lee and Mukai, they used metal stent, but Mukai also had an arm for the plastic stenting. What was the take-home point from these RCTs? The technical success was comparable. However, clinical success was superior with bilateral metal stenting. And in Mukai's study, bilateral metal stenting outperformed compared to plastic stenting. Not only the clinical success was superior, the rate for reintervention was lower, and the stent patency was higher with bilateral metal stenting. What about metal versus plastic? Again, a few RCTs and prospective cohort studies listed here. Data, technical success comparable. In terms of clinical success, need for reintervention was lower with metal, and stent patency was higher with metal compared to plastic. Another large multi-center parallel study of 633 patients, which treated patients with bismuth 2 or higher stricture. What they found was bilateral stenting was superior compared to unilateral stenting in terms of increased stent patency, reduced rate of stent intervention, and overall survival. And they also saw that metal stents outperformed plastic stents in terms of clinical success and rate of cholangitis in these patients. So same theme over and over again in most of these studies, that metal superior than plastic, bilateral better than unilateral. So how do we summarize all this? Most of the societies I've listed here, including Asia Pacific guidelines from 2013, etc., they recommend using metal stent for palliation. Why? Because it has been shown to have higher patency, increased therapeutic success, decreased rate of cholangitis. They are more cost effective, and you would want to put these stents if you think the patient is going to live more than 4 months. None of us are gods here, but most of us, when we see patients who have really bad ECOG, who have malignant ascites, you know they're not going to live more than 4 months. You would want to go plastic in that situation. If you're anticipating local ablative therapies, choose plastic. So now that we see that, well, okay, bilateral metal stents are better than unilateral, how easy is it? What about the technical success? It's easy to put bilateral plastic. Is it equally easy? Yes, that's what the data show, including our study, where we use the technique of stent in stent, the Y-shaped stenting method. Technical success was in high 90s to 100s in most of these reported studies for bilateral metal biliary drainage. So when we place stents, metal stents bilateral, you have 2 choices. Either you put tandem, side-by-side metal stents, or you go Y-shaped, stent within stent. So you put a metal stent first into one of the lobe of the liver, and through the wide lattice design, you insert the wire onto the other side, balloon dilate the interstices, and get the other stent on the other lobe of the liver. Are these both techniques comparable? Well, this is what the prospective study from Lee showed, that they had patients who underwent Y-shaped stenting and tandem parallel bilateral metal stenting. The adverse events were comparable, clinical and technical success was comparable, and the stent patency was comparable. However, one should keep in mind, if you are putting 2 metal stents in parallel, I would refrain from choosing a larger caliber metal stent like 10 millimeter. You would want to go smaller, because the incidence of abdominal pain is not uncommon. And also be mindful, you can have complications, especially if patient is undergoing local IR guided ablative therapies, you can have pseudoaneurysms as a result of large caliber metal stents in the hilum. So be mindful if you're choosing to go in tandem. So a slide on local ablative therapies. When we embark on local ablative therapies, our goals are to improve the survival and improve the stent patency. I don't think PDT is used very routinely. I trained at an institution where we used to do PDT, but we switched to RFA. I'm working at Main Institute and we use RFA currently at that place. PDT, you are injecting IV porphyrin and then you are using a certain wavelength of light, which is tumoricidal. It generates the oxygen-free radicals that destroys the tumor. Very cumbersome procedure. Patients they have to be holden into the room because there's sun sensitivity, so they have to be inside the room for almost a week at a time. Other adverse events, pretty uncommon, but can happen, like abscesses or cholangitis. But PDT has been shown to improve the survival, biliary drainage, and quality of life. RFA, it's much easier to use and it's a little bit more prevalent, little bit more emerging data that if you were to do RFA under the index procedure before stent insertion, it improves the survival and also the stent patency. You can use RFA if the stent gets occluded with the tumor and it improves the stent patency. Risks, complications, same as PDT. Be mindful on how much energy you are using depending upon the type of RFA at the hilum versus distal, because you can have bleeding complications at the hilum. So moving on to EUS-guided biliary drainage. Even though ERCP and PTC are considered standard therapies, I think ESGE has recently recommended that you can proceed with EUS-guided left-sided hepatogastrostomy if patient has failed ERCP and PTC. Other indications, if somebody has altered anatomy, if patient you had a metal stents in place and it failed re-intervention, you can go on to do EUS-guided biliary drainage. Be mindful if somebody has extensive ascites, although that can be tapped and you can try that. Correct coagulopathy, you have to be mindful of any intervening vessels before proceeding on to EUS-guided biliary drainage. How do we do it? That depends upon what kind of obstruction we are dealing with, whether the lobes are communicating or non-communicating. So based on this information, either you can get away with left-sided hepatogastrostomy if the lobes are communicating. If they are non-communicating, then if your left lobe is atrophied, you can do right-sided HDS hepatoduodenostomy, or you can put bridging stent across the hilum, or you can do Surgeries, which is combined ERCP and endoscopic ultrasound, where you place a stent on the one side via ERCP and drain the other lobe via EUS guided. What is the data? Busy slide. This is from AIG's very own Dr. Sandeep Laktakia. He's just published this, I think, a few days ago, summarizing the data of EUS guided biliary drainage for malignant hilar obstruction. So there are little over 200 cases that have been published in the literature. And if you notice, there are a variety of techniques that have been used based on the obstruction: hepatogastrostomy, duodenostomy, bridging, Surgeries, and then this biggest one is from Concam that they compared that with the percutaneous. Off note, technical success 75 to 100%, clinical success 70 to 100%. Complications is what you would expect. Overall, about 8 to 10%. Bleeding, about less than 5%. Stent malfunction does happen in about quarter of patients. Peritonitis, bile leak in about 10%. And these stents can get occluded in more than 1/3 of these patients at anywhere from 3 to 6 months. Few small studies have looked at this. How good is EUS in salvaging the obstruction? How good is the re-intervention? And they found the numbers is about 80 to 85%. One study showed up to 89% success rate in alleviating the re-obstruction of these patients. So I think wrapping up, I would remind everybody of this checklist before you embark on ERCP. And I would close with this management algorithm. Any patient with hilar obstruction has to be managed with a multidisciplinary care. If patient is found to be unresectable, you anticipate survival less than 4 months, go with plastic. More than 4 months, go with metal stent. If the patient has bismuth type 1 stricture, you can get away with unilateral stenting. If anywhere from 2 to 4, try bilateral stenting. Before the index procedure, consider RFA if your unit have that capability. If ERCP fails, PTC is absolutely acceptable. But if your center has expertise for EUS, then based on the communicating versus non-communicating hilar anatomy, you can choose a variety of EUS access techniques. That being said, I think I have sort of gone away from bilateral metal stenting because I've noticed our patients are really outliving the metal stents. Especially if you put Y-shaped stent, you really jail the system and it's very hard to access that later on. And I've actually gone for plastic stenting. Yes, that means bringing the patient back a little bit more frequently. I'm not sure if that's truly cost effective, but that's generally my practice at this time. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Prableen, for that wonderful talk. My question to you would be in the case of post-transplant biliary strictures, if there are multiple attempts at ERCP and frequent blocks, what is your approach to, where there's a big mismatch between the donor and the recipient biliary ducts?
So I think, so two things. One, if there's you are not able to achieve access from the get-go, just like Amrita showed, I would go with a cholangioscopy. Even when I'm trying the procedure and the wire is not going under fluoroscopy, I've tried different wires, I would shift to cholangioscopy at that point. Once the access is obtained and you are dealing with a recalcitrant stricture, again, there's an emerging data, again, conflicting. Some says plastic stent are better, multiple plastic stents are better compared to a fully covered metal stent for treatment of anastomotic stricture. If there is definitely a significant donor mismatch, then in those cases, I would probably go plastic stent, because if you were to put in a bigger caliber fully covered metal stent, tissue hyperplasia risk is higher. So I would refrain doing that in that scenario.
With EUS guided drainage in such patients, if it's
so for liver transplant, our liver transplant surgeons are very possessive. I think the most we can do in that scenario is a rendezvous. We haven't done any hepatogastrostomies in that setting.
Thank you.
From the house?
No other questions, I think. Thank you. Thank you, moderators, and thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful talk. We
Thank
now
you.
move on to the next session. And to moderate this session, I call upon Dr. Uma Devi, who is Professor of Gastroenterology at the Osmania General Hospital, Dr. Lakshmi, Consultant Gastroenterologist at the Gastro Center, Trivandrum, and Dr. Srijya, who is Associate Professor, GMC, Trivandrum. Request the moderators to introduce the speakers.
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Nanthali Pansuwadi, and the topic is excellent, and that is really the endoscopic surgery of ampulla, that is ampulectomy, how I do it. And Dr. Nanthali is a world well-known GI endoscopist, and she received her MD degree from Thailand and had completed her postdoctoral research training and GI fellowship and GI advanced fellowship training at the University of Michigan, USA. And she is her clinical and research interest in the area of ERCP, endosono, and endoscopic treatment for upper GI bleed. Currently, she is the president of the Association of GI Endoscopy and program director for the WGO and program director and in the Sri Raj Endoscopic Center, Bangkok.
She's the treasurer of the Asian Endoscopic Ultrasound Group, and she is the co-founder of the Women in Gastrointestinal Network in Asia Pacific region. Now I request Dr. Nampali to start her proceedings. Please, madam.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And I cannot start talking about this topic without saying I also want to thank Nagi and his team, the whole AIG team, for the invitation for organizing this conference and for your kind hospitality. And my talk today is entitled Endoscopic Ampulectomy, How I Do It. My talk will cover the overview of ampullary lesions, the indications for endoscopic resection, the techniques, and I also want to highlight the guidelines from ASGE and ESGE. Finally, I will finish with the measures to minimize complications. For the etiology of ampullary lesions can be classified as benign, premalignant, and malignant. The adenoma and adenocarcinoma account for more than 95% of the ampullary lesions. And today I will be focusing on the endoscopic treatment for adenoma. It is important to recognize the TNM staging for the ampullary neoplasm. For T1, the tumor is limited within the ampulla. For T2, the tumor invades the muscularis propria of the duodenum. T3 is when the tumor invades the pancreas. And once the tumor invades the peripancreatic tissue and adjacent organs, that makes it a T4. The treatment strategy really depends on different factors. For example, the tissue types, whether it's adenoma or adenocarcinoma, the intraductal extension, and the staging. And the treatment modalities ranges from endoscopic ampulectomy for adenoma to surgical section, including transduodenal ampulectomy. And well, one thing I want to make sure that we all know is that the extent of tumor resection from endoscopic ampulectomy is not the same as surgical ampulectomy. That's why many people call endoscopic resection as papulectomy, because that's what we do. For the indications, the conventional criteria includes benign histology from biopsy, the size less than 5 centimeters, no malignant concerning endoscopic features, and absence of intraductal involvement. The expanded criteria, however, proposed by many experts, the larger the lesions can be done, but without lateral extension of more than 50% of the circumference. Intraductal extension can be accepted if it's within 1 centimeter, and high-grade dysplasia or early cancer can be endoscopically removed if the patient is not a surgical candidate. Before we do endoscopic resection, I think it's very important to do a thorough endoscopic inspection, and tissue biopsy is recommended, although the diagnostic accuracy of the tissue biopsy ranges anywhere from 60 to 80%, with the false negative rate up to 40%. The endoscopic sphincterotomy plus biopsy is debatable. To enhance the diagnostic accuracy, many methods have been proposed. For example, using dye like methylene blue to differentiate tumor from normal tissue. NBI should be added to help delineating the features of the lesion better. And also the use of EUS, IDUS, and ERCP. This can help improving the diagnostic accuracy to over 90%. When we do endoscopic evaluation, what do we look for? We look for features suggestive of malignant lesions. And based on the endoscopic characteristics, well, you want to look for immobility of the lesion, ulcerations, bleeding. And when the tissue of the lesion is very hard and fixed, that could be indicative of cancer. Also, when you do the duodenoscopy, you should add NBI and look for some irregularity of the villus arrangement, irregular villus size, or ridge disappearance. Among these features, it's been shown that irregular villus arrangement and abnormal microvasculature have the highest odds ratio in predicting malignancy. Having said that, though tissue is the issue, it is recommended that tissue diagnosis should be done. And do we have a strategy for biopsy? Yes, we kind of do. It depends on what the appearance of the lesion. If the lesion can be seen easily, extrapapillary, then you can do direct biopsy at the lesion. If there is some lateral spreading, then you can also biopsy at the lesion of the lateral spreading area. However, when the tumor is in the, it's inside the duct, I think that's when you're going to need to do a sphincterotomy, open it up, and biopsy it. Having said that, the diagnostic accuracy can be reduced, maybe because of the cautery artifact, and you may want to repeat the biopsy 10 days after EST. In case of negative biopsy, a repeat biopsy will increase the U by about 14%, and EUS-FNA or FNB will also improve the sensitivity and specificity of the tissue as well. What about role of EUS? Well, if the lesion is very small, like less than 1 centimeter, EUS is probably not needed. But if the lesion is big, as you can see in this picture, if the lesion is big and there's a concerning endoscopic feature, so you can see spontaneous bleeding from here and the lesion looks very hard, then EUS is helpful and should be performed in this situation. And as you can see in this picture, the tumor is invading into distal CBD, causing CBD dilatation. So after we inspect the lesion before we do the resection, how I do the resection? Well, number one, I do a thorough exam of the endoscopic assessment, as I mentioned earlier. After that, I don't do CBD cannulation. I don't do sphincterotomy before resection. I don't do submucosal injection unless there is lateral spreading tumor. I use braided snare, endocut, en bloc resection. I then retrieve the tissue with a rod net or a basket. And I then do APC ablation if there is residual tumor. Stenting, I always put PD stent. The CB stent I don't put unless there is bleeding or CBD stones or intraductal extension. Finally, I don't always do prophylactic hemostasis unless it's bleeding. Some people recommend doing that, but the data doesn't confirm the utility of using or doing prophylactic hemostasis. Now, let's get to the technical point. As you can see here, this is a classic, this cartoon. This cartoon is actually showing how we do it. You want to put the snare up at 12 o'clock, and then you press the snare down to 6 o'clock. You grab the tissue, and then you cut it, and then you remove the tissue, then you cannulate PD, and you put a PD stent in. So this is classic way of doing this. So this video is showing you how we start by opening snare, aim at 11 o'clock. We drop the snare down to 6 o'clock. We grab the whole lesion, and after that, we do the cutting. I'm trying to speed up the video a little bit, but yeah, the tumor is cut, and then the basket was used to grab the lesion. Well, anyway, so I grab the lesion and then I put a stent in. I'll show you more videos. So if we don't use this technique, what else can we do? We could do PD cannulation with wire-guided ampulectomy. Here's the lesion, cannulate the PD, and then we leave the wire in. We put the snare over the wire, we grab the tumor, then we cut the tumor, and then we put a stent in. So here is a video I like to share with you. So here we inspect the papilla, we use apply NBI, and then we cannulated the PD. Once we cannulated the PD, we leave the wire in, exchange the sphincter term, and then we put the snare over the wire. When we do this technique, I think it's a bit difficult to try to aim the tip of the snare at 12 o'clock because the snare always comes towards like a little bit towards 7 or 8 o'clock, and then we cut. Well, when we cut this, the tissue sometimes it stays at the wire, but as you advance the PD stent, the tissue is going to fall off just right next to the wire. And then we use a rod net to grab the tissue. And here, if just in case you have residual tumor there, you can use APC to ablate the residual tumor. What about other technique? This case demonstrates the placement of PD stent before cutting the lesion. This is a lesion right here. The PD opening is right there. To be honest with you, I can't remember why exactly I did this, because this PD stent was actually in the way. I think I might have been overly concerned about trying to protect the pancreatic duct opening, and therefore I just put the PD stent in. But you know, you still, because the tumor is sort of like towards 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, so it's kind of away from the opening a little bit. So we were able to manage to resect the tumor after placing the PD stent. What else can we do? Here's a video of ampullary lesion with lateral tumor spreading. Methylene blue can be injected to differentiate normal tissue from the abnormal tissue. And then here is the situation where you can do piecemeal resection as opposed to en bloc resection. You can continue to cut until you can get the surrounding area. The surrounding area here is flat, it's lateral spreading. So you're going to need to inject to lift it up and continue the cutting. Moving on to how to take care of the post-procedure complications. Here, this patient, after the ampulectomy was performed, we saw some bleeding, and if possible, I'd like to bring you to the time when the bleeding occurred. I can't seem to manage this video, can I? Oh well. Yeah, so again, we use the same technique. We cut that. Well, a lot of time as you're cutting, you know that it takes a lot of time to try to cut it, especially when the tissue, as when the lesion is very big. And now we grab this with a basket, and there was bleeding around the site of resection. And this is a situation where I would put both stents. And here is another case with post-procedural bleeding. This is a minor bleeding, but still we wanted to take care of it right after we resected the lesion. Besides from using APC, we can use other techniques for post-procedural bleeding. And here's another case of doing wire-guided polypectomy, papulectomy. And you can see there's a bleeding in this area. Before we place the pancreatic duct stent, we saw a little bit of bleeding, but then the bleeding kind of stopped. And then after we finished the PD stent placement, it started bleeding again. So we injected this area a little bit with adrenaline or epinephrine, but then the bleeding continued to ooze a little bit. So we decided to put a clip there to stop the bleeding. And there was no further bleeding. Well, if the lesion is just external, you can resect the lesion completely. But if there is an intraductal involvement, what you can do to completely resect the tumor is that you can use a balloon and you expose the remaining intraductal lesion outside, and you can snare the lesion. You can also, if you cannot do that, you can use RFA to burn the lesion. And here is a case report a while ago from Jung Moon's group. This is a post-papulectomy with the remaining intraductal lesion as demonstrated on this cholangiogram here. So what they did was that they inserted an extraction balloon and they pulled the balloon down to expose the tumor, and then they resected it. So for a complete resection. So this is what I've been doing. This is the techniques that I've been doing for the past 10 years. Did I have any evidence to support what I did? Not really. I just did what I've taught to do and what experts do. Up until over a year ago, when both ESGE and ASGE published guidelines on endoscopic ampulectomy. If you look at the ASGE guidelines, this is experts' consensus, and they voted, they proposed the clinical questions, they voted 70% of the statements met it, 30% didn't make it. What about the ESGE guidelines? They use grade system, but the evidence is very low to moderate. There's no high evidence to support any of these recommendations. Having said that, this is probably the most solid recommendations we have till today. So in terms of pre-procedure imaging, they recommend using EUS, MRCP, or IDUS in selected cases. ERCP is really not needed unless there is an inconclusive thing that you want to explore, then ERCP can be performed. As far as the size of the lesion, ESGE said that you can do when the lesion is up to 3 centimeters. The ESGE has not mentioned that. So I think the size of the lesion is kind of flexible. It really depends on your level of comfort. What about intraductal extension? Less than 20% is acceptable, but you have to do it with a combination of ablation. But for the ASGE, they recommended if the intraductal extension is less than 10 millimeter, then you can do it with RFA in cases of non-surgical candidate. What about sphincterotomy? Both the ESGE hasn't really mentioned anything about sphincterotomy, but the ESGE said that it can be performed after resection if indicated. What about resection technique? Direct snare with no injection. Injection it's only needed for a lateral spreading tumor, so that's pretty clear. Ablative therapy can be RFA or thermotherapy. What else? Electrosurgical setting, endocut from both societies. PD intervention, both of these guidelines recommend prophylactic PD stent and rectal NSAIDs. As far as follow-up policy, at 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months after resection, then every year for 5 years. Pretty similar for both guidelines. Well, finally, when to refer to surgery? Well, when the biopsy shows evidence of carcinoma or endoscopic features suggestive of malignant features, or with an extension of intraductal area of more than 1 centimeters. Sometimes the lesion is benign, but it's technically challenging, like you see the lesion right next to a large diverticulum, or the size is very big, or intraductal extension of more than 2 centimeters. That's when you want to consider surgery referral as well. What about the outcomes? Technical success ranges anywhere from 50 to 100%, depending on series. Recurrence rate is up to 33% for adenoma, and that's after over 3 years of follow-up, and up to 40% for adenocarcinoma. Complications, bleeding, pancreatitis, that can be as high as 30% in some series, although these are very small series. Perforation, cholangitis, strictures, and mortality. One study reported 7% mortality. Finally, how to prevent complications. Well, for pancreatitis prevention, you can use rectal NSAIDs, you can give IV fluid, you can also do PD stent. For bleeding prevention, you can use endocut, or some people recommend prophylactic APC, but as I said, this is individualized. I don't think it needs to be done. The data does not show any superiority on using prophylactic APC. For cholangitis standpoint, Then if the patient has bleeding or intraductal lesion or stones, then you want to place the CBD stent. To conclude, how we manage ampullary neoplasm. Well, one, we do a luminal evaluation, a thorough evaluation. You can use a cap if you use gastroscope. And you may need to do a cross-sectional imaging, like MRI, CT scan, if the patient has symptoms. And after evaluation, then if the endoscopic finding shows some malignant features, you want to refer to surgery, and this is a multidisciplinary team. If it's not malignant feature, you do histology. If it's to see whether or not it's adenoma or carcinoma. If it's carcinoma, you send them to surgery. If it's adenoma, you have to assess the extent of the lesion before you do endoscopic ampulectomy. When you assess the extent of the lesion, you do if it's localized or if it's invasive. If it's invasive, then you send for surgery. If it's localized, you see whether or not there is an intraductal extension. If the extension is less than 1 centimeter, then you can do endoscopic ampulectomy. If the extension is 10 to 20, then you can probably do endoscopic resection if the patient is not fit for surgery. If the extension is more than 2 cm, then definitely consult surgery. After you complete your endoscopic ampulectomy, then you follow them up based on this protocol, depending on the tissue results. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. You made a scary procedure look so simple. Just 2 questions. What is the kind of snare that you prefer? Like manipulating a snare with a duodenoscope is not as simple as easy as you showed for a beginner. And you want a softer snare for this procedure, or the conventional stiffer one is okay?
Yeah, I actually use softer snare for this. Yeah. I think it's easier to manipulate, although I think the size of the snare is also important, because when you have a smaller size lesion, then the big snare, it's kind of difficult to negotiate. Yeah.
And is there a scary situation is like after the ampulectomy, because of the charring, you are unable to cannulate the PD. Does it happen? And then what do you do in that case?
I couldn't hear you well.
Because of the after the cutting, if you are unable to cannulate the PD, what is it?
Okay. So if you're not unable to cannulate the PD, don't worry. A lot of patients do okay. I have spoken to Ken Bin Moeller about this a while back, and he said he's not too worried about not getting PD stent in. Sometimes he doesn't put PD stent at all. He would only put PD stent in patients with high risk for post-ERCP pancreatitis. And if just in case you don't put PD stent in, you can use other measures like rectal NSAIDs, IV fluid, and keep the patient NPO. Yeah, so I think, and follow and see how they do.
There's one question from the audience.
Yeah.
The last question.
Yeah. Very nice talk, Nancy.
Hi.
One small comment is that when we do ampulectomy and everything goes well, still be worried about a bleed which can happen later. So never schedule these patients late in the evening, because the bleed, if it happens, sometime occurs 6 hours later and you have to come in the middle of night to do it. So these should be the first case in the morning, so that you can have a relook endoscopy about 6 hours later, which we have found quite useful. Sometimes we find start ooze happening, and then we can actually coagulate before you go home.
Right, yeah, and I have just heard that your protocol here at AIG is that you repeat endoscopy 3 hours after ampulectomy to assess for post-procedural bleeding.
So patient
Right.
stays in recovery for at least 6 hours, and we do a routine side-wing endoscopy before we send him to the room. And sleep well ourselves.
Okay, yeah. For us, we admit these patients after ampulectomy for overnight just to see if there's any complication. Yeah, so we always admit these patients. Most of the center do this as an outpatient, but we admit them.
Apart from the guidelines, do you do submucosal injections per all? What is your personal experience? What do you feel is better?
I don't do submucosal injection at all unless there's lateral spreading. My personal experience is that I think it's more difficult to resect after that injection. And if you think of it, the ampulla I think it's fixed. So you can't, I don't think you can lift the ampulla itself. You can lift the tissue around it. So if you have some lateral spreading tumor, I think that's helpful. But if not, I don't think you need to do an injection.
In your personal experience after cutting, have you ever felt that you're finding it difficult to identify the PD?
How do I?
After cutting, it is charred and you're not able to locate the PD. Have you ever come across such experience? And what do you do?
Not really, thank God.
We'll take the questions during lunch, I think.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, no, I haven't encountered that. So, but we could talk more about it after.
You
the
have
break.
some answering to do during lunch, Natali. Thank
Okay.
you so much. Thank you, the chairperson. I've announced about the breakfast sessions and I'd request all those interested to register now. Lunch for the delegates is right across in the pre-function area, and for the faculty on the 5th floor, our staff and our residents will guide you the shortest way to reach the 5th floor. Come, please. We meet again at 2 for the live session, sharp. The same people whom you have heard are going to walk the talk now. They are going to walk the talk. We are going to question them. Okay. Yes, is that?
If I try, I also try to. It should. This is the magic button. I learned that from my boss.
Not the Sorry, I had to. In AIG 10 years back, she looked younger. Yeah. Only it was time.
చెక్ మీరు మైక్లోనా గణేష్ మైక్లో మాట్లాడు గణేష్ ఎక్కడ ఉన్నావు గణేష్ మైక్లో మాట్లాడు గణేష్ సుశీల్ ఇద్దరు ఎక్కడ పోయారు రిషి హలో హలో మైక్లో మాట్లాడు అక్కడ పోడి మైక్లో ఎక్కడ ఎవరు మాట్లాడు ఆడియన్స్ మైక్ పోడి మైక్ ఏదో మైక్లో మాట్లాడు ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాడు ఎక్కడ పోయాడు వీడు
తెలియదు సార్ నేను ఇప్పుడు వచ్చాను
హలో 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 చెక్ నాది వస్తుందా
ఎస్ సార్ వస్తుంది
మైక్లో మాట్లాడు.
మైక్లో ఉన్నా సార్. హలో హలో హలో.
ఓకే
ఓకే
రైట్ రైట్ వస్తుంది ఆడియో. రైట్ సార్ స్పీకర్ సార్ ఎక్షన్ కెమెరా స్పీకర్ చెప్పండి సార్. స్పీకర్ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. అవునవును అవునవును సార్. ఆడియన్స్ లో హలో ఓకే అమ్మా. మాట్లాడమండి.
కనిపిస్తున్నాను.
And all I have trained. Shanti used to be in the railways. Now I don't know where. Still in the railways. Biliary, last we did was for the Nagpur INU together. Yeah, but we both were in the night. Remember, it went on till 11:30, 12. That pancreatic thing. Yeah, you were to leave. So rain हो गया तो everything started late. Jaya.
அப்படியே பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கோம் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா வந்துருவோம்
కింద
அங்க பண்றதே இல்லை அப்ப தீங்கு வீடியோ எல்லாமே வந்துட்டு ஐஎன்டி கேஸ்ல நம்ம ஊர்லயே நம்ம டெவலப் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு டெஃபினெட்லி சார் அவங்க ஆக்சுவலி தட் கேர்ள் மேகா ஹேஸ் டோல்ட் மேடம் இஸ் தி மென்டார் ஃபார் generation. Definitely we need a next set. அது இந்த தடவை ஐஏஎஸ் கான்ல ஒரு கிளாஸோட வெளில வர மாட்டோம்
No, I'll announce that and you start. I'll just make an announcement. Yeah. 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 I am in a conference, Vishal, and there's no way I could speak to you. Sorry. Good afternoon. We are ready to begin the post-lunch session. You heard the consultants give a wonderful talk. I mean, all the 6 talks, right? I mean, all the 4 talks in the beginning were just wonderful. They are going to walk the talk now. They are going to demonstrate what they are capable of. And we'll have a total of 3 hours of live endoscopy. Moderating that would be specialists, both girls, ladies and men, and I'd like to call for the first session. We'll have divided this endoscopy into 3 sessions. First, I'll bring in with the ladies. Jaya Agarwal, now she may be in Kanpur, but we are happier to tell her she's been a consultant at AIG for quite some time before she moved to her hometown. So welcome back, Jaya. So, yeah. And with Jaya would be Amit. Amit needs no introduction across all classes of people. Anyway, Amit. They will take us through the first hour. We will quickly go on to the live theaters. And for those of you who have not seen, I think it's worth making a trip to see our endoscopy suites. Satya, we are ready, and Amit and Jaya are on the stage. We can switch over live.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this live show. I'm here with Sharmila from Malaysia. We've had, we go back very long, 25 years back when you did the first workshop in Malaysia. I remember we were there. So you all agree that we have had a fantastic morning sessions, the discussions, and I think one of the fascinating talks this morning was from Sharmila on women, and she's collected a lot of data. I think this is very important that we also demonstrate that not only the talks, but even the live cases that can be done by women are going to be outstanding. We have, of course, extraordinary group of women showing you these cases so that they can be the heroes for all the younger women who want to take up endoscopy. So like Manu said, we are going to slot it out into 3 segments of 1 hour each, 4 cases in each segment, and you'll see a variety of procedures. Shamla, you had a fantastic morning.
Thank you so much. I think on behalf of WIGNAP and WIE, we're extremely honored and privileged and really grateful that you've created this opportunity for us. I've reached out to a lot of women globally, and just to get their perspective and the challenges that they've gone through. And really, the story is the same all over the world. And it's not so much the biases, it's not a conscious bias. I think it's more women ourselves, not choosing gastroenterology and advanced endoscopy because
we need a bit more convincing that we can do it.
Shamila, your mic a little up. We are losing a little of your voice.
Okay,
Yes.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Yeah. So I think, it's basically a combined movement. It's like, males and females working forward together.
Yeah.
And this just gives us an opportunity to showcase our skills.
Yeah.
And it's role models to inspire the next generation. And even people like me, I think I want to come back and train with you, Nazi.
Thank you,
It's been a
Shamila.
long time.
Yeah, no, but I think this has been a very inspiring morning session for us, and I think also, like you said, it's going to be a combination. You also need of support from the older generation males in that society, and we are very lucky here to have, for example, Amit is one of the world leaders in endoscopy moderating this session. Later on, we'll have Ajay, again another big leader, and Mahesh, who's there also. They're all big leaders in endoscopy, not only in India but in the world, and they have agreed to join us to help in co-moderation. We're going to be joined by others like Chandrasekhar and Philip Matthews and Rajesh and so on. So I think this is a very fortunate time for Indian endoscopy, and I think I'm glad that everybody is there. So we'll move on to the live endoscopy show now, and I'll request Kriti to present the first case, and then we'll go on from that.
Okay, great. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first case is a 35-year-old male who presented with dysphagia and weight loss for 2 years. This is his time during swallow, which showed a dilated esophagus with stasis at 7 minutes. His esophageal manometry showed pan-esophageal pressurization with impaired LES relaxation. So we are going to demonstrate a Poem procedure on this patient. The learning objectives are to understand the endoscopic management of achalasia cardia, to know the complications of the procedure and how to prevent them, to understand about post-Poem GERD, evaluation and follow-up. This is a review and meta-analysis of 2,300 patients with a median follow-up of 48 months who had a clinical success of 87% with serious adverse events of only 1.5% and symptomatic reflux seen in 22% cases. This is the AIG data of 408 patients in which POEM could be successfully completed in 97% patients, and they had clinical success of over 90% at 1, 2 and 3 years. GERD was documented in 28% of the cases. Over to Dr. G. Young Bang for demonstration.
Hi, welcome. We are going to be doing this phone procedure today. I'm with the esteemed Professor Sethi here, who will be talking through the procedure with me.
We can't hear you.
Yeah,
Jimmy.
Amrita. Yeah, we'll have to adjust the mics. Just ask them to both her mic. We are not able to hear her.
Sure, we'll
Dr.
get that.
Bang, yes, 1 minute. Amrita, even you, I think, just make sure that.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. You.
Is this better?
Yes. You.
Okay.
This is better?
Better. But
Okay, I'll talk louder.
yeah, that may be the idea.
All right, so I'll start again. We'll be performing a POEM procedure for this gentleman with achalasia type 2, as you heard. We have Professor Sethi here with us, and we also have Dr. Rama and Dr. Santosh, anesthesiology, and Madhu, who'll be our technician for the day. So without further ado, so this gentleman, I've already had a look. His LES is located around 40 centimeters, so we are going to be doing the traditional long tunnel method. So I won't go through the LES again because I don't want to cause any additional trauma, but we're going to start the incision at 30 centimeters, which is here. I am going to be doing the posterior technique. There was a randomized trial by Kashab, which showed that there was no difference really between anterior and posterior. So I think really is down to your comfort level, and also if a patient's already had a Hilar's myotomy and failed, then you should be going posterior because they perform Hilar's anteriorly. So needle into the patient, please. So this is the first part of POEM. So we're going to be making a incision in the mucosa. We're going to create a little bleb in the posterior 5 o'clock position and inject, please.
And for your injection solution, you're using?
Yeah, so we are using just saline with some blue dye and Neocomin mixed in. And stop. This is good. It's achieving a very good lift into your back. I usually just try and empty out 5 or 10 cc syringe, whatever we have, but this is a really good bleb here, so this gives us a good cushion for our mucosal incision. For the perm, I'm using a ERB hybrid knife I, which is my knife of choice. It has good injection, has a nice tip. I think it's good for tunneling through very tight areas, especially going through the LES. So we're going to do middle.
So G, in your routine practice, you always do a posterior poem or anterior poem?
Yeah, I usually go posterior route.
Posterior.
Yes, posterior. That's how I train. So I just feel most comfortable with it. So
I think
posterior.
most importantly, the data does not show any significant differences. It might have an effect depending on the if you're going to perform an ancillary anti-reflux procedure, but otherwise there's not really significant differences, and it's dealer's choice.
Yes.
So please tell us which knife you are using and why.
Yes, we're using the ERB hybrid knife, the I type. They have 2 different shapes. This is the I knife here, which has a pointed tip. They also have a T version, which has a little kind of a little disc. Kind of a little
disc.
Yes, a little disc at the end. But I feel this works really well for perm. Has good injection. And it cuts very well. So we're going to start the incision here. We're right at 30 centimeters. Alrighty.
So anytime you're doing ESD and POEM, it's important to have your setup, how you're comfortable, because there's a lot of muscle memory in terms of where you're putting your foot. You don't want to have to look down frequently. So, we get accustomed to where we want our instruments.
So I do endocut for the first kind of incision through the mucosa, and then we're going to use coag just to cut and kind of tidy up the mucosa so we can enter the tunnel. I don't know if this coag's working about well.
You want me to increase it?
Yes, please.
And what current are you using for incision?
Yes, for incision we're using endocut, and then for this part we are using.
Give us 1 second to increase the coag.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So if there's any point where you're not quite sure if you have enough submucosa to cut, thank you. Then you just inject, and whatever's blue is safe to cut. It's that simple.
One of the difficulties with the longitudinal incision can sometimes be really making your way in. So what are some tips that you have to really help facilitate getting into the incision?
So I find that if you really pay attention from the beginning to do a really good kind of
They
clean
want
up.
focus on her hands, Dr. Bang's hands, just to see how she is handling the instrument. That was a request from here.
Okay, we'll do that for you.
So Amrita, do you do a transverse incision, not a longitudinal incision?
Yeah, so I've switched to do a horizontal incision.
Yeah.
I find for me that it's a very quick entry in, but
Okay.
I think regardless of the incision, whether it's horizontal or longitudinal, is that what she mentioned is important. It's not skimping, doing an adequate incision, and then also dissecting underneath the edges so
Right.
that you really free up the submucosa and you can manipulate the tip of the scope in without causing a lot of damage, which
Okay.
when you come back and you're closing, that can make that difficult. So, but I think it's really, again, what you're accustomed to. If you commonly perform the longitudinal and you find ways to make that easy, as she's doing beautifully, is cauterizing the edges here. And really, as you can see, taking care of those vessels from the beginning so that they don't interfere during the dissection of the tunnel with bleeding. And you can even see how it's giving way already to her cap.
So we can try, and then hopefully we'll be able to get in. Otherwise, we'll just do a little bit of a bigger incision.
And one of the nice things you see here are the actual delineations of the layers. So you see that muscularis mucosa that oftentimes gets in the way. So
Very
that's
nice.
really very nicely
So
manipulated.
very nice maneuver to enter inside the tunnel.
Right. So
So
just
what
to
you did, you rotated the scope.
right. She went into as if it was an anterior position.
Right.
Thank you.
And then flipped the scope around once she was inside the tunnel, and that's a lovely way to get in.
So we just changed the setting to precise cut for the tunneling and the myotomy part. It works really well, hopefully, for tunneling usually.
The precise sect is a newer setting that a lot of us are using, at least in the
Yes.
US.
Yeah.
Can
So
you tell?
precise sect is a coagulation mode, right?
Precise
See?
sect is like a smart mode.
Smart coag mode.
Yeah, smart coag mode.
Yeah.
It really applies cut where there's no vessels, and then when the vessels are there, you have a nice coag. Particularly for palm, I find that it's made up things a lot faster.
Jayanti wanted to know if any person, gastroenterologist in the audience has performed a poem. If so, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good numbers. No, Mahesh, you are out of circulation.
Almost 10.
Yes.
Yeah, I think, G, that is a fantastic demonstration of how to get in, and as you're doing the submucosal, the dissection, we'll go to another room and come back to you. So
Great.
don't cut the muzzle without telling us. Huh? So we'll wait for you.
We'll
and
wait
then
for you.
Okay. So we'll go to the next room where Mariana and Prablin are waiting with
Yeah,
another
yeah.
interesting case.
Do you
Kriti,
want
the case?
Do you want it? Are you?
Our next case is a 50-year-old female with multiple comorbidities who presented with obstructive jaundice and weight loss. Her liver biochemistry showed a bilirubin of 11.5 and alkaline phosphatase was significantly elevated, 419. The MRI MRCP showed an abrupt cutoff at the CBD in the proximal segment with upstream dilatation. So there is a Bismuth type 2 hilar stricture with periportal and aortocaval lymph nodes. Her EUS-FNB was, the lymph node FNB was positive for malignancy. So she was unfit for surgical resection. The learning objectives of this session are to understand the techniques of selective CBD cannulation, STEMs versus plastic stents in the management of malignant hilar obstruction, and to understand the technique of bilateral STEMs placement. So this is a meta-analysis of 19 studies of 1900 patients, which showed that STEMs were associated with a significantly lower occlusion rate, less therapeutic failure, and less need for reintervention and lower cholangitis incidence. In this study that showed that compared stent in stent versus side-by-side stents, they found that technical success, functional success, and complication rate were comparable in both the groups. However, they found that bilateral restenting with plastic stents to the stents was successful in 63% of the patients in the stent and stent group as compared to 100% of the patients in the stent, side-by-side stent group. Over to Dr. Mariana for the demonstration.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. So let me introduce everybody. Everybody already.
Probably your mic. So also Mariana, maybe a little adjustment.
Can you hear us okay now?
Yes, Mariana.
Yeah,
not
can you
so.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we have Dr. Tejesh and Dr. Pratna assisting us with anesthesia. Srinivas, who's helping us with the manipulating the accessories. We have Manohar and Ramesh helping us with the pathology. So off to Mariana, take us through what we are seeing as the ampulla and what are your thought process in cannulating this.
Okay, so first of all, I'm very happy to have you next to me, and we're going to walk through your lecture as well. Huh? So here the patient is in a prone position. She's not intubated, but she's very well sedated. And this is important to know what position you're working, because as she's in prone position, I'm going to work facing the patient, but I can still use my body to transmit movement. And this is very important because your body as well with your hands are vectors of small movement changes in orientation. So we're in the second duodenum. You can see this in the floor, but we already found the papilla. It's coming a bit up underneath a fold here. So if I take a bit out my catheter and I lift this fold, we will see that we have a better view of the papilla. She also received some Buscopan to make things a bit more calmer with the peristalsis. So it's very important to have a good position and to control peristalsis before you start doing anything, and to examine the papilla. So here, there's a lot of tissue. So with Srin, we decided that it might be a bit tricky, but if you see, the orifice is there. So It's really the top part of the underneath, just underneath the fold. So this is very important to understand a bit the landmarks of the papilla and decide where you're going to go for. So I'll try to lift this again to have a better view of it.
So as Mariana astutely pointed out, I would say this is not one of the easiest papilla. Lot of redundant tissue, overhanging duodenal folds. Papilla is facing laterally. It's not en face. So she's doing an excellent job trying to get a good position. There's no rush or hurry to instrument the papilla unless you have a good position.
So I'm turning a bit on my right to get a better orientation. And we're using a Cook sphincterotome with 3 lumen with a guide wire already put inside. So Shri is ready with the guide wire. Yeah, I'm also working with a long position, a long handling, because we also rely a lot on our assistants, our GI technicians. I'm very happy to keep that competence going. So I'm very happy to have Shri next to me. So let's see. I don't have a very good imaging here, but I think I'm inside something. Maybe you can...
you have entered, looks like. No.
It's just next to it, of course. There.
So which guide wire are you using?
So we're using the Terimo guide wire 0.35.
Okay.
So, do you have something there? No?
So for those in the audience, this is a fully hydrophilic 325 wire.
Yeah.
And it's beautifully, you can really spin this wire and make it go through bends and turns. But you need an expert navigator for these wires.
Yes. So this position of the papilla looks very challenging.
It is not an easy papilla.
It's just all this skin on top. Okay, now maybe we can try. I think I'm in a better position. I'm still a little bit towards to the left of it.
So what are the thoughts about expert there in the audience? What do you think about clipping the overhanging duodenal folds?
First.
So anyone in the audience feels that we can put a clip on the fold which is overhanging? Yes? Anyone wants to make any comment? How will you expose this ampulla better?
We can actually put a clip also, and the
Right,
second
try
thing
to
is that
put
we
the
can
fold
use
up like that.
we can use a spy bite forceps, try to pull it on one side and then cannulate alongside. We've
Okay.
done that for one patient and we've been successful.
Any other suggestion? There's one suggestion that you use a baby biopsy forceps or a spy bite, pull the
Just try
papilla
it
out
here.
and then try to cannulate. There's one suggestion.
It's further down. Yeah. Okay, let's give it a try further down. It will be easier for us if it's further down.
Yes.
Great job.
This is the place. This is
So it's more on the shoulder than it was. Ha. So yeah, sometimes it can be tricky.
Excellent.
So
Very-
better there than above.
Very good.
Okay, so now we're inside.
His wire is already above the stricture.
So we are, I'll go up and we can maybe make just a small injection in the common bile duct. So we're not, with the sphincterotomy, we're not above the stricture.
Are you a fan of air cholangiogram, Mariana, or you prefer the?
No, we still inject. You can go. But there are some research going on that. But we still prefer to use contrast. So we're...
Your plan here is to put 2 metal stents,
Yes,
right?
so now I'm going to do the sphincterotomy.
Okay.
So we're in the bile duct and the stricture is upstream and you are already in the intrahepatic bile duct, so that's good. You want to change the wire? Okay, okay. So first change the wire, then do the sphincterotomy? Okay, boss. Okay, you want me to go up all the way? Okay, okay. So you're going to change the guide wire. This is, no, you can do long, huh? Yeah. We're going to change the guide wire because we use Sri's favorite guide wire for access, which seemed to work. And so now we're going to put, we're going to use a bigger wire.
So, Mariana, in these cases, this is a native papilla. You have an imaging available to you before.
Yes.
When do you get a cholangiogram?
Well, here we still have to, we're not going to inject a lot, of course, as you said in the lecture. We're just going to put 2 guides and still inject to see if we're in a nice dilated duct. Here, we know that the stricture is not very proximal. It's still at the bifurcation, so we're sure that we're going to be in a good dilated duct, but still a little bit of injection just to be sure. Yes, I'm going to cut.
Mariana, fantastic. That was to show the selective cannulation. So what we'll do is we'll go to another room and come back to you by the time you're ready with the 2 wires. And
okay, so we do the sphincterotomy without you?
You can show us the sphincterotomy first, and then we'll go.
Okay, so here we're going to we're going to do the sphincterotomy. We try not to be in too deep, so just at the 1/3, half of it. I use my right hand on the scope and my elevator, as you see here. We're not going to put a lot of tension on the wire yet. I'm going to start cutting, and I'm going to go to the 11 o'clock direction by using blended current endocut. So I start cutting, and I use my right hand and my elevator to direct. Did we put the? Yeah. It's very discreet, but it works. Yes. So endocuts will give us access without bleeding, and there's not an increased use of, for blended currents, there's no increased risk of pancreatitis. So now I can ask a little bit of tension, and we'll cut enough to be able to put 2 metal stents there. So a lot of control with the right hand. And then we check also again to see the landmarks of the papilla. You can bend a little bit more. Yeah. So I'll go until the end of that fold. And that's starting to be a little better. I give another last.
That's a very nice controlled cut that you're doing.
Millimeter here. And when we say the last millimeter, that's when it starts bleeding. So I'm going to stop here.
What length of the cut would you advise in this case?
But here I think it's okay. We have to put 2 metal stents, but they will also expand. And another little trick that we can do is that when you took off the current, we can go inside, bend the sphincterotome, and come back and see if we come out easily with the sphincterotome bend. That's a good check to see if you're okay. This seems okay to me.
Thank you, Madam. That was very nice.
Okay with that?
Yeah,
Are you okay with that?
Excellent.
Okay.
Very nice.
So we'll see you then for the.
We'll get back to you because we'll go to another room
Okay.
and then come back.
Then we'll do the
So
dilation.
we'll go to Reem's room. We can have the history.
The next case is a 46-year-old male who was obese, class 2 obesity, with who was also pre-diabetic with OSA. His BMI was 33.4 kg per meter square. He had failed diet and lifestyle interventions. So the plan in this case is to do an endoscopic sleeve gastroplasty. The learning objectives of this session are to learn how to select a patient for ESG, to know the indications and contraindications of ESG, how to follow up a patient of ESG, and the alternative endoscopic therapies. So here is a multi-center randomized trial of 209 patients who underwent ESG. The mean total body weight loss was 13.6%, and the ESG-related serious adverse events occurred in only 2% of the participants without any mortality. Over to Dr. Ree for the demonstration.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear us?
Yes, very well, very well.
Good.
Hi, Reem.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
We have a great team here today. They made it very easy. We have the room that starts with an S and an R. So we have Roberta, Santos, Dr. Sindhu, and Reem and Rakesh. And we're going to be doing an ESG. So we're using the Apollo overstitch device. And this is fitted over a double channel scope. There is a version that's also fitted over a single channel scope, which we're not going to use today. The way this device works is you have the handle that opens and closes the needle driver, and you can see that at the bottom of the scope. You have an anchor exchange that has a suture attached to it, and if you see me here pushing it down, it's a 2O proline suture, and so you open and close that. And the last thing you have, which is the most important part of the procedure, is the helix. So Santos is driving the helix, and basically it has a corkscrew thing that's coming at the 7 o'clock position of the scope, and that basically ensures that you grab muscularis mucosa and that you get full thickness plications, and that's how you make the procedure more durable. So the first thing we do is that we go in, make sure the stomach is empty. Usually we ask the patient to go on a clear liquid diet the day before because everyone likes to have their last meal, and sometimes they have it a bit too soon, close to midnight. For the initial part, the aim of this procedure is to imbricate the stomach and make it smaller. And so what we do is we mark the anterior and posterior parts of the stomach with APC. And the APC here faded a little bit just because we did it a while ago, but you can see here a little bit of the marking here on the anterior and posterior part of the wall of the stomach. So we usually start at the incisura, and me and Santos will be working very closely together. So I usually push the helix down, and then I'll say, okay, and he'll turn 3 turns clockwise, and then I pull and grab, close, and take the bites, and then he unscrews, and you can see here that we've done 1 suture, 1 bite, sorry. And then the key thing with this is that you're going to work very closely with your tech. So I'm working very closely with Santos. So even though we only just met, he has to learn the silent cues while we're doing all of this. So he's turning clockwise. I'm going to grab some tissue, and then I'm going to take another bite. No. He's going too fast for me. And then now unscrew.
Come on. You are so skilled, Rim, that seems so easy in your hand. But let's talk about the suture pattern. How many bites you'll do, and what's the shape you will follow before just cinch it finally?
So we are going to go anterior, middle, and then posterior to the end of the wall. Let's turn CO2 off here. And sometimes I turn CO2 off because we want to make sure that we don't grab anything behind the stomach. So we're just going to do that again.
Okay.
And then you can either do a U or a Z pattern.
Okay.
I find that sometimes a Z pattern is a little bit faster.
Okay.
And so I usually tend to do that. There's really no difference between the 2 different types. And here I crossed a little bit, so I'm going to go on top. The main thing is that you want to make sure that you're going full thickness. So you use a helix at each time. And you don't take too many bites that are too wide apart.
Okay.
So
in this case, we are at the 4th bite.
Yeah. So now I've gone anterior. So if you see here, we've gone anterior and 2 bites and then posterior. And the reason we had to do 2 is he's a little bit of a bigger guy, so sometimes you have to tailor it depending on the size of the stomach. And so now we can either go from here and back, or
like the U shape, you mean?
Yeah, or just go Z. So it doesn't really matter.
But you try to cinch after you made a bite nearby the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you'll see we'll go
to create a nice tension and not to lose.
Exactly that. Because the key thing is that if you want to make sure that if these sutures break, that whole area of the stomach is gonna open up again. So you want to make sure that nothing opens up.
So you are taking a Z-type closure now, not a U-type.
So we can do both. And it's just easily, the key thing with the Z type is not to go too far, because
Yeah.
if you go too far, then there's a lot of tension on the sutures. The U type is a little trickier in terms of the learning curve, because
Yeah.
you have to make sure you don't cross the suture as much.
That one is a very difficult point in case you make this crisscross of the suture once you are making the bite and having the bite.
Exactly. So now I think I'm going to do one final suture here, one final bite here, and then we're going to drop and cinch. And
So I see, Reem, that you are keeping quite a bit of distance between your each bite. Is that what you normally do? Because then you may leave some gaps in between, right?
so that's a
Doesn't
good,
matter.
no, it is a good point. So
Do it
what
intentionally?
what I end up doing is we'll see what the first bite looks like.
Yeah.
It usually gives you a sense of what everything will look like. And then I definitely tend to do a second layer. I use surgical principles the same way a surgeon would do another layer on top. I think there was data showing, if you do a lot of sutures or little sutures, maybe it doesn't make a difference. But I think if you use more sutures, or if you make sure that you don't have a lot of gaps, then that will be good.
Okay.
Yeah, but probably you'll make it more durable in time.
Yeah. So what we're doing here, this is the cinch. And the cinch basically has a white pledget that is like the knot of a needle. So we can't tie a knot here, or you can if you're maybe very skilled like Roberta here. But what we do is this white pledget basically cuts and guillotines the suture together. So I'm sucking a little bit, I'm putting in a little bit of CO2, not air. And then usually I tell people it's like tight, like a guitar string. And then you can cinch. And so now we've done the first suture, and we can see what it looks like. You can see how it's starting to come together.
Yeah.
His stomach is a little bit big. We measured it. It's about 40 centimeters lengthwise from the GE junction to the incisura, and we're going to shorten it by about 15 to 20 centimeters.
Rim, we have a small bleeding. Are you concerned about this? We'll do something before starting again cinching, or what?
So I used to be concerned, and then I remember a surgeon watching me once, and he said, "This is nothing." So I've decided, like,
From
it's
that point.
Yeah. I think when we see bleeding, it's 10x of what the bleeding is. So it makes you more comfortable. The other thing is that, let's say it was a lot of bleeding and we're a little concerned, you can just, again, suture on top.
Yes, exactly. This
So Reem, thank you very much for that very nice demonstration. So we'll come back to you as you narrow the stomach.
Okay.
But we'll go to another room where I think Nantali is ready with the case. We'll have the case presentation. Kriti?
We now have a 67-year-old female who presented with abdominal pain and weight loss for 3 months. After her initial evaluation, a CECT was done which showed a well-defined hypervascular nodule of around 10 mm in the neck of the pancreas. The EUS showed a well-defined hypoechoic lesion in the proximal body of the pancreas near the portal vein with very minimal vascularity, query pancreatic MET. So the plan for this patient is to perform a contrast-enhanced EUS followed by radiofrequency ablation. The learning objectives of this session are to understand the indications of EUS-guided local ablation and the technique of EUS-RFA. So in this prospective study, they found that the long-term outcomes after EUS-guided RFA ablation were showing the tumors to be stable during a 42-month of follow-up. Over to Dr. Nantali for the demonstration.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Nantali.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, I have a very nice team here. I'm with Janine, Radhika, and Sharmila is also here. And we have the assistants and the anesthetists here. So For this demonstration, I want to show you three things. Those are the main objectives. And if we have more time, we can show you more. Number one, I want to show you the EUS appearance of neuroendocrine tumor of the pancreas. Number two, I want to show you contrast enhanced EUS. And number three, I want to show you the RFA technique for neuroendocrine tumor ablation. So I'm going to show you the first thing here, which is the appearance of the neuroendocrine tumor. So as you can see earlier from the presentation, the case presentation, that the lesion is right around the neck. So if you could just, Janine is going to help me with the EUS machine here. That's, you can see Janine is pointing right at the lesion. And we discussed earlier, generally the EUS appearance of neuroendocrine tumor is isoechoic, it's round. But this lesion, as you can see here, it's really not round. I can bring it better in view right here. Janine, if you can just point at the lesion. Yeah. It's really not round, and there is some echogenicity here. So Sharmila, who's the neuroendocrine expert here, what do you think about this lesion?
Yeah, so I think, you've pointed out all the features of what it should look like, and we didn't know that the patient had already had one RFA. So I think that sort of explains the cystic degeneration. Maybe there's a tiny bit of cystic change there. But certainly, yeah, I mean, it's usually well defined. It can be isoechoic, it can be hyperechoic, it can be hypoechoic. There are various ways a neuroendocrine tumor can present. Yeah.
Right. So I think the fact that this patient has had one RFA done for, I think it kind of changed the appearance a little bit. Yeah. So, and we're going to go to the next thing to show, which is contrast. So okay. Janine, how does the contrast help us in this case, you think?
Yeah, normally if it's really a neuroendocrine, it will quickly take up the contrast. This is open. Yeah.
So if the camera can just focus on Janine's hand, she's
yeah, and then I'm already going to put the screen on the settings, because if you inject it, it's going to work quick. I'm now going to inject it. If you have the lesion into vision, yes, you do have.
Yeah, the lesion is right
fine. Here. You put it in quickly, then you flush with saline, and normally it's really within no time you will see it's going to lighten up. The only thing here is that it has been ablated before.
Right.
So that's a bit the curiosity what's going to happen. But if you look at the screen to the right, you see already that there's tissue coming up. You see clearly that it's, so the solution has been made very well. You see that there's more and more small bubbles coming in, and because that's what's reflecting, the sonoview is just air bubbles that are going to reflect the EOS signal. And that should then lighten up. So normally if I would have a new suspicion of a neuroendocrine tumor, I would use this. And it's also for the teaching purpose. You really have to keep your lesion really nicely into view. And within 2 to 3 minutes, it's going to vanish.
Right.
And you nicely can appreciate the blood vessels.
Right.
So far, in my opinion, the lesion is not really clearly visible.
Yeah. Do we wait long enough, Janine? Should we wait a little longer?
For me, it always takes too long, but I'm a bit of an impatient type. But so far, I think it does not really light up. So, and also you see that in the blood vessels, it's gone away. So I think this might be the effect of the earlier ablations. Though a bit to the right of the lesion, I have the impression there's still vital tissue. So I would go for an ablation to see at the right side.
Okay.
So maybe I could get the needle, and then we'll demonstrate with the camera how the ablation system is looking.
So, Janine, the question is that we don't see any enhancement on the contrast study. So, are we just going to go by the EUS image and see where we want to aim the needle at?
Yeah, I would go for the EUS image. I have to say honest, so also sometimes the sonoview is not conclusive, it's not appearing. Normally I would first blame my nurses. No, I never blame our nurses. But you really have to take care that you make a good mixture of the solution. But you have seen it in the vessels. They definitely had made a good solution.
Right.
So it's that this tumor might just not take up anymore.
So
But
Nancy and
probably
Janine,
has been
as,
ablated.
yeah, as you're starting to put in the needle and all, we'll just go quickly to Mariana's room because she's ready with both sides guide wires and probably stenting, and then come back to you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, yeah. Mariana?
So welcome back. So here we already dilated on both sides with a 6 millimeter balloon, and we have prepared Wallflex 10 centimeter, 8 millimeter diameter uncovered SEMs. We always put uncovered stents if we want to put them side to side in a Hilar stricture. And I think it's important to really to check to see the stent before you put it in, because it's important to see the landmarks, especially if you're working with a stent that you don't know. So this, I know the stent, but you can really see that the mesh goes up to here. Then you have this yellow marker, which is very important because this is going to be the marker you're going to follow during the deployment. And then it's a short wire, but Shri is going to help me anyway. But it's important to know that you don't have a lot of tension because it's not a long wire technique. So we decided to go first with the 10 after measuring it. So I'm going down. And we've already mounted the other stent next to it. We've chosen a 10 centimeters evolution Cook stent, also uncovered, a 10 millimeter one on the other side. And I think it's important to know that these stents have, of course, shortening, as you know, but it's not the same shortening. And the Cook will shorten a bit more. So this is important if you want to tailor a bit your stents. If you think that a 10 is too long, you can, between a Wallflex and a Cook, you will choose a Cook, and it might be a bit shorter. So I will push out my stent. We already have everything mounted to be quite quick, but here I'm lucky to have 8 millimeter stents, which I don't have at home. And 8 millimeters or 2 8 millimeters or 1 8 and 1 10 are a bit easier to put than 2 10s because they will expand very quickly, so you have to be quite quick. So here I will have my yellow marker, which is there, and it's going to shorten, so we think we're okay. So we're going to start deploying. So you're going to maybe look at Shrin's hands. So he blocks his right hand and he brings back, and I will adapt by pulling back my stent.
Mariana, as you're deploying, what are your thoughts about doing everything transpapillary, leaving the stents out versus leaving them intraductal?
We discussed about that. I think it's very important to have them at the same level if they're intraductal, so it's a bit tricky, because if it's one further down than the other, then it's very difficult to go back. Yeah, yes, so we're reaching the point of no return, right? You can go. We're good on top, but I think that a Cook will be okay for the other side. So one is gone already. Okay, so now you're going to bring back your introduction. You're going to take out? Okay.
So this stent which you deployed was a Wallflex stent?
This is the Wallflex, yeah.
And the second one is going to be a Cook stent?
Yeah. Slowly, okay, wait.
Evolution. So
Okay,
she's
wait,
the
I'll
gun
push
one.
her.
She's using the gun.
Yeah, we're using the gun. Okay.
A lot of
So Mariana, sometimes
Okay. It's so quick.
sometimes in Hilar blocks, Mariana, it is difficult to get the stent across the angle.
Yeah, that's
So
why.
what do you do? What's your trick?
So 2 8s are already a big trick that I don't have at home. Going quick between the two of them are important. So this is we're already ready with the second stent.
Okay.
And the other tricks are sometimes you can put a stiffer guide wire to exchange, put an Aplatz guide wire. So here it's the Cook stent, so it's a bit.
And you always do the left one first?
Yeah, there's a bit of a curve there, so I prefer to do the left one first. So we're going up.
So is the Cook stent assembly little stiffer than the Wallflex?
The
Or it's
Cook,
the same?
no, it's okay, but it's okay. It's going to be okay. It could have been an 8, could be a well 2. Okay, you're opening. So this is another kind of deployment system.
Yes.
I'll let you go a bit up. Okay. Wait. There we go. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. 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 Okay.
Excellent.
Nice.
Very nice, very nice.
You can remove that. Oh, yeah. Well, we didn't remove that one. Okay.
Thank you, Mariana, for that fantastic demonstration. I think we're convinced now that this patient is going to do very well now. Thank
There was
you.
a lot of pus coming out, so
Yes,
she was she's
Yeah.
really going to be
Yeah.
better.
Thank you very much. So we'll now move on to the next room, which is.
Nice
Nancy.
job. Okay, thanks,
Yeah.
everybody.
Thank you.
They were wrong with these 10. But you see, the cook 10 is a bit shorter.
Yeah. So we'll go to the
Okay,
next.
okay.
We'll go to the room where Nantali is doing an RFA.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nagi,
so-
we'll have a change at the moderator.
No, but
level.
we'll just another 5 minutes, Manu, because
Okay.
we start the session is still not over. So we'll go to room number 2 when Nantali is doing. Yeah, Nantali, Janine, you're on.
Yeah, hi there. I'm first going to show you the needle, and one of the learning points always is if you have to know your equipment. So I was struggling here to move the needle, but you have to push it up and put it down. And what you will see then, I hope the camera can zoom in. Here the needle is coming out, and you have to be aware what the part is that's going to give the burning. And the burning part is only over here. It's just 1 centimeter.
Right.
So
they come in different lengths,
Yes.
right?
So you have to really prepare before to know your material, and the gold part is the isolated part. So now push it back and hand it to the one and only operator.
Okay,
Here you
so
are.
when you connect this, it's just like when you do EUS, FNA, or FNB. You remove the cap and then you advance the needle. It's very important before you do this procedure, you have to make sure that your system, which is right over there, if the camera can just roll over to the, if you can just focus on the machine over there. Yeah, here we go. So my team here has been kind of helping with the cooling system. The needle is cool so that way you don't damage. And see, one thing I want to show you is that when I show you the lesion, my big wheel here, I look up a lot on the big wheel. And when I do that during my needle insertion, it's stuck right here. If the camera can just, this is very important here. The needle stuck right here, so you don't want to force your way in. You should let go of the big wheel, straighten out the scope, and allow the needle to go in nicely. And then you have to find the lesion again. Okay, and once you have the needle in, you make sure that the sheet is out. That the length of the sheet can be like up to what you'd like. Like here we do it at about 2.5. I think it's good. So now I'm going back to find the lesion. And remember, we know that the lesion is right around the neck. So to find the neck, you can look for the splenoportal SMB confluence. And once you see the confluence, you can follow the confluence, and then you should be able to identify the lesion. So that's the confluence right there. I'm following. And I can see the lesion coming to my right. There you go. So that's the lesion right there. Okay, here we go. And now I have to like sort of need to secure my scope. So I'm going to ask Janine to hold on to the scope for me. Yeah, kind of.
Talk a bit, huh?
Yeah, oops. Okay, this way. So remember, we want the lesion to be right around 6 o'clock. And it also depends on what kind of scope do you use. If you use Olympus like what we're using today, the needle is coming in towards the blue dot that you can see on the monitor.
You see, it's a bit unstable position. I really do my utmost, but so far I really failed.
All right, right. If you use different kind of scope, the angle would be a little bit different. So again, I lost my lesion. I'm going to try to go back and find the lesion. So when you are lost, you're just gonna have to find your landmark. Like I said, the lesion is in the neck, Every time when I got lost, I'm coming back to my home base, which is the confluence. And if I can find the confluence, which is right about here, then I can turn to the right a little bit.
So Nandini, as you're doing this and when you get into lesion, we'll get back to you because G is ready to show us the myotomy there.
Sure.
So we'll get back to you.
Okay. All right.
G, you're on.
Oh, hello, welcome back. So we've finished tunneling. As you can see, the injection from the tunnel process way into the cardia. And you can see the bleb reflex here.
So important to make sure that you are deep enough into the cardia. And that's one of the methods, is to look at that for that injection, which you see nicely. Other methods include a double scope technique, as well as some landmarks that we'll see in the tunnel itself.
Yes, I think this is the simplest.
So this visualization of the bleb in a retroversion, that should be sufficient for you to decide that you have gone well sufficiently across the OGJ?
Yes, because during tunneling, I know that I went through the LES, so because it was tight there, and then you start to see the little spindly vessels kind of into the cardia. So I know I'm just kind of visually confirming from
your tunnel is looking very clean.
Oh.
So you have done a very nice dissection.
G handled very nicely a couple of technical issues that we had, including knives not working and whatnot, but beautifully maintained an ability to create a nice tunnel.
Thank you.
Now she's ready for the myotomy.
Yes, we're going to start 2 centimeters below the incision, needle into patient, and we're just going to dig in a little bit. We're using Endoscopic again, and I'm just going to dig until I find the longitudinal fibers here. So the depth of the muscle I find to be very variable between patients, so I just go very cautiously. So it looks like we've gone through circular.
So you will do a partial thickness, or you'll do a full thickness right from up?
Yeah, so I just start circular, and then as I'm going down and doing the myotomy, I find that the longitudinal muscles split on their own anyway. So just here, because we're so close to the mucosal incision, I like to be a little conservative here. And then as we're doing the myotomy, it always becomes full anyway. So like here, the longitudinal is very thin, so I've already done a full thickness, as you can see.
You're doing a long myotomy there, right?
Yes. So we started the incision at 10 centimeters above the LES, and we're starting the myotomy approximately around 8 centimeters.
And then we'll go 1 to 2 into the cardia.
Yes, I like to go to 2 centimeters below.
So you're doing a full thickness right from the beginning?
Yes, pretty much. Yeah, and it's studies have shown there's not much of a difference, and it's technically easier to do full thickness.
Yes.
And like I said, it splits anyway, even if you really try and preserve the longitudinal muscle fibers. So.
And at home, do you use EndoFlip at all to determine?
I do not. I know it's becoming more utilized. Is that something that you do?
Yeah, I'm using it particularly for patients who are not treatment naive, not the typical achalasia type 2, especially like post-Hilar patients where, our landmarks are unclear. Even checking the extent of the myotomy with the bleb is not always as reliable. Those patients have had wraps, so you can't always see that. So we have to come up with some alternative ways to really know if it's been an adequate myotomy. And I find that that's been quite helpful.
So even for myotomy, are you using a precise sect or endocut?
Yes, so I'm using endocut right now.
Endocut.
And her coag setting is on precise sect.
Okay.
And yes, so sometimes if I'm worried about vessel, I start with force coag or precise sect, and then I just finish the muscle cuts with endocut.
And what's important here that she's demonstrating really nicely is control as she reaches the top of the muscle layer so as not to damage the mucosal layer. But once she's established that plane, it's very it seems, kind of effortlessly being able to place the knife there and have a nice complete cut so that she doesn't have to go back over that area.
Very good technique. Ji. Excellent demonstration.
Thank you. One of the objectives was to talk a little bit about complications and such. One of the things that we always want to do is make sure we can visualize the abdominal cavity and have a palpation of the neck throughout the procedure. If we do notice that it's distended and aspiration of air from the stomach does not make that any better, then we can consider needle decompression, which we did try here. We didn't really get too much. We'll assess towards the end of the myotomy because we can imagine that there will be more CO2 that might enter and see if he needs a little decompression, but right now it's okay. And the other objective was really to talk about reflux after the procedure. And, it's controversial how much esophageal reflux, what the incidence of true reflux that needs to be treated is post-POEM. But certainly there have been different approaches to try to minimize that, including the technique of the poem itself, where we cut. Any thoughts on that in terms of how it's affected?
Yes, the studies have.
By the way, this is the next one, series Olympus scope.
I think the sticking plaster of the cap has come out.
Yes, yes.
Lying inside the tunnel.
We're having a little bit of technical issues, nothing that we can't overcome. But so the studies have actually all shown that the degree of reflux seems to be associated with the length of cut in the stomach, so the myotomy length in the stomach. So all the studies seem to indicate you shouldn't go beyond 2 or 3 centimeters into the cardia. So
it looks like you had a nice thorough cut here. Do you think you're finished?
So. Yeah, I'm happy.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I don't see any bleeding. So I think what I'll do is we'll just check the LES, make sure everything's opening up. I might just reattach the tape. Yes.
And then we'll close.
Yes, and then we'll close with clips.
And what's your preferred closure method?
Yes, I just I use clips. Again, very simple. I like to keep this procedure simple, and you usually require 6 to 7, depending on the incision.
Okay. Gee, thanks a lot. We'll see you closing it. I will come back when you put the clips.
Thank you.
Can put the clips on, and then what we'll do is fantastic myotomy that was. We'll go to Reem's room, where Reem I think is we're seeing some red heme there, so Reem will tell us what she's doing here. Reem? Yeah.
We are hoping there's not bleeding. No, we I'll show you, and I'm just cinching the last this last suture. But basically, what we've done is we've gone anterior, middle posterior. We've done 4 sutures and went from the incisura to the GE junction, and I'll show you that again. And then we went and started the second layer, and I will show you what it looks like in a second. So we're just cinching. Yep.
Yeah, we found a very big stomach, so this is why she made a lot of bites, and this is the start of the second layer, let's say.
So here, if you see here, this is the GE junction, and we've sutured the stomach all the way to the end. And this is going into the pylorus here.
Yeah.
And so you can see now we've done a second layer here, so this part has closed down.
Yeah, very nice.
And what we're going to do is just do another anterior, middle, posterior here, and then do some APC, and hopefully...
So, Reem, a question is, in the merit trial, was it augmentation sutures, were they routinely taken in all the patients?
Was it what?
Augmentation sutures. That means one layer and over that one more layer.
So it was
reinforcement, reinforcing.
It was advised that you should do some, but it wasn't mandated. The key thing that we asked that all the centers did is that we did a U pattern, And then a second layer if you wanted to. I think most people did.
What do you do in your practice? Do you always take?
I always do a second layer because I'm not very aggressive at going super far anterior and super far posterior.
Okay.
But if you want to make sure that it closes, you'll end up going a little bit more. So here I'm gonna go here.
On an average, how many sutures you need to place in your practice day to day, roughly?
About 6 to 8.
Okay, we'll go to that. Reem, thanks a lot. Because room 2 is ready now with the RFA device. So we'll quickly go to that. We'll come back to you when you finish the whole thing. So see the small stomach that you created. Okay?
See you soon.
Okay, yeah.
I can see it, yeah. Now you.
Now we are. Janine and Nandini, we are with you. I know you're concentrating on the lesion, but we're watching you on the screen.
Yeah. You need to come back here.
So as you can see here, it's really teamwork. We are not in the best and most stable position. I'm trying to hold the scope still. I hope I manage this time. I think otherwise I'm never welcome anymore here in Hyderabad, which would be a pity.
Okay, I need it
Well,
right
we
there.
can spot the needle coming in.
Yes.
Yeah, the problem is that the lesion is moving quite a lot. We're in a very unstable position, so we're trying to get the most stable position.
So as you can see here, it's
Right,
clearly
that looks
teamwork.
good.
I try to hold it, but as soon as you take over the scope, you start to move again.
Here, right here.
So now I try to fix it, but
you
you
have to
feel that the
turn-
two of us are working on it.
Turn to, yeah, there.
I have to talk
Yeah.
quite a bit, huh?
Right, talk to your right a little bit. There you go, that's perfect.
So you also really see it moving, and we should actually get the needle just adjacent, and then we really put it in at once. But as you can see here, the distance to the lesion is relatively too far.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And
Right
you
there.
are happy for a second, and at the moment your brain is processing that you're happy, it has moved.
Okay, here, right here.
You have to
Turn to
grab
your
that
right a
1
little bit.
second and jab the needle inside quickly.
Yeah, right there, right
Yeah,
there.
I think we are half a centimeter away.
Yes. You're nicely in.
Yeah, I'm
Almost.
in.
You're
I'm
in, you're in.
I'm in.
And we're also in at the side where we wanted to be in. We wanted to
Right.
be in at the right side because we
Right.
thought there was still vital tissue.
Good. So
Yes.
now I'm gonna start burning. So I'm gonna step on the foot pedal, and I'm gonna see the. I'm gonna wait to see the bubbles.
And we have the power on 30, so you can change also the power. I understood that normally here they start with 30 and you start to see the
Start seeing-
bubbles.
Yep, you see that?
That's really nice.
Very nice. The patient is moving a little bit, and then you kind of, once you see the bubble filling the whole area, then you can stop. Now I stop. Then we can actually move the needle around the lesion, within the lesion a little bit to see if we want to get more. But I think we can probably do one more.
I think I have to talk back and forth a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the good thing is your needle is at the exact area where the contrast showed the enhancement.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just there.
We will see if we need to do another zap. If we don't, I think we'll here right here. Yeah. So I would just do another zap right here. I'm hitting the foot pedal now. Here we go.
So I think here
Here.
you can clearly appreciate that you have to do this together. So always really work with your team.
That looks good. That looks good. You like that? Okay. I think that's it.
You know, that is fantastic.
Very nice,
Janine, and I know it is a
Thank
team
you.
effort. Thank you very much. So we'll move to the next room where G is ready with the last clip to close the opening. G and Amrita. you're on.
Hello, welcome back. So we've put 4 clips here so far. Just a helpful hint that I got was it's always actually really helpful to start your first clip a little downstream from where you did the incision because it
lifts up your incision, makes it easier to clip, and then also to place one right at the end as well, once you're halfway through with the clipping. So I like to keep the incision in the 7 o'clock position, and then have the clip turn so you're perpendicular to the incision. And I find this to be the easiest way of clipping after many trials and errors. So, all right, Madhu, we are going to...
And the key really is to have
Close.
that nice mucosa to apposition of the serosa.
And we are
And take your
to
time so
fire.
that you don't run into that inversion situation.
Yep, and that's it.
That's beautiful. Lovely.
Very nice demonstration. Very nice.
G for that fantastic demonstration. Thanks, G and Amrita. We go to the final points in the final case. That is, Reem is ready now to show us what she did. Reem, you're on.
Hi, everyone. So we just finished our second layer suture. So if you see here, this is the GE junction. You can see here is the fundus, and we closed it down a little bit, even though we try not to. And then his stomach is a little bit odd, but like a little J-shaped. But now here you go, and the pylorus is through there. So it's now, you could say it's closed down about 70% or so.
Yeah.
What I started doing recently, it's not mandatory by any chance, is just APCing the top part a little bit, just to promote
The healing.
the healing a little bit and to cause a little bit more fibrosis.
So it's like when you have a fistula that you make the scruentation of
Yeah,
the margin, like that really healing. It's not just the apposition of tissue, but it's to, let
Exactly.
the tissue heal.
And so, I mean, the thing is that this procedure is very, I don't think we need to do more to it. Some people are doing myotomies underneath or EMRs. The data is still new, and we can see if it makes any difference. What setting are we on? Okay.
Okay, Reem,
Are you
thanks a lot.
trying to avoid the suture or just making the APC?
Just making ABC, because the
Okay.
suture should be done.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
a lot
very
for
much.
Fantastic
Excellent.
demonstration.
Very
So we
nice.
go
Thank
to the
you.
next set of cases we have. We have, I think, Prableen ready, and we'll have the history from Kriti.
Yeah, we'll have a change of guard here. Nagi, thank you, Amit. Thank you, Jaya. For the next 4 cases, may I request Madhura? Madhura is here. Yeah, Madhura is here. Madhura is an upcoming gastroenterologist, therapeutic endoscopist from Coimbatore at the VGM Center, and with her is Dr. Ajay Kumar, who again needs no introduction. He is the overall big man of the Max Group based in Delhi now. So, over to Ajay and Madhura.
Next case is 78-year-old male with multiple comorbidities, presented with obstructive jaundice and weight loss. His total bilirubin is elevated with elevated alkaline phosphatase and CA99 above 400. Triphasic MRI showing mid-CVD stricture with dilated gallbladder and bilateral ISBRD. Plan is to do an ERCP with breast cytology and rapid on-site evaluation and biliary stenting. The learning objectives here is to know the importance of rapid onset evaluation for decision making in the management of unresectable hilar malignancy, and to know the role of wire guided biopsy forceps for tissue acquisition in complex hilar strictures.
Hello again, everyone. I'm again here with the stellar team, and my moderator in the room is Dr. Uma Devi. And we again have the same team for anesthesia, and our stellar Mr. Srinivas in the room, and Dr. Mohan in the room as well. So we got the wire access in the bile duct. We are going to start with the sphincterotomy, and please feel free to ask any questions and as we are doing the case. Can you go up, please? So this was again a little bit of redundant duodenal folds, a little bit of overhanging duodenal folds. I don't think we really need a huge sphincterotomy in this case. We, as mentioned, the goal is here brushing, followed by rapid on-site. Then we do RFA before we go on to put in an uncovered metal stent if it's positive.
do you often use Buscopan? Suppose you have such a little tougher papillas than normal.
Yeah, we do. We use Buscopan or glucagon routinely in these situations, and we gave Buscopan here before the camera rolled in. So
Probably what's your working diagnosis? Is it cholangiocarcinoma?
correct. The working diagnosis is this is cholangio. This is mid CBD stricture as we saw on the MRI UNBO, ready for exchange. Yeah, let's do the cholangiogram.
Is it operable or non-operable?
So understanding is this is palliative, this is not operable. Let's inject.
Was an EUS done for this patient?
The question to the audience is, was EUS done in
Yeah, this patient had, and then.
Say that?
Yeah, sorry. I'll give the background so that you can continue with the case. This patient had done, and he has a
Right.
high morbidity for any surgical procedures, elderly patient, and the aim was to see if the stricture was malignant or not. If it's malignant, to put in SM. So I think you're going to take brushes probably.
I'm sorry?
You're going to take a brush so that we can
Yes.
see with the, yeah, okay.
So we'll show the brush. We're going to be using Infinity brush, which is also new for me, but I looked at the accessory before, and we'll zoom in the camera on the brush itself before I advance into the channel.
And at your own center, is brush the only method you use, or do you combine with a biopsy or a cholangioscopy?
So we always combine it with the fluoroscopy guided biopsy or cholangioscopy guided biopsy, as we saw brush cytology itself has a very poor sensitivity. So this is what the cytology brush Infinity looks like. So on the edges you see black bristles, those are hard bristles, and the center are more softer. So the idea behind the hard bristles is that it causes the abrasive effect. Just like, some people, and I personally also dilate the stricture first before I do the brushing. The idea is it improves the cytological yield. And I think there is just some data backing that up as well. So obviously this is wire guided. So brush back. Yeah.
So you like to dilate first, but it won't interfere with your blood there. Dilatation causing some hemorrhage will not interfere with the cytology.
Correct. So I haven't encountered, extensive bleeding that happens from dilation alone. Most of these are very fibrotic tumors.
What about cholangioscopy? Will the visual impression change if you pass any other device earlier?
Correct. So, in real world, how things happen is you usually go with the brush cytology first, and then the fluoroscopy guided biopsy, and then most of the times you don't have enough time dedicated to do cholangioscopy in the same setting. But if I'm anticipating doing cholangioscopy, then I minimize the trauma. So couple things about brush cytology here. You noticed, personally, I always advance the brush before opening it beyond the stricture, just to be on the safer side. Once you're beyond the stricture, you advance the brush out, then you slowly back down. How many times do we go back and forth? Not a whole lot of data. A recent study that came in Red Journal, Russian, showed that 30 passes are superior and improve the yield. I'm coming back. So we'll do the rows now and see what we get. Yes, hi. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore. We have Dr. Anuradha here in the room who will be helping us with the cytological assessment.
So let's see how quick Anuradha is. Anuradha.
So one thing I saw here, and I don't know if Dr. Reddy is still there. Now I know how you guys do such a huge volume. Everything is super speed. Mr. Srinivas got us in like 30 seconds, and I think the case will be done in 10 minutes or less.
As you are seeing here, we are making conventional smears of the brushes. I hope you can see. So as soon as we make the smear, we intend to drop it into the fixator, which is an alcohol fixator.
Anuradha, your mic has to be adjusted.
Yeah, and for those who are not familiar, Anuradha is our chief pathologist, who's an expert in all types of GI pathology, cytology, biopsy, and this, she is the one who's speaking now and going to show us the rows.
Thank you, sir. So as you can see the smear here, you should make an instant smear of the material and then drop it into the 10% alcohol fixator, 95% alcohol fixator, and whatever rest you have, you can rinse it into normal saline.
Can somebody adjust the mic of Anuradha?
Yeah, and rinse into normal saline so that any cells which are left attached to the brush will drop in. You can also use a cytolite fixator, which will help in breaking down the mucus. And the next thing is we will go to cut the brush. So once you have made the smears, you can cut the brush and drop it directly into the cytolite fixator. The idea of this is whatever cells are left which are attached to the brush will fall down into this fixator, and then we allow it to settle down, and then we prepare a cell block out of this so that you can prepare it like a use it for histological analysis, so that you don't miss out on any of the cells.
So in this era of direct visualization, what is the role of fluorescent in situ hybridization? Do you still do it? And
yeah, so fish analysis will be done whenever you're suspecting for any malignancy, so that you can do on the sample which you have collected in the cytolite fixative. So normally the advantage of collecting the material in the cytolite fixative is you prepare a cell block, so it acts as an adjunct tissue, and the minimum you require is around 1000 cells for you to do the analysis of the fish, where you look for mutations of SMAD4, IMP3 and P53, so which are useful to distinguish between the pancreatic ductal adenocarcinomas versus the benign tissue. So P53 mutations and SMAD4 are more common in the adenocarcinomas. Thank you.
So, Anuradha, how long will you take to give us the report?
Yeah, probably by the next brushing, I'll be able to tell you.
We are back to you, Prableen.
Oh, all right. So I think based on what the rows shows, another thing we're going to do in this case is do radio frequency ablation. Before we do the stent insertion. So if this is positive, the technology we're going to use is Hilar, which is also new to me here because at our institution we use Habib. So,
okay, Prableen, we'll shift another room where I think Dr. Prachi Patel is ready with the case with Jenin, and then get back to you once the cytology report comes.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay.
We have a 62-year-old male with a case of carcinoma esophagus post-chemotherapy. He presented with dysphagia and weight loss. PET-CT showed no recurrence. Endoscopy showed stricture with nodularity at 28 centimeter. This patient had undergone recurrent CRA dilatation. Esophageal biopsy showed benign viable mucosa. The plan is to do an esophageal fully covered Stent placement in this patient. Over to Dr. Prachi Patil for live demonstration.
Yeah, but what's the stent we are seeing on the X-ray?
So this patient.
Hi. Hello. Are we audible?
Yeah, Prachi, yeah,
So
Jenny
this is
also there.
a patient who's received chemotherapy and radiation, and he's had a stricture. So the plan is to put a fully covered esophageal SEMS in this patient. We went in with a standard gastroscope, but we could not negotiate the stricture, so we've changed to a pediatric gastroscope, and I've gone beyond, and I'm in the antrum. So we'll pass the guide wire.
I think that's an important point that for any stricture lesion, the ultra thin scope is a valuable thing. What is your opinion about Prachi or Jenny?
So yes, I do all my esophageal SEMS placements with an ultra thin scope. Always helps to have an idea about the stricture and not just the extent, but sometimes there's part of the stricture that is not assessed well on cross-sectional imaging. So an ultra thin scope, if you have it, that's always the best way to go about it. Yeah, but sometimes you don't have it. I think not all centers do have it, so I think there's
then
also
a standard gastroscope is good enough.
it's perfectly fine as well, but this is, if you have it, it's an asset.
We saw
It
some
makes your life
stent on
easy if you have it.
fluoroscopy image. What was it?
So-
When was it placed and what has happened to that? On fluoroscopy, we had shown some stent there.
Jay, Ajay, can you hear me?
Yes, Nagi.
So this patient had from outside, there was a completely covered stent which migrated down and then subsequently came with dysphagia. And when you saw she had this stricture now, which was difficult to negotiate, that's how Prachi used the scope to get inside. The previous one was removed earlier.
What's your take on biodegradable stents?
I doubt anyone uses biodegradable stents routinely in practice, not very practical to use. And I think the type of stents we have available now, most people are going to use either fully covered or partially covered stents.
Yeah, I can tell you I have some experience with the biodegradable stents. We actually did studies with that for strictures, for benign strictures. The cumbersome thing is that you get a stricture back. It's a chemical reaction if this stent is deteriorating. So you suddenly go from a 2 centimeter stricture to a 6 centimeter stricture. You have lots of regenerative tissue. So we more or less stopped completely with placing biodegradable stents and waiting for the new ones to come who might give less of hyperplasia.
That's a good point that for the time being, biodegradable stents are out and we'll wait for a better stents.
Yeah,
So I'm at the
I
G
agree,
junction
Ajay. Yeah.
and we'll put external
Prachi,
marks in this patient.
which one are you using? A partially covered or fully covered?
So this is a patient with a post CTRT stricture. There's no evidence of disease recurrence. So we'll put a fully covered stent with the
Okay.
intention of pulling it out at a later date when the stricture is dilated.
Okay.
So do you use a stent fix or?
We can use a stent fix. So that's one of the options in this patient. It's just one has to bear in mind that it's a radiated esophagus. So OTSC clips should be put with a little bit of caution in tissues that have undergone radiotherapy. So we'll put external marks. I'm at the GE junction, so I may not need an external mark, but we'll just demonstrate it.
Okay.
So
and,
generally put outside, and it's important to not change the patient's position once you put the mark. Otherwise, it makes the whole process of putting in a mark.
So when you're putting the stent for the beginners in the audience, when you're putting the stent under the endoscopic vision, you don't necessarily need a marker for that. That's one.
No, and I think also with how we work now, that you can keep the patient in the same position, freeze your image, and really capture it for the future. I usually don't use external marks, but try to just do it on the imaging.
Yeah,
And
so we are
the
just trying to
question that
align
she
the mark. I
answered
hope
about the
everyone can
stent
see the
fixation,
external
because
mark
if you're
that's being
putting-
placed. We've just used the needle.
but Ajay, do you
with a
think with a
sticking
tight stricture we should be managing? Just the stent should manage it. The stricture itself will hold now.
No, that's right. But then what
So,
I just wanted
the
to
lower
they
end is
talk
about
stent fix, the
32.
different methods. It's
And,
more relevant when you're using fully covered
just coming
metallic
up
stent,
to the
which she's
stricture.
using. But what Manu is trying to point is that it's too narrow
And
a
this is the
stricture.
upper end. So can we have a
chances of
mark at the
migration
upper
are
end?
less.
Yeah, so you can clearly appreciate that it's not a too long stricture. I would say it's about 2 to 3
It's a very short
centimeter
stricture.
at the utmost.
So about 34
Yeah.
at the lower end, and this is the end of the stricture, and that's 30. So it's 29 if you push it a bit. So 5 centimeters. So a 10 centimeter stent would be more than enough. Typically 2 centimeters extra margin at the proximal end, 2 centimeters extra margin at the distal end, and we are good to go. Yeah.
So what are you trying to do
just
now?
crossing the scope and
You're
the
putting-
wire.
Which metal stent you're putting, and can you have some idea?
Get the question.
We cannot hear the question. What's the question? You just
No.
fix it.
Type of stent, Ajay asked. Type of stent,
we have-
evolution or
I
otherwise?
can show the stent. It's a cook. It's an evolution stent.
Evolution. So the gun again. Yeah.
Yeah, so we will have the toys for boys, as I always say it, with a huge pistol. I can say that on this conference.
So what is your criteria of selecting the length of the stent? How many centimeters more
Some
than the length of
narrowing here
the
as
stricture?
So I would normally try to have at least 1.5 centimeters above and below. I think the data are saying about 2 centimeters, but so that adds already 2-3 centimeters plus 5 centimeters stricture. So the stent should be at least 8 centimeters, and so I think the 10 is really fine. You can still debate if you want to have the lower flange really in the stomach or just above the diaphragm. I tend to place the flange really into the stomach, and then you can nicely pull it up and you're sure that you're in the right position. So I think we can open the stent.
So there's some narrowing here as well. So about 6 centimeter stricture. So a 10 centimeter stent is going to be adequate for us.
And Prachi or Jenny, another question. At what height, I mean, how high a stricture you will not put a stent? I mean,
2 centimeters from the cricopharynx.
2.
So 2 centimeters is a good enough distance to put a stent. Anything less than 2 centimeters from the cricopharynx, it will give a very uncomfortable globus sensation to the patient and not worth.
Yeah, unless you have special made stents, and there are stents available with a flange, an upper flange of only 5 millimeters. So you can place them. I have to say, if I do that, I really want to have my patients under anesthesia. So they're really completely stable and you can really go under the level. So if you place it by coincidence in the throat, the patient is really going to dislike you.
So even this patient, so a stent near any of the sphincters is always a bit of a problem. This stent is going to cross the GE junction, so the patient is going to have some amount of reflux, which is inevitable. And the patient is going to need some counseling regarding that and some measures to counter that.
Prachi, we'll come back to you in a few minutes when you position the stent.
Sure, sir.
We'll go to the pathology. Dr. Anuradha is ready with the pathology, and then we'll come back quickly to you in just 2 minutes. Anuradha?
Yeah. Can you see the slide, sir?
No, can't see the slide. We can only see a microscope.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah, on the microscope. They haven't, I think, got the...
The picture.
Now we got it.
Yeah. So this was the smear, and as you can see, it is very cellular. And even at this magnification, you can note that there is loss of the normal monolate sheets of the benign ductal epithelial cells, which you expect there. I'll just go on to the next magnification to focus on the on this. And can you appreciate?
Oh, yes.
Yes, so there is complete loss of polarity of the cells. You have anisonucleosis. There is discohesion of the cells. You have a single large cell in the center, and there is overcrowding and overlapping of the cells. And I'll just go on to the next magnification to highlight this. So you have bizarre single cells. So once you have discohesion and loss polarity, you are dealing with dysplastic cells, and they are high grade here, as you can see from the enlarged nucleus. And the presence of a single cell will go in favor of a neoplastic nature. So this we will sign it out as positive for malignancy, and morphology is like that of an adenocarcinoma.
Well done, Anuradha. Thank you very
Yes,
much
sir.
for giving us a definitive diagnosis and so quick.
Yes,
Yeah, it's very nice slides. You can see, I think the thing is very good. So I think we are very convinced with this. Before we go to Prablin, I think we'll just go to Prachi to see the final part of the stent, and then we'll come to Prablin. Prablin, probably now that we are sure it's malignancy, probably we'll just start with the radio frequency, but we'll just see Prachi finishing off the esophageal stent.
Prachi and
Jenny are on screen.
I don't think they heard.
Prachi, you're on screen.
It's on fire.
Yeah.
Jenny, you're on screen,
Yeah. So we are back. We put the stent in place. So I don't know if you could see the marks well.
We can see the
You can
diaphragm.
see the marks, wonderful fluoroscopy images.
Yeah.
But the more important,
Can I have a live
you have put the scope along with that.
Yeah.
So how do we make sure?
We have 2 marks on the stent, one at the proximal end and one at the distal, and then there are the 2 marks that we put at the proximal and the distal extent. So we are using a Cook stent, fully covered. So I'm starting to deploy the stent.
Ma'am, do you deploy only under fluoroscopic guidance or endofluoro guidance?
Yeah, so you could put a stent aside, but I think that's especially valuable if you have a proximal release, and you nicely see it deploying proximal. With this distal release, it always takes a bit of a time before it starts to deploy, but it's nicely starting to deploy. It's nicely in the stomach.
So most
The question from the audience was that do you always use fluoro guidance or you
Always.
use the endoscopic guidance?
Always, because the distal end you can only get a judgment on fluoroscopy, especially if the tumor is crossing the GE junction.
Do you think the
Yeah, but so there are 2
endoguidance-
tastes. I mean, I often don't use fluoro, and I will just use a proximal release scope and have the small XP scope giving the visualization of where you are. The disadvantage, you can do it alone, but it's a bit cumbersome with deploying and keeping the scope in position. So normally I would leave the stent to my assistants, to my nurses, and handle the scope, or the other way around if I have a fellow.
Will the endoscopic guidance help to decrease the fluoro exposure in this
No.
case?
We cannot really hear the question. Could it be
The
repeated?
question was that we can minimize the fluoroscopic guidance by using endoscopic, and once you have put the stent in place, you know the length of the stricture, you know the length of the stent. So if you can just keep a focus on the upper end with the endoscope, maybe we can still put it without fluoroscopy.
Yeah. So could we have the focus on the stent? So this is quite a big stent delivery system, and the stent that I'm putting actually has a nice tapered tip, so it's quite a comfortable stent to place. Fully covered stents, one always has to be a bit careful while getting the introducing system out, because as they are fully covered, once or twice I've had a stent being misdeployed because of the delivery system has pulled it out.
Prachi, I wanted you to show the point of no return on that.
Oh yeah, I
Please show
can.
it. Because for someone who's
You push
using
in the
it,
scope and I show the point of no return. If you have,
you
Can you give
just
me the
to
stent?
show it to everyone that there is a recovery time for you in case.
Yeah. So you have here the green parts you can follow, you can deploy, and here is the point of no return. At that moment, if you take out the back security system, then you cannot grasp the stent anymore. So you really have to communicate with your team when you're at the point of no return. And if you're at the point of no return, you still can come back. So here is the point of no return.
Well, thank you very much for an excellent presentation, excellent demonstration.
An image.
Yeah, okay. So Prachi, thanks a lot. That was fantastic. In fact, you just created history. You're the first Indian woman to do a major live endoscopy demonstration in international workshop.
Thank you so much
and
for the
congratulations. Thank you very much. So we go now to Praveen, room number 1. Praveen, yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations, Prachi. That was beautifully done. So right now we are ready here for radio frequency ablation. I think before the break, I told the audience this is an Hilar system. So this is a 7 French bipolar probe, and Mr. Srinivas is showing this beautifully. I don't know if you can focus on this. So this comes in different sizes. So 11, 18, 22, and 33 based on the length of the stricture. This is a thermal coagulation system. So this one has 4 different markers. They are 3 millimeters set apart. This is temperature controlled. All you need to do is you thread it over a long wire system and place it across the stricture. So in this case, we estimated the length of the stricture is about 15 millimeter, and we are going with an 18 millimeter probe. As I mentioned, the coaptive surface is length is 18 millimeter, and the depth is about 2 millimeter or 3 millimeter. And if you can focus on the machine here, so this is temperature controlled. I basically don't have to do anything. It's set on a 2-minute timer. The wattage is there, and as the temperature fluctuates, it automatically adjusts. And at 2 minutes, the system stops on its own. So my job is just to position it across the stricture. If you are dealing with a longer stricture, you can do another dual session, but you want to make sure that you're not burning the same area twice. So as you notice, we have already started. This is going to be the longest 2 minutes.
Okay, Praveen, as you're waiting for that long 2 minutes, what we'll do is we'll quickly go over to Shannon and Asha. They're waiting in another room with another procedure, and then we'll get back to you as you're putting the stent.
Sounds great.
Okay. Room number 4, history. Rohini, history.
Yeah, this is a 56-year-old female who presented with continuous pain, abdomen and weight loss. CCT showed a large mass lesion in the head of the pancreas with vascular infiltration. LFT showed bilirubin of 0, which is normal. Alkaline phosphate is also normal. EUS showed a large pancreatic body mass with upstream dilated pancreatic duct with multiple collaterals in the head of the pancreas. Plan in this patient is to do an EUS-FNB, rapid onset evaluation, and celiac plexus block. Learning objective in this case is to know the role of rapid onset evaluation and macroscopic on-site evaluation of pancreatic malignancy and celiac plexus block versus neurolysis. This is a randomized multicenter trial comparing EUS-guided celiac ganglion neurolysis versus celiac plexus neurolysis. The complete response rate was significantly higher in celiac ganglion neurolysis compared to celiac plexus neurolysis, and no difference in adverse events and duration of pain relief between the two groups. Over to Dr. Shannon for live demonstration.
Okay, so hi, I'm Shannon here, and today I'm very honored to have Dr. Asha with me.
Hi.
She's a super senior female endoscopist from India. I asked her permission. She allowed me to tell the audience her age. She's almost turning 60, and she started learning EUS when she was 49. So it then showcases like the very senior endoscopist in female endoscopists in India, and it's never too late to learn something new. And now she's also an expert in EUS, and now I'll be her robot today, and she's going to tell me how to do this EUS procedure.
So Shannon, I feel like a fossil in front of you, but here you are, you worked your way quickly down. So the pancreas, so I'll leave you to it.
So usually I start, this is a linear echo endoscope because I'm planning for FNB procedure. This is the aorta, and we find the celiac axis, celiac artery, and then you follow it, which then it branches into, quickly branches into the splenic artery, and you can easily see the tumor, which is right in front of us here. So this is the tumor. And usually when you see the tumor, this is right at the neck of the pancreas. We turn on the flow and see its vascularity and look at its relationship with surrounding vascular structures, which would be the splenic artery and also the splenic vein. So you can see here that the tumor sits right at the pancreatic neck, and it's in very close proximity to the splenic vein. And it probably has invaded into the confluence of the splenic vein and the SMV, as you can see right below here. So if you trace the tumor downwards, you don't actually see the normal confluence that you see here, probably due to invasion by the tumor itself. And then normally, when examining the tumor, I would usually also inject sonoflu. Although, like in this case, it's quite a definite, it's a cancer, and you would need an FNB anyway. But there are studies which have shown that with contrast-enhanced EUS, you may increase your tissue yield. So,
what's the needle you're preferring here, Shannon?
So the needle I will use today is a 22 gauge Acquire, which is like my all the time go-to FNB needle. So we can inject the sonoflu.
You mentioned that it was close to the pancreatic duct and you wanted to avoid it.
Yes, yes.
So could you point out the pancreatic duct?
Yes, so let's inject. So now Tree is injecting the contrast.
Yeah. That's Sridhar injecting the contrast.
And for pancreatic tumors, you expect it to be hypoenhanced. So you can see that the arteries are gradually lighting up.
Yes. Do you want flow?
So you can see here that the rest of the pancreas is gradually lighting up as I move my scope to the left of the pancreatic head here. So you see the vessels are lighting up very nicely, but the tumor is completely not taking up the contrast here.
Yes, that is clear.
Because Prablin is ready with the stent, we'll go to Prablin's room and then come back to you. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Prablin?
Yeah, hello, welcome back. So I'm trying to arrest the motility here and trying to prevent the air loss. We decided that we'll go with a 10-8 uncovered stent since it was positive, on-site was positive. So there it is. And this is a Cook 10-8 system. All right, we can start slowly. Hold on, stop. Yeah, this is good. we can, we could probably gone with like a centimeter shorter. But this was little close to the bifurcation. I think there was just a centimeter and a half distance. And we are done. Can we save that, please?
Excellent. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
We can see the right narrowing and the placement of the stent right in the, the stricture is right in the middle of the stent.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Pavleen, for that fantastic demonstration.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So then we'll go to Shannon's room, where Shannon is, I think, doing an FNB. Shannon?
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you're on,
I'll say
Shannon.
that.
Shannon, you're on.
Oh, okay. So I was just about to do the FNB puncture. So the needle I'm using today is a 22 gauge Acquire, which is a FNB needle. So when I was examining the tumor here, you can see that the dilated pancreatic duct actually is in very close proximity. So it's important to avoid the PD,
Pancreatic duct.
or else you might end up with pancreatitis.
pancreatitis.
Yes. So here I found a spot where it is clear of vessels and also clear of the PD. So I pushed the sheath out.
So for one so young, you're very talented, Shannon.
Well, I tried. I'm actually not very young, but I guess I'm young in front of all of you guys.
Yes, you are. Yes, your
So-
needle is going in. It's gone in.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is the tumor, and this is the needle. I am at the screen.
Yes.
So
So what techniques are you planning to show us today?
So usually, for
FNB.
me, I would routinely use the slow pull technique,
Okay.
and also the lock jam technique.
Okay.
So here you see the needle,
Yes.
and I will go in one more time.
Okay.
It's actually quite a hard tumor.
Yeah.
So, okay. So you see that the needle is right here?
Right deep inside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we can do the slow pull technique. So as Srisam is pulling out the stylet, I also pull back my needle.
Yes.
So I also use the fanning. So because I'm already at my my upscope position, so my big knot is completely up to reach this location, and my bridge is also completely up. So the only way that I can do fanning is to turn left and right.
So you have to use your body movements to do the fanning.
Yes. So you can see that I'm trying to rotate my body left and right to get a good fanning of the tumor. I guess like the gist of this is to get tissue from different parts of the tumor, so then you can get a wide spectrum of tissue from the same lesion.
Yeah.
So another technique that I love to use is a lock jam technique. So the lock jam is you measure the distance, the maximum distance from your needle to the end of the tumor. So this is maybe like 3.6 centimeter. So I lock it at 3.5 centimeter, and then I just go in as quickly as I can. So I've locked the maximum depth, and I jam it through.
Jam it.
And it's good to use for endoscopists with small hands like mine, because then you only need to lock it and then you just jam it through with all your force. Some people with bigger hands use the woodpecker technique. I don't really like it because my hands are really small, but the woodpecker technique is in essence just you peck on the tumor like this. And usually you need like very big and strong fingers to do that. And I don't really
I think the lock
like
jam
this.
technique works for all hands.
Yeah.
So not everyone has the luxury of having an on-site pathologist, and now the needles are so good that even with one pass and fanning, we get a very good tissue. What would be your suggestion, to do rows or not?
Well, in my center, we don't have the luxury of a pathologist, so we only do MOS, which is the macroscopic on-site evaluation. So a study previously have shown that if you have more than 4 millimeters of white core, you're actually quite safe to go, and the sensitivity of that sample is actually more than 92%. But today we have, I was told, a rising star pathologist.
Oh, no, she's a risen star.
She's a risen star, so the star of AIG.
Thank you so much. So
You can show us the core, Dr.
we want-
Anuradha.
Can you just focus here?
Can
So,
you focus the camera on Dr. Anuradha?
And the mic also.
And the mic also needs
yeah.
to be.
So as you can see, as we are putting the drop on the slide, the first and most important step is to make smears. And if you see here, this is what was meant by macroscopic on-site evaluation. If you see this glistening white material in the background of the slide, you can see this whitish material. So that means we have got good material. This is the macroscopic on-site evaluation by which we can say that yes, we have got some material. And then after that, you immediately drop it into the fixator. So the plan is, and here you can see, I can beautifully say that we have got all the tumor here.
So your
there is not
logjam
much of
technique
hemorrhage
work.
or anything, and then we'll stain this shortly and we'll show it also. So whenever we have such material, which is whitish flecks of material, we are 100% sure that we have got into the lesional tissue for sure.
Okay, now thank you. As you're showing us the histology, we'll go to another room where Dr. Amrita and G are ready with G poem, G with G poem.
So we have a 25-year-old male who presented with recurrent postprandial vomiting with weight loss. His lab investigation was normal. His gastric scintigraphy showed only 3% emptying at 1 hour. So we performed an electrogastrography in this patient. So please focus on the top right graph. The red lines indicate the population-derived normative data, and the blue line is the data of the patient, which is high above the normative data, which implies it is suggestive of hypernormal 3 CPM gastromyoelectric activity, which is consistent with functional pyloric obstruction. Endoclip findings in this patient showed decreased pyloric diameter and decreased pyloric distensibility index. So the plan is to do a G poem in this patient. Learning objectives are to know how to select patients for endoscopic treatment of gastroparesis and technique and contraindications of doing G poem, and how to follow up patients following G poem. So here is a prospective trial showing G poem for refractory gastroparesis. The clinical success rate is around 56% at 12 months. G poem is a safe procedure but showed only modest overall effectiveness in the treatment of refractory gastroparesis. So over to Dr. Amrita for the live demonstration.
Hi everyone. So I have G here. We just we're back. Yeah. We just did a quick swap, and we still have the same team of Dr. Rama, Dr. Santosh, and Madhu here. So just really quickly, we'll take a look at the pylorus. Now, I already went through this once, and it was tight when I went through it, and actually it looks like it's returned to that kind of condition. Of course, you want to be a little careful, similar to esophageal palm, not to create too much damage, but this is typically what we find. You have to just ease your way through and get a good look. And the reason that we want to make sure we get inside is just to see what it's like before versus after. Sometimes it does end up looking like this, actually, and it can be a little deceiving. If we just saw this from the beginning, we wouldn't really think this was gastroparesis. But I think that's one of the reasons some of the ancillary tests that you've been doing, especially the data that's coming out of here from using the EndoFlip, can be very helpful to understand the dynamics of a pylorus in the setting of gastroparesis. So there's two approaches you can take. You can go along the greater curve. You can go along the lesser curve. Typically, we start on the greater curve. This patient hasn't had any prior Botox injection, so this is a good place to start. I don't see any erosions or scarring that should cause any problems. Now, the difference between this and esophageal palm is our tunnel is going to be shorter because our myotomy is going to be shorter. It's really just the pylorus. So typically, I do about a 5 centimeter tunnel. So I'll just come here to the pylorus, note where that is, come back about 5 centimeters, and we're ready to do the injection. So needle out. So we'll tip deflect down here, inject. And for the stomach wall, you do have to put the needle in a little bit further because oftentimes in these patients, okay, stop, needle in. The muscularis mucosa of the stomach can be quite thick, and you want to make sure that you're getting into the right layer in order to facilitate the dissection.
So now we're going to switch out and put in the knife. I'm going to use a T-type hybrid knife. You saw the I-type hybrid being used before. This is a good knife for tunneling because you can inject and cut at the same time, as you nicely saw during the esophageal poem. And I'm going to do a transverse incision, a little bit of friability here, as I find that's easier for the G-palm. Now, one thing that we can discuss is that when you're doing a transverse incision, knife out, it does mean that you have to think about your closure technique a little bit. And in the stomach, I used the suturing to close because I find that it's much more robust at home. I send my patients home. And so I want to be sure. Okay, there we go. So we know we're in, we popped. I'm going to just inject a little to confirm. You see the nice blue under there. And now I'm going to cut horizontally.
This is the most ideal patient for G-poem. Is there any role for a trial of pyloric balloon dilatation or something? Will it worsen your success at G-poem? What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, that brings us to that question of patient selection, really, which is, I think, the biggest conundrum with G-poem and the things that we need to really understand. So I do at home, I work with one motility physician in particular, and what we've typically done is if she diagnoses gastroparesis, she gives a trial of Botox, but she spares the greater curve with the understanding that if the patient responds to the Botox injection, we will go back and do a G-palm quickly. And I typically start in the greater curve for the G-palm. So by sparing it during the injection, we minimize any fibrosis that would start to occur. If they don't respond, then we have to really think about trying perhaps medication and returning to G-palm if if they are not having adequate response from that. I don't think there's any good data to say which testing method is better, balloon dilation or transpyloric stenting, which has also been tried, or Botox injection, but really just the idea of performing some intervention at the pylorus to see if there is a response. So here, just trying to make my way in. I'll do a little bit of dissection here. I'm using Precise-Sect, much the way G did in the esophagus.
It's cutting very nicely. So the technique is very similar to esophageal poem. You're just trying to free up some mucosa from the mucosa there. Very nice.
And here, you can see we have a little bleeding here. The condition of the submucosa is not bad, but oftentimes in some of these patients, you get quite fibrotic submucosa, and it can oftentimes be difficult to distinguish the muscle layer from the submucosa. It's because of chronic gastritis, it's because of erosions, whatnot, but this looks pretty nice. So, what can be hard in G-palm is maintaining your orientation. I like to kind of create the tunnel a little bit wider. That way I have some room if we're running into difficulty.
Amrita, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we'll do is, that was very nice how you got to the tunnel. We'll just shift to the pathology because Anuradha is ready and then get back to you.
Okay, sounds good.
You keep going, yeah. Anuradha?
Yeah.
You're on the screen, yeah.
Can you see the slide, sir?
Yeah, just 1 second.
Yeah. Not the slide again, Anuradha.
No, it's coming. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
So this was exactly what we were talking a bit back about macroscopic onset evaluation. All those glistening white fragments, you can see the good amount of cellularity. I'm just running through the slide to show the good amount of cellularity which we have got. So one pointer, when we see such increased cellularity and there's a mass lesion from the pathology point of view also, we should think about a neoplastic lesion, because if it's a chronic pancreatitis, mass forming lesion or any lesion, you will not have so much of cellularity.
And the next point is a well-differentiated ductal adenocarcinoma can mimic benign pancreatic tissue, but if you focus on the architecture of these increased clusters, you can see that there is loss of the monolayered sheets, and very well you can see that there is crowding, overlapping and anisonucleosis, and you can see that there are many fragments, discohesion of the cells. I'll just go on to the next magnification. Here you can see that the cells are almost 3 times the size of a normal lymphocyte, which can be taken as a pointer for the amount of anisonucleosis which you need to measure when you are saying that it is neoplastic lesion. And there is acinar pattern, discohesion of cells. So this is positive for malignancy, and this will fit into a well-differentiated ductal adenocarcinoma.
Excellent.
Very nice. Yeah.
Very quick and fast and very.
Yeah, Another, thanks a lot. I think now that we have this help, and go back to Shannon to see what she's going to do for the patient. Shannon? Yeah.
So I've also been designated a task to do a celiac plexus neurolysis. So in general, you can consider doing a celiac ganglion neurolysis or celiac plexus neurolysis. But in order to do a ganglion neurolysis, you have to find
the
the
image is
ganglion.
gone. Voice is coming, but the image is gone here. Yes, on. It's on.
So in general, for tumor cases, because of the lymph nodes and all the tumor invasion, celiac ganglion is usually very difficult to see. But if you are to look for them, look for the aorta, look for the celiac artery takeoff, and it's usually between the celiac artery and the left adrenal gland. But we've been searching around and we couldn't find the celiac ganglion, and so we've decided to do a celiac plexus neurolysis. And even with the celiac plexus neurolysis, there are 2 ways of doing it. So you can either do the unilateral, which is what I do, or what Dr. Asha do. She does the bilateral technique. Studies have shown that there is no difference in terms of pain control. Today I'm going to inject lipo 0.5% bupivacaine and absolute alcohol. So Dr. Asha, do you know of any other agents that people inject?
Newer agents, Shannon, newer agents include a combination of phenol and glycerol, and some people are also injecting an agent called dexmedetomidine or something like that, which I'm not familiar with, but these are the recent studies. Shannon, could you tell us how you reached the neck of the pancreas? What movements you used?
So in general, to reach the neck of the pancreas, you find the aorta, celiac artery, and then turn a little bit of left hook, up the scope a little as you go, and follow the celiac artery. And you can see that my hand is like putting down, so the scope is turning left. And this is where you reach the pancreatic neck.
Okay, thank you.
Let's start the celiac plexus neurolysis. So usually you aim for the takeoff of the celiac artery, which is right here. So this is the aorta, and this is where the celiac artery is taking off.
So you will be injecting between the aorta and the celiac axis.
Yep. So check for any small vessels around, which there were none. So can someone hold the scope?
And how much are you injecting of each agent?
And what is the volume that you inject? And do you use bupivacaine at the beginning or both at the beginning and at the end?
So I've discussed this also with Sandeep. For me, I just inject at the beginning, 5 mils, and then 10 mils of absolute alcohol. But I've heard that in AIG, the protocol is that Sandeep would inject 2 mils of bupivacaine, and then depending on the tumor size, the size of the volume injected, he would inject around 8 to 10 mils, and then followed by another 2 mils of bupivacaine. So he called this the sandwich technique. So I guess like different centers have their own preference on what to do.
So I think the dose also depends upon the degree of emaciation of the patient.
So this patient is pretty skinny. So I'll probably just inject 2 mils of bupivacaine, and maybe I'll inject 8 mils of alcohol, and we see how it goes. So here,
Asha or Shannon, how often do you see postural hypotension and diarrhea following a celiac block?
It's very uncommon. I've almost
seen
never
it in
seen
about
it.
4%. So I've been doing over the last 9 years. And I've seen it in about 4 to 10% of patients, and one had a paraplegia also. He recovered later, but
I see.
Ma'am, we have seen mild tachycardia occurring at the time of injection of alcohol, which actually shows that, there has been some sympathetic block that has taken place.
yes, it happens, ma'am.
So here you see the aorta and the celiac artery take off. So I'll start by injecting, putting in my, putting in the needle. So it's right here.
So you get that cloud pattern, which is quite a rewarding experience to see, knowing that you.
So can we aspirate and see if there is blood?
Aspiration is of paramount importance to make sure you're not in any vessel.
So getting the snowstorm effect.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's begin by injecting 2 mL of levobupivacaine. So you see here that is gradually coming. 2 mL, 2 ml.
2 ml.
Yeah, and then followed by alcohol. So we'll inject 5 mL and see how much volume is inside. Because this patient is pretty skinny.
Yes. You said you'll inject about 8 ml or 10 ml?
8 to 10, depending on the patient. So how many mils are we in? 4 cc. So what do you think, Asha?
I think you can go up to 10.
Okay, let's see. Let's inject to 8 and see.
Meanwhile, we can show the new Wilson Cook needle that came in, which is called a celiac plexus neuralysis needle.
8.
It's a 20 gauge needle. Can somebody show the needle? We're not using it now, but we just wanted to
we
show
can
the
inject
audience
another
that
2
there's a
more
new
mils of
needle.
alcohol. Alcohol.
This is the new celiac plexus neuralysis needle. It's called EcoTip Ultra.
Ma'am, you're not audible.
This is the new celiac plexus neuralysis needle. It's called EcoTip Ultra. And if you could focus on this part.
Your mic has to be adjusted. We can't
Yeah.
hear you.
Yeah, if you could focus on this part, you could see that it's got a tapered tip and holes a little away from the tip of the needle. So you automatically spray more volume when you're going in through the side holes of the EcoTip needle. We're not using this, but we just want to demonstrate that there's a new needle.
Okay, so now we have injected 10 mils of alcohol, and then we will gradually inject another 2 mils of bupivacaine. And as he's injecting the bupivacaine, I will slowly pull back the needle. So then the tract itself is also infused with
Enough bupivacaine.
With bupivacaine. Okay. So
Thank you, Shannon. That was an excellent demonstration. Once again, a very skilled girl, very skilled endocrinologist.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Asha, thank you very much. So
Thank
we
you,
go
sir.
to
Thank you.
Amrita's room
Thank
for G point.
Hi, welcome back. So we've created the tunnel. You can see here a nice bright white tunnel. And what we are looking for is this ridge here. This is the pylorus. It's very distinct. So what we were discussing as we were going, there were a few wispy muscle fibers, wondering, are we there? But it's very obvious when you get there in a treatment-naive patient. And the other distinctive thing is the duodenal submucosa that rises up behind it like a wave. Just want to double check. You can see beautifully rising up behind it. So now we're actually ready to start the myotomy. And we were also discussing, there's a couple different myotomy techniques that are being tried, including a double myotomy. The data doesn't necessarily show increased efficacy, but it also doesn't show any effect on safety. So I think it's reasonable to do that if you have a nice view. So what I'm going to do here is a retrograde myotomy, similar to what I do in POEM, but it's actually necessary for the G POEM. I'm just going to hook this disc behind the muscle right here, and then I'm going to cut. And so in this case, we don't need to go, we can kind of go layer by layer because we don't really want to go full thickness here. And so I'm just pulling back and cutting slowly. And again, this does not have to be a long myotomy. It's very tempting to keep going, but really you just want about 3 centimeters or so. And remember that your tunnel is short. So there you can start to see very well the ridge of the pylorus. And so we're going to go back.
Would you use an IT nano knife?
This is an
insulated knife. Would that help, to avoid the duodenal?
It could, but I have a safety cushion. I can inject more if I want to make sure. So I feel pretty comfortable using this knife. If they were very fibrotic and I was worried about the tunnel itself wasn't that big, and I was worried about mucosal damage, I could certainly use that knife. Or if I couldn't really separate the duodenal submucosa. But I think this is perfectly fine. And when I do the retrograde myotomy in the esophagus, I also use this knife too. I don't switch. So there you can see we're cutting the muscle, can cut the muscle completely.
I think the point to note is that you're doing it such layer by layer, and that is so safe.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'm just tip deflecting it down a little bit. The more closer to the serosa I get, I'm going to use cautery just in case there's a vessel underneath there. But I think this is a nice cut here. And then, of course, what we're going to do, you see the serosa underneath there. What we'll do is, after we do this cut, we'll go and do the other cut on the other side. What do you think of the length of this? You think it's enough? Or?
Yeah, I think so, because all you're trying to do is go through the pylorus. So how much you dissect from the pre-pyloric kind of antrum region, I think probably doesn't make a difference. I don't know of any studies that have looked at.
I can't hear you.
Oh, myotomy length.
So she was just saying that there aren't really good studies that look at the exact length and what's more effective. And really, it's just the pylorus. So I think that was enough. You can see complete thickness. All the muscle fibers are gone. So we're going to move on to the other side here and just try to do the double myotomy. Now, again, this technique is not set in stone. Just people are just trying it now. I was just at Nagy was with me. We were just in Dusseldorf watching Moeen do a similar procedure, in which case he actually used the snare to cut this excessive muscle that was sort of left over. I'm not sure the value of that, other than maybe cosmetics. But there's probably a lot of room for variation in these techniques as they're being developed. But again, I'm going layer by layer. There's no need to rush. There's no need to completely go full thickness from the beginning. We obviously want to try to minimize going into the peritoneum. Use cautery here just to make sure I'm not going to hit any hidden vessels. I'll inject just to make sure also I don't hit the duodenal mucosa.
Do you always have such a cavernous tunnel, or it's because you're doing a double myotomy?
In general, I like to have as wide a tunnel as I can get. I find it's a little bit easier to control my scope, especially in the G-palm with the curvature of the scope sometimes you need to manipulate your way around. And I would say the same is true when I do esophageal palm. I actually like to have a wider tunnel in order to be able to make sure I can keep my orientation, especially in sigmoid esophagus or in patients who are post-Heller, where the orientation is otherwise very challenging.
Amrita, fantastic. Before you close, we'll come back to you again, but this looks very nice.
Okay,
Very
thank you.
convincing. So we'll go to room number 1 where Janine is ready with another interesting case. And
Should we
then
snare?
I know, it looks beautiful.
No, maybe you can change the
Change
moderator.
of guard. Thank you, Madhura. Thank you, Ajay. While we have the next 4 cases, I'd like to call the next set of chairpersons. Neha Berry, who's at the BL Kapoor Max, Ajay's contemporary, junior colleague, and with her will be Mahesh Goenka, senior gastroenterologist, again needing no introduction. He's probably one of the senior most therapeutic endoscopists of our country. Over to two of you. You will have to take one partially done case and the other cases are new.
Sure.
This is a 45-year-old male who underwent open cholecystectomy with biliary access loop, presented with obstructive jaundice with fever. Lab showed total bilirubin of 4 with elevated alkaline phosphatase. ERCP showed access loop in the gastric antrum, large CSD stone with ISBRD. 2 biliary stents were placed, one from the transpapillary route and another from the gastrobiliary fistula. MRCP showed a large stone compressing the CBD with bilateral ISBRD. ERCP showed 2 stents, one is the transgastric stent through the access loop and another through the transpapillary route. Learning objectives are to know the role of laser lithotripsy in the management of complex biliary stones and how to approach biliary stones in altered anatomy. Here is an RCT showing laser lithotripsy versus conventional method, which this study has shown that laser lithotripsy is effective in clearing the large bile duct stones compared to the conventional method. Okay. Over to Dr. Jenin.
Okay, Jenny, you're on.
Hi there. It's good to be back. I have a wonderful team here. My co-pilot behind me.
Yeah.
And I'm assisted by a good old friend who has taught me lots of things regarding ESCP and especially to walk fast. So now I have to work fast. So I'm here in the stomach, you know the case. I have an ordinary gastroscope and I think that makes it really convenient. You saw already the anatomy. So here that's something that's normally not there. I will go into there later. And if you talk a bit here to the right, you nicely go into the duodenum. But as you have understood, that's not where we want to go. This stent you can appreciate here. It's in the biliary tract, but we leave it there. We first have to do our work. And if our work is sufficient, then we might consider to take out the stent. As there's really a huge stone we have to work on, which they promised me that's going to take so long that I don't have a lovely Indian dinner, which is really regrettable. So I will try to push. And as you can see here, you can appreciate nicely the stone. And the important thing is if you use laser, you have to put it under water. And I think that might be a bit challenging here as it's really wide open. But we're going to go for it. It's being put under the water by now. So you should refrain from your reflection to suck out the water. So you can nicely appreciate now it's underwater. I have in the really left of the screen, you see a balloon coming out. And we use a balloon catheter to really guide the very fragile laser probe, which is really very tiny. And if you put it just to your working channel, it might get kinked. So you kill the probe by then. So what I will do now, I will try to keep a bit of a distance and then to see the laser probe coming out. And I will have to talk a bit to the left. And we have to irrigate sufficient. So I think we have now nicely irrigated. And then the laser probe has a really nice light at the tip. So we'll see if we can get it out. I pull slowly back my scope. You will normally stretch and
so Jenny, you're using a normal gastroscope?
Yes, I'm using a normal
9 millimeter.
gastroscope. And I have to see if my laser probe is already out. I don't think so.
No, it's not out yet.
And I try to talk a bit. Yeah, you see there's the light. And I want to talk a bit more to the right, and then I'm always questioning if I'm fine to fire. Yes, okay, everybody says it's fine to fire, and they more or less tell me, be quick.
What are the energy settings you are using?
So the energy settings at the moment, yeah, it's ready. So I think we are on 12 hertz. And I think you have to slowly adjust it according to what's happening. So it might be that I'm quite in the middle of the stone. You see the fragments coming off. So I think always in between you have to try to clean up. You see nicely that we get here remnants of the stone. You see it's breaking up. And then it's about taking another position. So I come back a bit, try to really talk up into the higher area, torque my scope, and as you can see, we have a cap on the scope, and that's to get it a better stable position. So now I'm out again. Let's see if we can get the laser probe out as well. And then I have an eye on the technician, and so far I think he is not really sure if it's out. It's out, okay, he's sure it's out. And then we start to apply again the energy. Important, we have to keep it underwater.
Right.
And you see also that I'm not so, used to scopes that do not have an elevator. I really try to move up. And there we have the, and now if we put out the probe, I think we're in a nice position to fire and to try to break the stone. So far we did not.
So you are avoiding touching the stone, or are you touching the stone?
Yes, I'm really under stone. I think that's really the big difference between the laser and the EHL. With the EHL, you have to keep a small distance because of the blast effect, and with the laser, you have to really be under stone. And I would appreciate if it can go a bit more in the upper corner.
At 12 o'clock, right?
Yeah,
That's
so
where
I
you
try
wanna
to
go?
get now to 12 o'clock.
Right.
I take my, in between, I take the laser back. And I see the guys talking next to me. They want something, but I do not know yet what they want. I still do not really speak your language. I'm sorry. I have been here for 3 months and I still don't manage. I think now nicely we have it underwater. I think we have the probe in position. And now we are going to give a blast. And then you see all these fine fragments. And depending on the energy setting, you get either bigger or smaller fragments. And we nicely flushing. I still would be love to go higher up. I see the little probe in the lower quarter. But if I see all the mess coming towards us, I think this is a nice image. Then we are achieving something. Maybe I will make the dinner tonight.
And Janine, one important thing is that, hold on. I was going to mention that it's important to give the patient pre-procedural antibiotics, because these patients end up having post-procedure cholangitis or fever, so I think it's important.
Janine and Anthony will come back to you. I think Janine will come back because we have some other interesting thing going on, room number 2, where I think Reem is ready with another case.
We will be here.
Okay.
For a while.
Okay, so we go to room number 2, where we have Reem, Reem and
Hi everyone. This is a patient who has the gastric outlet obstruction.
Reem, you want us to just tell the history, or we'll go ahead with the case?
I just want to go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead with the case. Yeah. Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay.
So you're doing
an EUS guided GJ.
Actually,
you're doing an EUS guided GJ.
So yeah.
Oh, no. Did I?
Radhika, someone will have to tell the history.
Okay, I'll tell you the background, Manu. So this is a patient who came with multiple comorbidities, recurrent vomiting and weight loss of 3 months duration. The bilirubin was mildly elevated, but the most important thing is PET scan showed a CA head of pancreas with liver metastasis.
I think it's
And after
misdeployed.
GI endoscopy showed an ulcerated friable growth, D2, D3 junction with luminal narrowing. And the biopsy was positive for adenocarcinoma. So she is for a palliative GJ under endoscopic ultrasound guidance. Okay?
Finished it actually.
We are panicking a little bit.
Yeah, so we finished the procedure. It's too fast, faster than Srinivas, yeah.
So the key thing with this is we didn't have an EPAS system, which we were talking about earlier, which would have made us a little calmer. So we were trying to find a good loop of jejunum to find this, and we couldn't. We were just too far, and there was transverse colon in the middle. And so once we found it, we had to get you guys super fast. But sometimes you can misdeploy. We were talking about the types of misdeployment. And there's NBI because Reem pressed too many buttons. But we got a little bit of blue dye which you can see the catheter through the pylorus, and the blue dye here that's coming out is sort of reassuring that I didn't go through colon, and we were in the jejunum on the other side.
Okay, so you can only clap from here. Thank you very much. In your practice, have you totally shifted to this device, or do you still put duodenal stents?
We try and go straight for this because, patients are surviving longer. The rate of occlusion with the axius is much lower than a duodenal stent. Before it was duodenal stents, if they survived 6 months or less. Now people are surviving 2-3 years, and so the axius is a really good option for this.
So thank you, Reem. I think Reem, thanks a lot for that fantastic demonstration. Very quick pass. Okay, so we next go to I think we go to Amrita's room because she's ready. Amrita, yeah.
That was beautiful. Great job, Reem. So this will also hopefully be very quick. We actually didn't even see this incision going in here.
Did you use the snare, Amrita?
No, we thought we would leave it in place. We kind of liked the appearance of it, and it seemed a little unnecessary to have to remove that muscle.
But what's the principle of using the snare? You just cut the muscle in between the two tunnels?
I don't know. I might have to get Moeen on the line to give his rationale. I think it's just to remove the muscle and decrease the ability of the muscle to reunite. Or reform together. But as you could see from that, it was really pretty well separated. If I could go back in here and show you, it's a very, very thin strip of muscle between that, and it's really pulling it apart. So I felt like it wasn't necessary. And
you're using a suture here mainly because you use a transverse incision, or always you use a suture?
So in the stomach, I always do a transverse incision. Therefore, I use a suture. But also in the stomach, I use it because the mucosa is definitely much thicker. The motility that patients do have preserved can, with the clip is not holding it robustly, can open it up. And as I mentioned, at home, I send these patients home the same day, and I start them on liquids the same day. So using suturing for me makes it feel more secure that I have a full closure. And I also, it's not difficult I have good use of the suturing. So for me, it's pretty easy. But one could argue, just look at the size of this mucosal incision. It's pretty small. And certainly this does add a little bit of expense where I wouldn't need so many clips. But that's kind of the same concept. I'm taking my first bite a little bit farther away just to make sure I get the apex of that incision. I want to make sure that I'm constantly loading this on the same side so I don't cross my suture at all. And one thing that's a little different here compared to watching the suturing for the ESG is that we really want to try to put the bites in so that it's similar to suture, like surgical suturing, where you go underneath, you have the needle go under the mucosa, and then you put the other bite in from underneath the mucosa. So one thing I'm trying to do here is just make sure that the needle, when I reload it, doesn't catch some mucosa. Sometimes you have to come away and just pull that back a little bit. Just pull this back. We want to make sure that that's out of the way. Pull it back.
Just a little.
Yeah. Pull it back so that we don't bend this needle. If it's too far out, it could be at risk for bending it. So I'm going to go here. So I'm going to go tip deflect down into the incision, which you can see here, so that the needle goes under the mucosa and it comes out from underneath the mucosa. Okay. No, it didn't catch. Okay. So the thing about suturing is that you really it's a feel, and it takes a little bit of experience to know, but you can feel when you haven't actually caught that suture or grabbed it back on this side. So it's important to get used to those feels of what's happening with that transfer.
to make sure that you're adequately getting it. So now what I'm going to try to do here is to go under the mucosa and bring the needle up through. Just clear our space here a little bit. It's a pretty small space, but here I'm going under, coming through on the other side. And now I have to be careful not to get the needle driver caught. And then we'll do one more. We should catch both sides here. On this apex of this side of the mucosa here. And okay, and then we'll get the cinch ready. Okay, so I dropped the anchor. And this is the technique that you can use for closure of ESD resection beds, for example, in the stomach. I tend to like to do that to decrease the risk of delayed bleeding. Again, closing it, I feel a little more comfortable sending my patients home same day if the procedure has otherwise gone well. And we should be able to get this in with just one suture, but we won't know until we cinch down. Oops, I got it.
So Amrita, have you ever used Ovesco in this situation?
I have used Ovesco when my suturing has failed. I had one case, so let's just pull that out a little bit. One case where the suturing mechanism failed. And at that point, we just, we closed it with an Ovesco. I think that's fine. I don't think you really need the robustness of an Ovesco, and as long as your incision is not too long, because what you don't want to do is have to use two Ovescos. And I think, Amita, are you the one moderating there? I think one of you had described when watching me using a technique of twin graspers, or you double channel and pulling in the tissue and then using clips. That's very, very innovative. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, close, cinch. Okay, good. All right, and so we'll take a look at it.
Okay, Amrita, thanks a lot for that fantastic demonstration. So we thank you very much. So we go to Janine's room. I think Janine seems to have broken most of the stones there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's going nice here. I think you can start to make the table for me as well.
Okay, yeah. Looks like, yeah.
So we're working hard to get the stone broken, and you see we try to irrigate it every time.
So did you change the setting, or is the same setting you're working?
It's the same setting. It's about being patient. I mean, this kind of stones that just take some time. As you can see over here, we have quite some remnants. In between, we tried to see if we could get the stones already out with the balloon, but we didn't manage. So they were still too large. I have to see a bit for my position. I have quite some water in between.
Okay. So Janine, we keep working on that. We're going to another room where Mariana and Shannon are ready with an interesting case. Yeah. So the history.
40-year-old male with a known case of Peace-Weber syndrome has presented with recurrent abdominal pain and anemia. CT angiography showed multiple small bowel pedunculated polyps. The plan is to do a motorized spiral endoscopy and polypectomy. Learning objective here are to know the role of endoscopic polypectomy in the management of small bowel polyposis, and to know the role of prophylactic use of hemoclips before resection of large pedunculated polyps in the small bowel. So here is a systematic review and meta-analysis which includes 9 studies, which shows the diagnostic success rate of spiral endoscopy to be 78%, and complete endoscopy could be done in 51% of the intended patients with very minimal adverse events. Over to Dr. Mariana.
Hi. Welcome back. So I'm here again with the dream team. I have
Sharon next to me. You heard the story. So here we're using the motorized spiral. It's basically like a pediatric colonoscope. So it's a 3.2 operating channel. It's not very long, so that's the good thing about it. It's 160, 170 centimeters. Use a lot of devices in it. And what's, of course, the major innovation is the transformation of a rotational force into a forward advancing force. So you see that the motor is incorporated in the system. I have two feet pedals, one that goes forward and that one goes backwards. And also, if you see the screen, you can't see it, it's incorporated in the screen, but you can't see it in the transmission. They also have a spiral rotation force indicator that shows me the resistance. So if I go too high, the resistance will increase, and at one point, the whole spiral system will stop. Block. So this is the protective system. So here in this patient, we introduce the scope like a regular scope by using already in the esophagus the forward rotation. The patient here is in general anesthesia, but is also intubated. Here, the patient is also intubated by the nose, which is very practical because it leaves you space to pass through the oral cavity. Because it's the overtube of the spiral is a bit more bulky than.
So do you always dilate the esophagus?
We don't dilate anymore. We used to dilate with the 20 Miller bougie, but we don't do that anymore because we saw that it wasn't very useful finally. So CO2 we use always, and we advanced with water pump use. So here I'm already in the small bowel.
Can we see the position of the patient? Is the patient supine?
Yeah, he's on the left lateral.
Left lateral.
Yeah, but you can also do it on the also in supine position if you want. So here I will try to give you a bit of luminal views.
Do you like to do endoscopy under fluoro guidance or not?
No, here we don't use fluoro. It's not useful unless you're doing ERCP. So here I just advance by putting water and using my forward rotational movement.
So Mariana, are there any contraindications to this spiral
Yes.
enteroscopy?
So we still are examining this technique. So we still need more data. We have good data. We still think more in all patient groups. So now we know that we can use it in patients that have been operated on. That's already one thing. But we still have concerns about the intubation of the esophagus. So we don't use it in patients with esophageal viruses, with eosinophilic esophagitis, of course, with the stricture. It's still a bulky scope. So we take care. Introduction of the upper esophageal sphincter sometimes can be difficult, and we go progressively with hyperextension, a lot of gel, and we always look at this spiral rotation force to be sure that we don't exceed the resistance.
So at what stage do you activate your spiral when you're doing the antegrade?
So I activate to go forward, and what we also need is a bit of abdominal compression again, and a bit of massage. And then we advance and we straighten the scope by using the forward movement. And then we advance a bit again. It takes a lot of patience, like all small bowel enteroscopy. And so these compression movements are very important to be able to advance. So here he is. I'm still in the proximal jejunum. We have a little bit of angle here, so we'll have to do some more.
Are there any tricks to cross the GJ flexor?
The GJ, yeah, we already passed that. This is the first loop of the jejunum. So what you can do is also like this, do a bit like this. This helps as well. Okay. So to pass from the stomach to the duodenum, we need a bit of gastric compressions, and then we just do the massage. Yeah, so here that really helps when we do this, because we really pleat the small bowel on the device. So it's globally, it's quicker than the balloon system methods. we still need data to show that it's also equally safe, because I think we still have to be very careful. And of course, we also, in contraindications, also patients with coagulation, active coagulation, anticoagulation. So here you can continue doing the massage.
So Mariana, my only encounter with spiral enteroscopy is that because I'm a surgeon, is that the spiral enteroscopy was stuck at the OG junction.
That's why I like having you next to me.
So can you tell me like how to prevent that from happening?
Yeah, so we, first of all, we're very conscious about the resistances. And if there's any extra resistances, we will just stop, go backwards and stop the procedure. I have stopped the procedure in some patients that have a very restricted passage, and then we try not to put a lot of force, a lot of gel, as I said. And also another issue that we can have is when you go very far deep into the ileum, we can also have some perfs there. So we try not to do a complete enteroscopy if it's not necessary.
Okay.
So it's really based on clinical indication. Yeah.
So do you tattoo all the time when you're not doing a complete examination? Do you tattoo?
We don't always need to do the complete examination. So we really have to mark when we get to the deepest point. But if you do, for example, for an examination for occulta bleeding because of telangiectasias, in this point, we go to the deepest point. We coagulate up the lesions. And then when we reach the deep point, we stop, because we know that there's still going to be indication to go back to this patient. So we don't try to go to the cecum just because we can. I think here we have a polyp, an amartoma. So we can check a bit how it presents.
We found that irrigating a lot of water actually makes bleeding less, makes it more difficult. Do you use a lot of water irrigation?
Yes, we use water infusion, yes. So the compressions, the water, this is what helps us advance and straightening the scope like you do in colonoscopy.
Can you change the orientation of the polyp? For catching a polyp, can you change the orientation?
You don't have, of course, the same transmission, especially if you're inside as a colonoscope, but you can still try to get another position. You have very stable position, but you can always change the position very easily.
So what instruments will fit into this?
Well, basically everything that you use in colonoscopy will fit.
Okay.
Sometimes if you have a loop, it might be a bit difficult. So and it's not very long like an enteroscope. It's shorter. There it is. It is not in the best position, huh?
And would changing the position of the patient help?
That could help, yeah. We can maybe put them on the back now that we introduced the scope.
Is your policy for putting prophylactic clip the same for endoscopy as for colonoscopy?
So over here, I will not take this polyp out because it's amatoma, so it's the risk of neoplasia is inexistent. But I will clip it to make it to induce ischemia, and then I will let it go. So here we can see it better. So that was a good proposition to change the patient's position. So here maybe we can see the stock. Yeah. So I'll put the clip, so you can give me the Cook clip.
Any particular clip that you choose?
The clip here is a rotational clip, so we can have a bit of more liberty in deciding the axis. So it's Instinct Cook clip.
And Mariana, are you comfortable with the, like Mahesh asked, with the position of the polyp? It's at 9 o'clock.
Well, I think I won't get it any better.
Okay.
I'll try to see what I can do with that.
So if you put in clips this time, is it contraindicated for a second spiral?
No, you can go through. Yeah, you can go through.
Is there a possibility of using an endo loop? Will that come to the length or that doesn't?
And this is the problem I had. Get the tip out. Yeah.
Would you use an endo loop or?
An endo loop also could be a possibility, but it's very big. The head is very big. So here I have a little problem with taking out the instinct clip. It's really at the tip. So I'll take the Olympus ones.
So do you think that's the angle of the tip which is preventing?
Maybe, yes, yes. I don't force, but I already had this problem, and sometimes the cook clips, even if it's good for a 2.8 millimeter channel, this is 3.2, so theoretically will go through. It gets really, maybe it's the angle of the spiral, so we'll mount an Olympus clip.
Acute bend, I think Mahesh will stop that, acute bend.
Thank you.
What's the reason for your preferring cook clips over the other clips?
It's you have the possibility of rotating them, and that could be helpful. But here I cannot take it out of the system. So okay, you can arm. Yeah. So here you see, I would have liked to have the cook clip for this, but okay.
Oh, the technicians here replace the rotation.
Hey, everything, yeah, it's magic. Still, we need a little bit of a change. I can go a bit backwards.
What exactly are you doing to put the clip at the right position?
I'm trying to talking a bit, change the.
I think you've reached 12 o'clock. The base of the polyp at least is at 12 o'clock.
Maybe if I do like this, I will get it. Yeah, up. You still have a not so good transmission. It's not like a colonoscope, so it might be a bit like something like that. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
As you said, this is the best you can get.
Okay.
Yes.
You can go. Yeah. Okay.
That's
so
good.
Very nice. Very nice.
I think we will strangulate it.
Yeah.
Maybe one more try to put on the other side. This is a bit better like this.
Yes.
So we try to put it in a 90 degrees fashion.
I feel your position also has improved, making it easier.
So you work a bit with backward, forward movement.
I think you covered almost 2/3 of it, but maybe one more clip.
Yeah, that's what I'm preparing here.
Mariana, thank you very much. Shannon, thank you for the fantastic demonstration. So we'll go to room number 1. Jennings, I think, almost broken the big boulder there.
You know where we found the stone? We found the stone in this esophagus. Yeah. So that's half of the stone in the esophagus. And
like you did.
So when we were on the air, we.
Dancing.
Yeah.
I think Mariana is stronger than I am. So you listen to the comments from Mariana.
Yeah, I think we have Mariana.
This is.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's changing color. It's changing color. Oh, it's dancing.
Push out, you close.
No, you got it.
Good.
No, wait.
Here we got it.
Yeah.
Now I push it to my scope.
So your dinner is ready.
Are we on? Are we? Oh.
I wonder if I just get it out of the entrance. So the two options, or I'm going to, really make a garage and try to enlarge the way into, because I think we got stuck over here, or we have to crush it with the snare. That's what also happened before. It's really a kind of mud inside by now. So you can also see with the other devices, I mean, this doesn't look really too big anymore.
No, but is it hard, Jenny?
Yeah, in part it's really soft. If we can close it, maybe we can show that we just get through it. If you close the snare, I think we are on it. You see with the snare, and then we just pass.
It's through, right? Oh no, it's just.
You want to do a lithotripsy there outside? I was thinking.
Try to close it.
This.
I think it's now in the snare. So now we can see it, and now the snare is going through.
Yeah, it's through.
So it's not that tough inside. It's quite muddy. We give it another try. I try to be on the stone with the snare. And then with the snare, we more or less, I will see if we can.
Okay, Janine, as you're finishing off that, we'll go to the last room with Roberto is ready with the last case for the day.
Just close it.
Maybe
we will come back to you.
Yeah, that's it.
And now,
Yes, so okay. So we go to Roberto with the case history.
53-year-old male.
you have the strictures with your
Through
ESD scope.
53-year-old male presented with respiratory heartburn and dyspepsia. Endoscopy showed thickened mucosa with abnormally dilated IPCL pattern. PET-CT showed no abnormal uptake. Plan is to do an endoscopic submucosal dissection. Learning objectives here are to characterize early esophageal cancer on NBI, to know how to select patients for ESD in esophagus. It's to prevent post-ESD stricture.
Yeah, I figured.
Brief study showing long-term outcomes of ESD, which showed 5 years cause-specific survival to be 98 to 100% and 5-year overall survival to be 85 to 95%. Over to Dr. Robert.
Yeah, Roberta, you're on now. Roberta, you're on.
Yes. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes.
So we have with the last case that is not an easy case, honestly. We have this big lesion. I am already with MBI because we have to focus on vessel pattern, because in the body of the esophagus you don't have any glands, so you have to check all the vascular pattern, the so-called IPCL, intraepithelial capillary loop, to check for the depth of invasion. But this patient already has the staging, so it seems that there's nothing that's going further than the submucosa, maybe in the superficial layer of the submucosa. So I'm ready to spray the Lugo.
At what depth is it in the esophagus?
Distance from the incisors. What's the distance from the incisors?
Okay, so here we are at 35 and the
Lower
proximal
esophagus.
age is 30.
5
So,
centimeters.
Yes. So we'll put in the center. Please go. Go, 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 go. Stop. Okay. We'll wait a bit and we'll focus on the Lugo avoiding area, because that means in that area there's no glycogen that can take the Lugo. And this is why it's the only, I think, the only contrast we have on off. Where is off is the lesion, when is on there's no lesion. So with this one, I will mark in the upper GI. Is essential to make the marks, otherwise you will lose your orientation, because this Lugo won't last forever. Okay, no, close it. Thank you. So with the mark, I'll close it and I'll try to make some small dots around the lesion. I want
Are you using
somewhere a
APC?
little bit, let go to 5.
You're not using APC.
No, I use the same knife I'm using. I'm with the hybrid knife I-type, but I have the needle in. No, I'm not happy with. Okay, put it out. Let's see if gently I can make the dot with this one. No, I think that is working. Yes, we only need the every, let's say, 3 to 5 millimeter. I will put some dots. Yeah, you have to remove this one, otherwise I'm not able to push the pedal. Thank you. And then later on we will discuss about the strategy, because in the esophageal side we must do at first this is not working.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, it's not the pedals, it's the pad. Pad is red. We need the green. Yes, it is green now.
China.
Yes, it is. We must do, as I was mentioning, the distal part before. Otherwise, for the gravity, once we gain the third space in the submucosal space, the lesion will start collapsing down, and we won't be able to do the distal part. This is why we must do it in advance. Let me wait for the contraction of the esophagus. The esophagus is a delicate organ, so you must compromise with him.
So is it your protocol to always use the Lugols before you start the procedure?
Yeah, usually I do. Unless the patient has any allergy to iodine solution. Because make me feel safer. You know that at the end, the results of our procedure is not just when I remove the lesion, but later on when the pathologist will say that is a is 0.
So do you know already what kind of strategy you're going to be using?
So I will
be
try.
tunneling?
I will try to tunnel.
Yes.
So I usually, again, use the strategy depending on how it's going on during the procedure. So I cannot say from the beginning I have a plan A, but I'm ready to shift to plan B, C, D, depending on what I find.
Do you
It's not
prefer doing
working.
radial
It's red.
EUS? Do you prefer doing radial
Yeah,
EUS
we have an
before
issue with the
ESD?
fact. So this is a great question. The fact is that EUS is not able to give you a right answer about the T. For the N and M, you have some other things that you can do that has already been done, like the CT and the PT. So usually we don't do the, okay, now it's working. We don't do the EUS before. In case there's a borderline lesion when we are not very sure about the depth of invasion, we'll go for, but usually we don't. What do you think about EUS for staging before?
Yeah, so we traditionally do an EUS beforehand because it's readily available and we feel like it won't do any harm to get as much information as possible. But EUS is notoriously inaccurate for very flat, early stage cancer. We're part of the BEEPA study with Hamburg, and part of that protocol is that you have to do an EUS for that study. So not for this sort of case, which is SCC, but patients with dysplastic Barrett's, that's nodular,
that one,
then
but
we
it's
do it.
different. So using the same, if I'm able to use the same hole, same mark I made to inject, focusing on distal part, we'll see how this esophagus will react. In case we are not happy, we'll shift to just a needle. Okay. But I am happy. So now go to the dissection. Thank you.
What's your current setting?
Is this dissection?
It's
an endocut Q for the
and precise for
mucosal side, and then once we are in the submucosa, we'll go for precise sect or swift coag.
Are you using a lifting agent or?
No, with hybrid knife you can use only saline, although we make some study where we demonstrate that you could even inject some other viscous solution, but because you're able all the time you need to inject, there's no need to use anything else. As you can see, I never touch my device, I touch only the scope. I usually use the scope as the prolongation of my hand. And the second thing is that I never look at where the pedal are, because all the times I look down, I lose the position there. This is what I try to do. Now I need to create space. I used to say that the third space is a virtual space, and we are creating it while injecting. Almost there. It will take a long for this, huh?
I think your technique of injecting and then cutting and then injecting and cutting is really nice, very efficient for you.
Okay, so even if we are in the distal side, it's not enough just to make the incision. Otherwise, when we are tunneling, we can miss the exit, let's say.
Absolutely.
So we have to dissect a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we'll go in the proximal side. There's a vessel here. Let me take care of it. Once I find the vessel, I try to coagulate. Before coagulate, I will inject, and this is why I love the hybrid knife. And then this injection will make the anatomy clearer, and then also will make a little bit of hemostasis because of the compression. And I can go on vessel directly and make the coagulation. Let me check. Here we are. So I will go on both sides. And this way. And once it got whitish, I can approximate the vessel and make the coag. And here we are. So one more here, bleeding spot.
So do you ever use a quad forceps for this?
If you're able with the same knife, I don't like honestly to all the time change device. This is why I like this type of knife. But in case you won't stop, if it's a very big vessel, let's say bigger than your knife, you should go for a different hemostatic device like the coagulation grasper or the bipolar forceps, depending on what you're using. Let me check here. Okay, here we are. Yes. Where you are bleeding.
Just
here
just
we are.
at the
Okay.
muscularis. Because I think maybe if you cut through it, will
Yeah.
stop bleeding. And the precise setting on
It's not
Irving
working. The
is,
pedal is,
yeah.
the pad is red.
Try again. Yeah. Yeah. I think maybe the contact is, you know.
Yeah. Maybe we have some air that is making a bad contact. Can I? No.
No, it's not.
Okay, let's change it.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
Or
I have
maybe
the
just
access
like
in the distal
hair or
side, so I
sweat or
will
something,
come
maybe.
in the proximal part and I will inject out. Thank you. So they are changing the pad that is not going properly.
Do you traditionally use the Irving knife for ESDs, Roberta?
Yeah. This is the knife I like more, honestly. Ready to go? Thank you.
So do you use pocket ESD in such situation?
Yeah. Now what I want is to gain the access in the submucosa. And differently from what we saw on poem, even if we are in the same organ, I work in a different plan because with poem you are working very close to the muscle. With this one, we should prevent muscle injuries, and this is why we're going to work in the middle of the submucosa, not too close to the mucosa, otherwise the pathologist will say, I don't know there because there's some artifact done by the electrocautery, and not too close to the muscle to prevent perforation. I have small bleeding, so I stay there, I inject. Okay, this one I can cut. Can you help me with this one? It is moving a bit. Okay, close. Thank you. And I will try to enter in it. Okay, open. Oh, beautiful. Now just changing the approach respectively to poem. I will try to make a nice route, a nice tunnel to reach the exit, let's say, what I've done before.
Submucosa looks.
So are you injecting water intermittently?
Yeah. I'm injecting water, and in the same area injected, I cut. This is a contact current, so I need to touch the tissue.
Would you like to prophylactically coagulate the vessel?
Yes. Once I found the vessel, I will inject. I will try to remove the fibers of the submucosa nearby the vessel to expose the vessel and to make a greater contact surface to coagulate with the same knife I'm using. Sometimes you see vessels, but they are laying a different plan, so it's always good to inject. One of my mentor, Professor in Norway, used to say, when you are not sure, inject. Injection makes anatomy clearer.
Very
How do you control the width of your dissection, that you are on both edges?
I mean, you have to have the full control of the tip of your knife. Never guess where the knife is cutting. Always know the tip of your cutting. And this is why you must be a little bit experienced, not only with knife, but also with electrocautery. And tomorrow morning we'll be together about this, because I know exactly that the current is going just there where I'm pushing. Okay, we have some air. Do you want me to deflate?
Yeah, I think
just a
it's
few
on the
minutes and you
mucosal
will.
side, I think. Yeah.
Because I think we are not very far from the exit. At least for this first tunnel. I don't know if we need only one tunnel or not. So let's do one thing. You will clean the knife, because you have a small hole inside, and if you get dirty and not clean, you have to start again. And then I will go in the luminal side and suck all the hair, because they said me that yes, there is some in. Ticket? Okay, and let's do it again. So this is the exit, so I need to stay a little bit on the right side, otherwise we are not going properly. I will enter in my third space here. Okay, almost there, I think. And then we have to discuss which one of the right side or left side must be done before, because we have to think about gravity.
Exactly.
But let's do it step by step.
Let's worry about that later.
Yeah.
I think for all of you, this is stress-free procedure, you know.
No,
She's
please.
enjoying herself.
It is stressful only for us.
Yeah. No,
You can enjoy.
we appreciating your approach. Yes.
So differently from poem, if the lumen is going narrowing, it's because of you, because there's no achalasia. So it means that we must make it a little bit wider. I have bleeding. Let me take care of it now. Sometimes when you have a bleeding and you push too much, you press it and you make hemostasis just with a cap. So it's better to, again, create space. So it's here. First things, inject. Let's check where it is. It's here in the middle. Because you know what? If the submucosal space will got too much blood, you won't be able later on to really see the layers, and you can make mistakes, but just because you are not able to see correctly. Okay, there's no bleeding now. Let's proceed. It seems a poem, but it's not. We'll inject again here. And let's see. We are 34, say, but you know, you cannot trust on the centimeter on the scope, because they are varying depending on how much you are pushing.
So are you concerned about post-procedure stricture, and what will you do to prevent it?
Yeah, again, a great point. In this case, it's not circumferential. So I'm really not afraid at all. In that case, I would go for some prophylactic things, like, for example, the injection in the submucosa remaining of triamcinolone, and then even giving the steroids orally. But in this case, we'll see at the end, but I'm not concerned about it. It's just half of the circumference. What do you think, G?
Yeah, I think so, because the wisdom is that if it's less than 50% or 50% or less, then the risk of stricture is low, relatively speaking.
Vessel. I will inject both sides. I will just try to coagulate nearby without touching the vessel. It seems also an artery, because you have this widest tissue. I think there are two vessels together, vein and artery. Okay, let's have ready the co-grasper, but don't open it. I don't know if I really need it. No, I don't.
Yeah, so when you see a big vessel like this, the important thing is to have make sure that the knife has good contact with the vessel, because that increases coagulation basically, and then just go through it very slowly, right? So that you're coagulating, not cutting.
Yeah. And I was using, let's call it the stroke of the knife to make a nice and wider surface contact area. To make nice.
Roberta, you're doing so seamless, but if it starts bleeding, what's the learning for us?
So here we are. Let's do it. So this is on the muscle side. So we must really be careful. First things, inject, because you think that the submucosa is done, but it's not true. And then, while being protected by the injection, just point there, clean in case you really want to see where the spot is, inject again, and coagulate, really in a delicate and controlled way, in this way.
Oh, very nice.
I must tell you that at home, I don't use this type of scope, so this gives me a little bit out our time, but we'll manage it. Sorry? Okay.
Yes, tips on not overshooting. So,
You are very silent from the audience. What's happening
No,
there?
we are
you still there?
amazed. We are amazed.
Okay.
Is there any difference between this tunneling and the poem tunneling? Is there something like
So what's
to
the difference
stay
between this
close
tunneling
to
and
the
poem?
muscle?
Yeah,
or
the
close
very
to the
difference
mucosa
is
or
the
something?
resection plan and layer. Usually in poem, you work here, really close to the muscle, and even if you touch the muscle, it's not a big deal because later on you're going to cut it, you make the myotomy. In this case, you will create a full perforation. So this is why we are working in the middle, in between the muscle and the backside of the mucosa. I'm not happy because I didn't reach that area, so I want to go down and enlarge the exit side because I should already been right there, open.
I feel like we're very close.
Yes, me too, me too. So this one is not muscularis propria, is muscularis mucosa. See, if you are not really sure, inject. Because it's blue, it means that we can cut it.
Let us conclude.
How commonly have you seen post-ESD strictures in your practice which needed dilatation?
Okay, let me say that if you're going for circumferential ESD, you have 100% of risk of stricture, and in that case, you must do something prophylactically. Otherwise, you should start dilating after 1 week. I have a case at the beginning of my experience when I didn't put the triamcinolone, no steroids, because the patient was always sick, so was not chance to use it, and I dilated 17 times. Okay, I want to, let me check for mark. Okay, the mark is there. So I want to grasp it here. So the I type is not the best for grasping. In this particular case, maybe the T type will help me in grasping the mucosa and keep on dissecting.
Roberta?
Yep.
You will continue. We are just getting ready for the next session.
Okay.
We'll watch till you finish the end of the procedure.
Okay.
We'll have a small break here and come back. By the time you will be probably finishing
Sorry.
the procedure.
I want to enlarge this because there's something.
We'll have a very short break for tea and come back. Watch Roberta finish the procedure and then get ready for the next session, which is an extempore and an excellent, exciting, interesting session. Okay? 10 minutes and back. Mahesh is on the chair. Roberta, we are interacting through our panel, chairpersons and moderators. Neha, Mahesh, you will keep her.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think the lower
Yeah, maybe.
the plane
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close. Yeah, because it's strange. Close.
made a sufficiently long?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so too.
I think maybe we overshot. We must have.
I miss it.
Yeah, yeah, there it is.
No, this is the entrance,
Oh,
guys.
okay.
Oh no, you're
Oh,
right. How is it possible?
Oh,
I went so
gosh.
far.
We must just do a poem
It's
now.
not five. It's
Just
not
do the
5
poem.
minutes.
Just do a poem.
He said he
Open-
can send
Yeah.
without
Yeah.
Okay, but it's
Yes,
not
the
5
E plus
centimeters. This
poem.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
I to shift to T type. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a real problem because I want to grab it. I'm
So
so
Rebecca,
sorry.
you have to change your needle?
Yeah. Because you know what happened? What I was telling you, that maybe because we were a little bit faster, I lost the entrance. So the entrance is here, and we went here. So it's an over treatment.